So the the point is this. Yeah, the point is this. If you're saying we cannot work with someone unless they're the same exact aqidah as us, or they're the same, even worse, even the same race or the same tribe. This is going back to. If we do that, then okay, let me ask you: do you reckon there's going to be more or less death of Muslims in the next 100 years? Now let's try and use our minds together. Let's try and use our minds together. Will there be more death of Muslims, more suffering of Muslims, more, or will there be less? Now, that's about death and killing and all that destruction. Okay. What about if you're, let's say, Muslims in the West, very specifically, right? If there's more disunity between Muslims of different groups and different backgrounds in the West, my simple question to you: are we going to be weaker or stronger? Is the right wing more likely to have victory over us, or are we more likely to have victory over the right wing? Are we more likely to protect our interests for our children and our grandchildren, or is the opposite more likely to be true? If we can get people to rally around a cause or a charity or this or that or the other, a petition, whatever it may be that we decide, which one makes sense? I mean, if the forces of disunity, the takfirists and the tabdi'ists and the racists and the zealots from all the groups, they need to understand there needs to be an understanding of this. Now, with that, I'm going to bring in a very well-known individual here, Daniel. MashaAllah. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, brother?
Alhamdulillah. It's been a long time since we've seen each other and discussed with one another.
Yeah, long time, absolutely. But good to see you. Good to be here talking to you. Seems like you've been getting a little bit of controversy these days.
Yeah, well, me and you both, I think that's one thing that we've got in common. I think nowadays controversy is like even the least controversial figures are getting into controversy. I don't know whether controversy is something we find or it finds us, but it's part of the game. How are you, man? What's been happening with you?
Alhamdulillah, I've been doing good, just busy. I'm trying to finish a book that I'm writing, and it's been a long time in the making, but had to really buckle down and take a break from making videos on a regular basis to finish the book and get it out there,
What's the
inshallah.
book
So
about?
it's about Rand. It's about the
Oh,
Rand
really?
agenda. Yeah, so the think tank of the U.S. military and how they strategize to reform Islam, doctrinally change Islam, create infighting between Muslims, create problems between
Mm.
Muslims. So yeah, it's a
Well, what did you find?
interesting
Anything
topic.
interesting so far in your research that you found that they're trying to fund these guys?
Yeah, I mean, they're mainly consider the moderates, quote unquote moderates, to be the US's best allies. So
Mm.
they define moderates as they're not like pure secularists. They're not like the type that
Mm.
says that we need to, take out Islam completely and we have to be pure secular modern people. The moderates that they define are Muslims who believe in kind of a separation of church and state, basically, that Islam should be a private matter and in your home, but we still value the symbols of Islam publicly, but Islam has nothing to do with, legislation or running a country. And it's like a secular system, basically, with the trappings of Islam, with the kind of outward symbols of Islam. That's who they identify as the prime partners that they need
Mm.
to support in the Muslim world. And so they target the Muslim world. They also target Muslims domestically in the West. They say that Muslims in the West can be our ambassadors to promote this kind of secularized, even though they don't want to use the word secularized. They want to use the word, moderate. The moderate Muslims in the West are going to be our ambassadors. We're going to use them as kind of the role models for the Muslims in the East, and that's how we do soft power. We can soft power influence the Muslim
Mm.
world to adopt a political stance that marginalizes political Islam, marginalizes any kind of notion of pan-Islamic unity. They're explicitly against pan-Islamic unity, by the way. Rand is. They say this is a problem. This creates transnational collaboration, and this makes the Muslims too powerful. And we don't want that. We want to actually weaken the Muslims. So we have to create infighting. We have to
Mm.
really, I mean, this is what their documents say. It's all public. You can go read Rand's
You see,
Civil Democratic Islam,
wow.
Building Moderate Muslim Networks, Muslim World After 9/11. These are their main books that they wrote, and Rand published it
Which one
with
is the best
literally
one to read? Which one is the most interesting one?
the one that really opened your eyes is Civil Democratic Islam, because it's shorter too. It's less than 100 pages by Cheryl
Mm.
Bernard, Rand analyst. And this is where they lay out the doctrinal changes that they want. Yeah, and
Mm.
they specify issues, like they have marker issues where they say that this is how you identify like a fundamentalist. This is how you
There it
define
is.
this is how you identify a
So we've
traditionalist.
got it here. Look, this is the one,
Yeah,
right?
it's that's exactly it, right?
Yes. So tell us, give us some. People are people are already calling you a liar. So we've got to bring it in front of this on the screen. See, this is the naql sahih. Okay, so
Yeah.
tell us now, what are you looking at here?
Yeah,
And there's
you
a whole thing
can
on polygamy there.
yeah, mapping the issues. So that's how
Oh my
those are
God.
their marker issues where they define
Now we have to go to war with them. No joke. Anyway, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So they say like depending on what your views are, there's like 13 issues depending on what your views are on women's dress, like hijab, what your views are on
Ah,
polygamy, what your views are on jihad, what your views are on hudud, what
ah.
your views are. This is what determines what box you fit in, you know?
Oh, I see.
And that's how they define what a
Wow.
moderate is. So it's like the doctrinal issues, and then they go like very specifically. They go very specifically. For example, they say we need to undermine the madhahib. Literally, we
Mm.
need to undermine the madhahib. We need to undermine not hadith. Okay, they say we need to develop a database of counter hadith. Okay, hadith that we can use to manipulate hadith to promote like democracy and secularism and Western human rights values. So it's all very
The
explicit. It's all
Probably
there.
what they're not putting in these public reports is what's worse,
Yeah,
because we know they're trying to undermine the hadith now, and they're trying to undermine, and it's become somewhat of a trend actually on social media. I don't know if you've been seeing that, but there's a lot of them
yeah,
that have been coming out, the feminists and all this, that they're all, it's becoming a very popular thing to reject hadith now.
yeah, yeah. In academia as well, but yeah, this is what I've been writing about, and it ties into what you were discussing, of course, with Wahhabis and the kind of effort to disunite the Muslims to create
Well, you see, what I tried to
conflict.
do, this all started with my issue. It all started when I was in Sapiens. Actually, it was a very mundane sort of academic exercise where we were going through the differences, because we were mentioning about Ibn Taymiyyah, and we said, okay, well, what's the differences between Ibn Taymiyyah and Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab? And at that point, I said, well, it seems like the clearest difference is their implementation of takfir. And I didn't think that would be a controversial statement as it was, but and then I said something else, I think, which was added salt to the wound, which is that I said, well, I really believe that the early history of the early Dawah Najdiya, the Dawah Najdi Dawah, was is being preserved and honored due to like nationalism. Okay, now that might not make sense to a lot of people. In the beginning, I think it was nationalism, and then it was exported outside. Now, why do I say that? Was because when I started looking at the books, okay, and I started reading Ad-Durra Saniya, and I started reading Tarikh Najd of Ibn Bishr and Ibn Ghannam and all of these other chroniclers who were basically sympathetic to these guys, I found that there's a completely different attitude that they had to the to Ibn Taymiyyah, frankly, and they were making mass takfir, and they were making takfir of the Ottomans and those who allied with the Ottomans, and that was, in my estimation, it was clearly politically motivated. I'll give you examples of that, right? So, um, if you look at Abdullah, who is the Sulaiman ibn Abdullah al-Sheikh, who is the grandson of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab. Okay, he wrote a book, and in that book, he was justifying why the Ottomans are disbelievers and why those who ally with the Ottomans are disbelievers. Okay, so that is actually a chain takfir. He's making a chain takfir. Now, this individual was around maybe, I don't know when he died, 1818, something like this, right? So if he died 1818, um, this is before the Tanzimat. So Tanzimat were a period of time in the Ottoman period where there was like movement towards westernization. You could just say it that way. So even if someone wanted to say, okay, well, actually, he did it because X, Y, and Z, the truth is, this chain takfir, all right, was happening way before even a Tanzimat. And I started looking, is he alone in doing that? And then I realized, no, this is like basically the same fatwa was being promoted throughout the years, throughout the 1700s, 1800s, mostly the 1800s and 1900s. Okay. So I realized, okay, well, these guys have a completely different attitude, because what they're doing is they're making takfir on certain issues, and then they are fighting as a result. They're fighting people. Ibn Taymiyyah never did that. Ibn Taymiyyah, I mentioned that he had a response to a guy called Al-Bakri, who believes in al-istighatha. Istighatha, saying, Ya Ali, Ya Muhammad, etc., etc., right? And that this book, Ar-Raddu al-Bakri, never made takfir of al-Bakri. And when Bakri needed help, he brought him into his house and he protected him from the government. By the way, there's another story that people don't know with Ibn Taymiyyah, is that when he was in prison, the authorities came to him and they said, there are some people that believe in istighatha, etc., etc. We need a fatwa, actually. This is very interesting. Because some people say, well, Ibn Taymiyyah didn't have political authority, right? But this one here destroys that argument too, because Ibn Taymiyyah, at one point, he was they approached him in prison and they said, well, can you give us a fatwa to execute these individuals as a result of believing these shirky things, A, B, and C? And he refused to give them a fatwa on that basis. He actually refused to give them a fatwa on that basis. So, which means that he obviously had a different approach. And it should not be that controversial to say this. But people are attached emotionally and otherwise. And it seems that if you say anything about any scholar, that is in that period, then that's it. It's game over. Well, to be honest, we're not beholden to that. We don't have to. I'm sorry to say, who do you think is paying us? Who do you think is forcing us to speak? If I've come to a conclusion based on reading, I don't need anybody to endorse that. Okay, that's it. And then I gave them an ultimatum. I said, listen, if you really want to follow the way of the Dawat al-Najdiyah, and let me put a caveat here, not all the Dawah Najdiyah, not all the Mashayikh and ulama of the Dawah Najdiyah were like that. Like if you, for example, look at As-Sa'di, who obviously was much later, but As-Sa'di was the teacher of Ibn Uthaymeen. He obviously wrote the book, the famous Tafsir, okay, which is actually a fantastic book, and he was a very learned and scholarly man, right? He wasn't like this. I'm not even saying that, for example, Ibn Uthaymeen or Albani were like. Albani had harsh things to say about this. Albani actually said this is extreme what happened here with this takfir. Albani said, Al-Albani, Nasruddin Albani posited a refutation on the early Dawat al-Najdiyah. So if I say the same thing as what Nasruddin Albani said, which is that these guys were essentially, going too far with not just making takfir, but then implementing that takfir, then a lot of people are going to come out. Nationalists are going to say, why are you mentioning Najd? As if we care about, I don't even know the difference between the Hijazi people and the Najdi people. I don't know about these. This is not intended to be an ethnic discussion. I don't even know the difference. If they started speaking in front of me, I wouldn't even know the difference. And this one's from Tihama, and this one's from Najd, and this one's from Hijaz. I don't know the difference between the Taqalid and I don't know. I don't care. I'm talking about books that I've read and dawah that I've covered. And in that regard, I'm sorry to say, I have come to the conclusion that when it comes to mass takfir and killing the people, it's obvious that these people did that, and I believe they did it for political reasons. As bad as it sounds, because their main competitor was the Ottoman Empire, so they had to theologically justify why they're going against the Ottoman Empire, and that's it. It's not as rosy and as puritanical as you think it is. I know in terms of Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab himself, all right, someone will say, but you shouldn't mention anything about the Sheikh. How dare you mention anything about the Sheikh? Okay. But you know, I didn't even mention anything about him. I didn't, you know, until this time, I'm waiting for someone to bring a word that I said that was like a bad word about Ibn Abdul Wahhab. I simply
Well,
said,
you did. I mean, you said that
yeah,
he was not like Ibn Taymiyyah, like
yeah,
his doctrine
that's
differs. Like
I
that's
don't,
basically the kill shot.
no,
Like
but
that's because the whole
but
basis, the whole
no, but
basis of their
yeah, it's
ideology is
not like
that
I
they
was
are
sitting there
following
saying
the
the
path of
man
the
was a
Salaf, right?
fasiq and the man was a kafir and the man was this and that. Look,
I
do you
mean,
know
he
the
was a
thing is,
deviant. Like
Daniel?
he was a deviant, and his
Yeah, yeah, I
ideology.
didn't even
When
go
you
there. I
say
just said, listen, it looks like I've looked at what he did after 1744 when he did his pact with Ibn Saud, when he's going to Dawasir and different tribes and basically rendering the Sufis there as disbelievers and then killing them. And I just
they weren't
think that
even
that's
Sufis,
different to the
even
way
his
Ibn Taymiyyah
brother.
would have dealt with things. And I believe that this history is protected for nationalistic reasons. That's my conclusion, which, by the way, seems to fit the almost consensus view of Western academia, by the way. I mean, I think there's only like one or two revisionists in Western academia who basically make Ibn Abdul Wahhab uh, out to be some sort of defender, like defending himself, like a pacifist, not a pacifist, but someone he's defending it. But you know, because of the aqwal that he says, in kunna la nukaffiru man ya'budu al-qubur, and whoever, if we didn't, what do you call it, make takfir of the people who do worship the graves. So people look at these aqwal, but in terms of like in terms of the Western academic sphere, essentially everyone agrees this was an expansionist, it was a militarist, it was, and even the like historians from the East. So everyone agrees, except for one or two people, and people that want to protect a history. And my only thing, Daniel, was I said to the guys, if you're being faithful to Ibn Abdul Wahhab, then you end up as takfiri. Like, you know, those takfiri groups that we see? That is the end result of this, of the majority of these da'wah. If you don't like that, then with all due respect, these individuals, they don't know what they're talking about. If these people would have met them and seen them, they would have considered them to be kuffar themselves. I believe they
I
would
mean,
have made takfir
imagine
of them.
like the person that we're talking about is
Yeah.
someone who said that no one understood Tawheed before me, and none of my teachers and none of
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
teachers were in Mecca and Medina, and he said none of my teachers, no one before me understood
Exactly.
Tawheed. Like this is the kind of narcissist psycho Ibn Abdul Wahhab was. Okay, and
Not
even
just
like, and then
no,
people
no,
will say
but
no,
here's
no,
what
no,
I
no.
would say. I would
The
say
Wahhabis
also,
will
look,
say,
he was refuted
well,
by
let me
his
finish.
brother.
Let me finish. Yeah, his brother, he even takfired his brother Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab. Like, it wasn't just the Sufis. The people that Ibn Abdul Wahhab takfired was anyone, and this is right there in Tarikh al-Najd
Yeah.
with Ibn Bishr and Ibn
Mm.
al-Ghannam. They takfired anyone who decided to go against them. It
Yeah,
was
yeah, that's right.
purely political. Anyone who
Yeah,
went against Ibn Saud, anyone who would not agree to come under Ibn Saud and
that's true.
basically
Yeah,
become under his control, they
that's
called
right.
them apostates,
That's right.
murtadeen.
That's right.
So it
Yeah.
wasn't just Sufis, okay? This
Yeah.
was a wide net that they cast, because Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab was a follower of Ibn Taymiyyah, was a Hanbali,
Exactly.
traditional Hanbali follower of Ibn
Exactly.
Taymiyyah, not like a extreme Sufi grave worshipper. But Ibn Abdul
Exactly.
Wahhab takfired his own brother and wanted him killed, wanted him to be brought to death. Like, that's as a murtad. Like, that's the kind of psycho extremism. And the point that you made, which I absolutely agree with, is that, look, if someone did that, anything close to that today, we would say that these are disgusting terrorists. They have nothing to do with the Muslim
Mm.
community, with the ummah.
By the way,
We
can I
would
ask you
clearly
where?
identify
I
that.
didn't know that he takfired his brother, but if I'm
Yeah.
honest, where did he do that? Can you? Where did he? Where's the nas for that one? Do you know? Do you remember
I
where?
don't
Where
remember
you
the
read that?
exact nas. It was in the
Yeah.
Wahhabism documentary. We included it. But yeah, it's well
Okay.
known because his brother opposed him, and his brother, you know, with his book Divine Lightning, he comes and, which has been translated, refutes his brother Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab and says that you have misread Ibn Taymiyyah.
Exactly.
Basically, your critique of
Exactly.
Ibn Abdul Wahhab, he says that you have
Exactly.
misread Ibn Taymiyyah. If we take your methodology of takfir. We have to takfir the Hanbali school. We have to takfir Imam
Exactly.
Ahmad. We have to takfir the entire, because that's the essence of Ibn Abdul Wahhab's deviance, is that he invents this new methodology of takfir. It's like a hyper takfir, chain takfir,
And it's not
without
just
udhr bil jahal, without
it's
excuse of
exactly
ignorance.
no adr jahal. This is one of the key areas, I think, you know. You're absolutely right. Look, to be honest, I mean, it's so obvious. People here in the West who have been indoctrinated with a specific kind of dawah that has been promulgated at the time for soft power reasons, political reasons, whatever it may be. They can't think outside of whatever they've been told. I promise you, the majority of people who don't like what we're saying relating to these facts, okay, are people who have never read a single book. They have, wallahi, I believe that even the talabat al-ilm, they have not opened the book, they have not read the book. Because if they've read the books, they cannot come to any other conclusion that the most faithful people to the Dawah to Najdiyah, and I'm once again not generalizing every single person from the Najd, every single island. There's very many non-takfirist, very sensible and scholarly and excellent ulama like Sa'di, as I mentioned, like Albani. He was against all of this. But those individuals, if you follow what they say, it leads to takfirism. It leads to, you should be really, you should be persuaded by the takfiri dawah, by the Al Qaeda's and the ISIS's, and that's what it is. That's what it would entail. Okay, if you believe in that,
It's not
and
an
I believe
entailment.
that
It's like
those
an
Al Qaeda's
explicit
and ISIS,
teaching.
they are
Like an
more.
explicit teaching of Ibn Abdul Wahhab is that if you do not takfir anyone who doesn't follow, Ibn Abdul Wahhab's conception of Tawheed, if you do not takfir them actively, then your Islam is actually not complete. He says this explicitly.
Yeah.
He says that if you are not, you can believe in the Shahada, you can do all your wajibat, your obligatory ibadah, and you don't have to be a quburi. You can denounce, actually. You can denounce istighatha. But if you don't take the extra step of takfiring those who are outside of this manhaj, then you become a kafir. That none of that praying and fasting and believing in Allah, reading Quran, none of that counts.
Himself, yeah?
Yes,
do you remember where you read that?
Mufid al-Mustafid. That's his book where he delineates that.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I'll have to go back to that one because I know for a fact his followers definitely said that, but I just want to know if he said that.
No, he himself said that. That his followers aren't just making this stuff up; they're getting it directly from him. And the quote I mentioned about him saying that no one understood Tawheed before me. His own grandson Abdurrahman, who wrote Fath al-Majid, which is the sharh of Kitab al-Tawheed, says that it basically affirms this and says no one. I think it's Abdurrahman. I think. Okay, I might be wrong, but it's Fath al-Majid. That's the sharh of Kitab al-Tawheed, and this is the grandson of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, who wasn't like a distant relative. He was actually learning directly from Ibn Abdul Wahhab because Ibn Abdul Wahhab lived to be about over 90 years old. So his direct student, his grandson, one of his closest family members, affirmed that belief that Ibn Abdul Wahhab understood Tawheed. Basically, the way that they line it up is that there was the Salaf. Okay, then after the Salaf, basically 200 years after the Prophet ﷺ, then there's just shirk, all the way to Ibn Taymiyyah. No one understood Tawheed between the Salaf and Ibn Taymiyyah. Then Ibn Taymiyyah comes, and then there's shirk again all the way for another few centuries until Ibn Abdul Wahhab comes and rediscovers Tawheed. Like, this is their conception of history, Islamic history. And that's why, like, when you come and you say that, no, actually, Ibn Abdul Wahhab has misread Ibn Taymiyyah, you're cutting the link that they have. Like, you're basically cutting off the isnad, and you're acknowledging that it's a deviant movement.
They've been sold a lie. See, this is why I differentiate between following the Salaf, okay, and being a neo-Salafist. And this is the terminology, a modern Salafist. A modern Salafist, or a neo-Salafist, okay, is an individual who amalgamates contradictory ideas and views. So, for example, they will usually revere, like the modern, I would say, non-violent ones, yeah? They usually revere like obviously the Salaf themselves, although they have very limited discussion about those. And then they'll have, maybe some of them will discuss like Al-Lalaka'i and Ibn Battah and Barbahari and those, more so than the Sahaba themselves. And then afterwards, they'll start talking about Ibn Taymiyyah. Imam Ahmad first, then Ibn Taymiyyah, and then after Ibn Taymiyyah, they'll start speaking about, for example, Najdi Dawah, and then after that, there you have like Ibn Uthaymeen, Ibn Baz, etc., etc. So this is when you're a Salafi. You're inaugurated with that. You're told the modern Salafi is given that sort of distinction. You've got to follow these scholars. By the way, you can put anything on the screen if you want. It's Zishan, you can do. Yeah. So so this is basically this is what it is, right? So my point is this: these people did not have the same view. So, like Al-Albani explicitly rejects, okay, in many fatwas, he explicitly rejects what Ibn Abdul Wahhab did, and he explicitly rejects his followers what he did as well. And you can't, nobody can deny that. Okay, we'll say the only argument is, well, he also praises Ibn Abdul Wahhab for abolishing shirk practices. Fine, it doesn't discount from the fact that he also dispraised Ibn Abdul Wahhab for extremism, takfir, that he went too far in takfir. So how do you reconcile? It's not really reconcilable like that. So these are different strands of Salafism, and they just have to understand that. They have to believe that. They have to. They've been sold a lie that all of these people agree. Ibn Taymiyyah would have been way more reserved of takfir, and he would have. And look at the people around. Look, Al-Albani, for example, right? One of his big inspirations was, rahimahullah, was As-Sanani and Ash-Shawkani, right? Who both lived in Yemen, obviously, were basic, no la madhabi kind of individuals. They've written many books of hadith and shuruh and stuff like that. They were huge scholars. They were very bona fide scholars. Both of those scholars attacked Ibn Abdul Wahhab. They wrote compendious refutations of Ibn. They were contemporary to him in the late 1700s, whatever it was, and they wrote compendiums against him, refutations, proper refutation, detailed refutations. So if we're not allowed, look, see, they're not allowing us to repeat what some of their scholars are saying. I mean, you're a modern Salafi, you accept As-Sanani, you accept Ash-Shawkani, you accept Al-Albani, you accept Ibn Taymiyyah. You're pretending that they all agreed with Dawat al-Najdiyya. We're telling you, actually, these people differed, and we have proof of that. Like you said, Sulaiman, the brother, differed with Ibn Abdul Wahhab. He wrote a book on it, Sawa'iq al-Mursala, or the Divine Thunderbolts, or how to translate Divine Thunderbolts. It was a hard huh?
Yeah,
how did it the
Divine Lightning? Yeah, the thunder.
Yeah, this whatever, So what do you want? He's been refuted. He's been refuted by your look. So if Albani refutes somebody, usually this is written off. Okay, I mean, like, that's what it is. But he's been refuted by his own brothers. He's been refuted by Sanani. He's been refuted by Shawkani. He's been refuted by Ibn Abdin, by the way, who's the Hanafi scholar. He called him Khawarij.
Bro, like, we can't pretend.
He's one of the biggest Hanafi scholars of all time, I think. Probably top, I don't know, 20 or something, top 10. And he refuted him.
But we're talking as if these are honest interlocutors, like rational interlocutors that we're debating. That's not the case. Like, why did they attack you? They started attacking you because you go, for example, on Sneeko's podcast and you start talking about how, the Muslims should be in support of Iran winning against Israel, against the Zionists. You go and you call for pan-Islamic unity with all different Muslim sects together. You call for something that is politically problematic to them. And therefore, they try to find any kind of argument against you to discredit you, do ad hominem against you, whether it is to call you the N-word, saying that you're, this and that, you're African, like attacking your family. Then they say that you're potentially kafir, Uncle Shekel Collector, as we call him, comes on and says that you are potentially a kafir. Imagine that. I thought this is someone.
No. So
Adnan Rajit comes on and says, you are potentially a kafir. Imagine that.
No.
That's what you said, bro.
Look, let me be fair. Right. So Adnan Rashid and I disagree with, obviously, on the matters of like Iran and Dawat and Najdiyya and all that. He would disagree with everything I've just said here, right? But as a man, I have to say that, he has good qualities. He does have good qualities, and I've seen him, and I've been with him, and I've seen him, feed poor people in front of me. Wallahi, I've seen him and no cameras on him. No cameras.
Wow.
I'm 100%.
Whoa.
He's a man who speaks to people, does dawah to them without any camera being there on him.
Wow.
I believe
he's as good as MBZ. He's as good as MBZ and MBS. They also give charity to the poor, you know. Isn't that what the Wahhabis say? Isn't that the Madkhali say?
We've got to be fair. I know him more than you do. I've traveled with him. I've been with him around and stuff, and I can tell you, I can vouch for the fact that he has some really positive traits, and he has sincerity for the ummah. And one thing I will say with Daniel, which I didn't agree with when you did, and I have to be honest with you, is that when you, I think it was on Twitter, you put something and you connected him with like a terrorism related thing, right? And if I'm honest with you, I know him very well. This is something he is.
I mean, that's not what I did. That's not what I did at all.
Okay, well, we'll come to.
I mean, I made the point. I made the same point that you did. That Wahhabism is an ideology that justifies terrorism, and that ISIS is following Ibn Abdul Wahhab, and it's specifically following this takfir doctrine. So when we see ISIS act so when we see someone like Adnan Rashid or any of these clowns, and they go and they say that Mohammed Hijab is potentially a kafir, you don't know like what kind of psychos, like Daeshis, they're still around in places like London, Birmingham. You don't know who's going to come up behind you. You don't know who. When he's saying that you're potentially a kafir, imagine that. These are his words from yesterday or 2 days ago.
What he said was
he did.
This, right? I remember what he said. I can read it out for you if you like. I think it's I don't know if it's there or not, or if it's been deleted. But what he said was that if Muhammad Hijab believes X, Y, and Z, right, then he is a kafir too, right? And the X, Y, and Z that he was referring to was was basically Shia beliefs.
Mass takfir, If you don't mass takfir the Shia,
no, not that. I don't think he was,
because they have this belief. They have this belief. Therefore, if you don't believe that they're all kuffar, then you are a kafir. That's what he said about you.
Let me get it, because I think we have to be very fair. I don't think he did say that. I think what he said was. I think what he said. I
mean, that was the entire point of dispute between you two. He wants. You're calling for unity with the Shia.
You got it, yeah.
And he's saying that these are
no, because I don't think he was saying he wasn't doing a chain thing. He was, to be fair, because we have to be fair about these things. He was saying that. Well, actually, let's bring it up.
Let's bring it up. Let's bring it up.
Yeah. Have you got it on the screen? You might be right. If you're right, then I can see the point. But I don't think you're honest. Okay, let's see.
And the crazy thing is that he also is very vocal about unity with Hindus, Muslims being unified with Hindus.
But let's do one thing at a time. Let's just do this one first, because otherwise, we'll lose track of it. But in the meantime, what I'll say is this. Okay, here we go. Have you got it? All right. Okay. Yeah, all right. Can you zoom into that? Can you read it? Well, okay, what does it say? Okay. These are confirmed mainstream 12 Shia beliefs. Sorry, I can't read everything here because I can't see. If the answer is no, then Hijab himself becomes. Yeah. Can you bring it up a bit? Can I, just scroll up so I can't see. So he's saying that these are confirmed, 12 Shia beliefs. If the answer is no, then Hijab himself becomes a kafir for denying Tawatur reports of these people promised Jannah, etc., etc. Denying Tawatur is denying Quran. So I think what he's trying to say is that if I deny Tawatur reports, then I become he's not saying, which is, by the way, the truth with everyone. Okay, because when I spoke to him,
what's the initial tweet? Like, what's the initial tweet that he is responding to?
He was responding to himself. I believe he was saying in the beginning that these are the beliefs of the Shia, right?
Yeah.
And if Hijab goes against these beliefs, then he himself is a kafir. He's not saying that if he doesn't make takfir, then he's a kafir. So I have to be fair there. He's not saying that. But this is, Daniel, this is where you're criticized a lot of the time. These little things here, we've got to be really fair, especially with believers. We've got to be really fair when it comes to doing knuckle of them. Because if, for example, you say that, he's making mass takfir, blah, 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 connecting it in that sort of tenuous way.
I mean, you interpreted his words. I gave my interpretation. You give a charitable interpretation, and my reading is based on the larger context. You should be charitable. The larger context is that he is attacking you because you said to Sneeko that yes, we should ally with the Shia, whether it is with Iran, with Hezbollah, or whatever. There should be pan-Islamic alliance. This is what you were saying to Sneeko. And he picked that out and he clipped that. He said, this is impossible because they have kufr beliefs and they are all kafir. He mass takfirs the Shia.
I spoke to him for hours.
And in that context, he is saying that if you don't agree, then you are potentially a kafir.
I promise you he's not. He doesn't mean that. I promise you he doesn't mean it.
And no one that's what he means. Like, if that's what he means, then...
No, Allah, I know he doesn't mean that.
There's no way to know that. What people read online, what people read from the thread is that, hijab is potentially a kafir. That's what they read and they pick up. And he knows that, okay? So he can't be so sensitive. So he's so sensitive where he says to me that, Daniel is accusing me of being ISIS. Okay, he's that uncharitable with how he interprets. And by the way, he says that I'm an Iranian agent. He says that I'm working for the Iranian government. He says I'm a son of Mut'ah. Okay, this is what he says about me. Yeah. What is the status of that in Islam? So let's keep things in context. That's his attacks against me. He says he takfirs me. You acknowledge that he takfirs me. He says I'm a kafir.
Look, Daniel, that's where I agree with you. So obviously, if he's takfiring you, and if he did indeed say the things that he said, I saw the takfir, to be fair, and I was shocked by that, and that is not nice. That is, he's not qualified to do any takfir of anybody, and especially a person who's giving dawah, etc., and especially someone who you've got a personal beef with. But at the same time, bro, I have to be honest and say that some of the things that when you were interacting with him, I found distasteful too. I found that the fact that you connected his name with extremism, this can cause a lot of problems for people.
That's being a Wahhabi.
It could cause problems for their families as well.
Hey, it's a problem for me in America when he says that I am connected to the Iranian government. It causes a problem for me as well.
That's why I agree with you.
I'm responding, and you're only looking at the response. So my claim, his claim is just a name calling, but my claim is academically correct. That Wahhabism is the ideology of ISIS, and they share the principles of takfir. You don't deny that, right? You don't deny that they share. ISIS has Ibn Abdul Wahhab's principles of takfir. Yes or no? That's shared. That's academically correct. For me to say that, all that Adnan, Rajit, and all of these Wahhabi apes have to say is that we actually disavow Ibn Abdul Wahhab's position on takfir. We disavow it, and we take Albani's position, for example. That's all they have to do. They refuse to do it. Why? Why do they refuse
let me tell you why.
Disavow that doctrine of takfir. That's a problem.
So I think what you could say is this. I'm not speaking about this. I'm not making a point about anyone's particular views like Adnan or anything else. But this is one thing I have noticed, right? What it is that they don't interpret Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab in the way that we do, right? So the way I've just interpreted and you've interpreted Muhammad ibn Wahhab is that he essentially done takfir, and as a result of it, he decided to massacre people who are not under his actual authority, because he went into different villages. So people say it was under his authority, so these are apostates, whatever. But they were not actually under his authority, because he went into villages which were not under his authority. So even that doesn't make sense. So that's what I think is the almost consensus view in Western and Eastern academia of the historical readings of Ibn Abdul Wahhab and those who came after. And that's what I hold to, and that's what you hold to. However, a lot of the modern Salafis have a revisionist understanding of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Okay, so they have a revisionist reading of him. They say that really he was very careful when he made takfir, because if you read his Rasail and if you read some of his other books, he's very careful to actually put on a PR sort of front, and he says things in kunna la nukaffir man ya'bud al-qubur, if we were the ones who didn't make takfir of the ones who used to worship the grave, etc. So even I noticed that there was, I think her name is Natana DeLong Bass or something like that. You can double check her name, Natana DeLong Bass. But she is a historian. She's a historian, American academic. Here we go. Here she is. Let me get it for you. historian, she actually has the view, right, that Ibn Abdul Wahhab was more careful with takfir, right? She takes the same revisionist understanding of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, not necessarily. I think there's pretty much consensus about the Dawah Najdiyya that came after him, but in terms of Ibn Abdul Wahhab himself, there's some level of plausible deniability. So a lot of these Salafis, modern day Salafis, neo Salafis, and we all follow the Salaf. So let's be clear about that. We all aspire to follow the Salaf, at least we try to, and we believe that if the Umar ibn Khattab was here, he would be trying to unite the people. We would be trying to fix the issues, not doing this stuff. But anyway, she has this view, like Natana de Longbas. She has this view that he was responding, the takfir wasn't as bad. So look, it's not exactly.
I mean,
It's
the thing
a
is
view
that
and it's refuted and
you can go to Ibn Abdul Wahhab's statements themselves, and he has statements where he says that no, we give udhr bil jahal, and no, I don't mass takfir.
Exactly.
This is what the Wahhabis point to. You can go to the primary source. You don't even have to go to an academic. But the way to reconcile this, his statements that are pro mass takfir and those that are against, you reconcile it by looking at his actions. You look at it by who he is actually supporting, and the Wahhabis were invading, massacring, taking women and children as slaves. And some of the booty that they were taking actually was presented to Ibn Saud and presented to Ibn Abdul Wahhab by the Wahhabis. They would bring back the spoils of war that they've taken, the ransom that they've taken, the hostages that they've taken, and they'd present it to Ibn Saud and Ibn Abdul Wahhab. And this is documented by their historians. By their historians.
You're absolutely right.
So that's the
I agree with your
that's
reading
the
of history.
definitive.
I think your reading of history is the intuitive and consensus sort of reading of history. Except for, like I said, the revisionists. There are some Western ones, like this woman here, but I didn't see anyone else apart from her. Basically, who has the view that modern Salafis believe that he had tahaffuz of takfir and like just like Ibn Taymiyyah did, and he had all the shurut and mawana and conditions and preventers. It's almost implausible when you look about what he did, but no problem. So the point is that if they have that view of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, so they can reconcile for themselves Albani and Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So they harmonizing saying that he didn't do these things. They can start harmonizing like that. So some of them do that. Now I know for a fact, like going back to Adnan Rashid, and I know that you refuted Farid and he's refuted you and Jake or whatever. And I don't know if the thing was all in one, right? Where you had like a one thing, and you put these faces together, and then you put like this terrorist attack, right? That I have to be honest, that's absolutely, like, for me, you shouldn't do that, bro, because it can get them all in trouble. They're living in countries where they have families.
Do they get you in trouble when they say that you're potentially kafir, or they say I'm a mushrik? Does that get us potentially in trouble?
Yes, of course.
Don't you have to like look over
you're
your
right
back?
about that.
Like,
no, you're right as well.
Stating academic, it's inconvenient for them. I agree. It's inconvenient. I would never do that to someone. Like, I'd never make a post like that against someone who is like just a random Wahhabi. Okay, but this group specifically has coordinated an attack, a smear campaign against me for over almost 2 years, and they have even signed documents. They bring documents.
I know.
Call me a kafir, a mushrik. They have attacked my family. They have attacked me in so many ways.
I know these.
Physically threaten me with harm.
But Daniel, I can tell you for a fact,
followers are doing this. And none of those followers, by the way, when they were coming after you, when these apes were coming after you and saying you're the N-word, you're disgusting African,
they stayed quiet.
I didn't see any of them defend you, by the way.
But to be fair,
they
didn't
defend you on that.
To.
So, I mean, this is not like something that I take seriously. So when people come and with this kind of force attack you and threaten you,
no, I get it.
And they're going to get it back. They're going to get it back. I'm not going to...
I totally understand it, because I've been on the receiving end of it. I've been exactly where
you should be fair, Brother Mohammed. You should be fair, and you should call that out. Okay?
I call that
out initially before it's talking to me about, a post of mine that makes it factually a fact that you agree with. You agree with me that they share the takfiri terrorist ideology of Ibn Abdul Wahhab.
Here's what I think is going on.
And the division that you're talking about, like you're saying, they don't interpret it differently. If they interpret it differently, they should make that clear, and they should disavow like specific teachings. They've actually proven that they agree with the takfiri ideology because they apply it to me and you. They're applying it and they're
No, no,
takfiring
no.
me.
I
They
doubt
say
that
I'm a
any of them
mushrik.
takfir. Oh yeah,
And
with
with
you,
you,
yes, yes.
yeah,
No, but I
and
think
with
the
you,
reason
they're
why they
getting
made
there.
takfir of me
They're
is
getting
completely
there.
different.
If you insist though, if you
No,
insist
no,
on
no.
this
That
path,
part of it,
they'll
I
eventually
totally agree
takfir
with you
you
on
as well.
this. I agree with you on that. So look here, on that point, bro, I agree with you that they should. Whoever did it, I think Jake made takfir of you, and I think, and obviously Adnan. I personally believe that that's outrageous, and they're not in a position to do that. Okay. However, I also believe it's outrageous what you did. That you know, I know these people's families. I know that they're disavow like terrorism. I know they disavow like takfir.
Adnan has ties. Adnan has actual ties with these individuals, actually. Before he disavowed ISIS, he was sitting in their gatherings. Let's be honest about that.
No, I don't think ISIS existed. You know,
Yeah. And it did
he
exist
was
in
never sitting in their
2014,
gatherings.
2015.
He was
Well,
never singing. I mean,
I mean,
Adnan Rashid has always disavowed it. I can tell you that for a fact. I
yeah,
can.
after it
He, al-
became a
he's
problem, after it became a political problem, yeah, he disavowed it. But he was actually in their gatherings, and the idea of telling Muslims to go fight in Syria,
no, I
he
don't think.
wasn't in those circles. He wasn't.
I doubt it, bro. We don't know anything about that, bro. No one here knows anything about that. If that's the case, no one has seen it. No one has heard it. We should have known. Ali Dawah should have. You think Ali Dawah would connect with somebody who does that? Ali Dawah was very careful with who he interacts with. Akhi. He was living in his house, blah blah blah. No way, man. I don't think so, man. There's no way, man. So I really think that this is where we have to look. I'll be honest. ولا يجرمنكم شنآن قوم على ألا تعدلوا اعدلوا هو أقرب للتقوى. Right? There has to be a part of it where you think, you know what? Let's be just about this, right? I get your criticism and I understand it's very frustrating. I've been on the receiving end of all these attacks from a lot of them, right? I actually, you know, I would say lost composure. I say that actually with Adnan, and I regret that I lost composure with him. I think that it's better if I had been
When did
more
you lose
reserved.
composure? When did you lose
But
composure?
well, when after he put his thing up, but then afterwards I spoke to him, and then you know,
That wasn't losing composure. He was talking. He was again like
mm,
saying that you're
mm,
potentially a
mm,
kafir, and then you responded to his
yes,
nonsense.
I
He
see
kept
it.
gaslighting you.
Yeah.
He kept saying, "Oh, you're a coward. You won't answer my questions." You
Mm.
repeatedly answered his questions about the Shia and Kufr, etc. He would not answer your questions because you pointed to a very specific issue. You said that if you are a true follower of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, then you need to do takfir like he did against these Gulf rulers, specifically the UAE. And he continuously dodged that. And then you said that, you know, privately he had told you certain things that he wouldn't disclose publicly in terms of his perspective about these Gulf governments. And you called him a coward. You called him a shekel collector. I think
I
that's
didn't call him a shackle
justified.
collector. This is not true. That's your words there. No, no, honestly. Look, I have to say, look.
I mean,
Twitter,
why won't they?
Twitter,
Like, why won't Adnan or
yeah,
Fareed, for example,
yeah.
why won't they condemn the UAE? Like they say,
No,
and that's the thing. They do takfir of Iran and Iran's rulers, but if you
yeah,
ask about the UAE allying
yeah,
Tawalli with
mm,
Israel in their
yeah.
genocide, then suddenly I'm not a mufti. I'm
Well,
not a mufti.
here's where I
This is
agree with you.
shocking,
I have
right?
to
This is shocking
look.
hypocrisy.
Here's where I agree with you. If you're gonna comment about the Middle East and politics and stuff like that, and you want to make a theological case about Iran, right? And you want to say that Iran is a disbelieving nation and it's Tova Shiaism, etc. Well, if we're following the faithful letter of the Najdi Dawah, then it's not just the Gulf nations. Every single Muslim nation on the face of the planet, if those guys were alive, if As-Sahman was alive, if Al-Hamad ibn Atiq was alive, if Abdullah, what do you call it, the grandson of Ibn Abdul Wahhab was alive, if any of those people were alive, right, they would have made takfir of all of those countries, all 50 Muslim majority countries. So that's the point. I mean, the point is that's my belief. I agree with you on this. However, the difference is this. I mean, I think that there's two possibilities here. Number one is that they do ta'wil of some of his aqwal, and they have a revisionist reading of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, like Natana di Longbas, okay, which I would say is pretty implausible according to the majority of scholars, but nevertheless, they can have it. Or they feel like the times have changed and or that maybe I don't know. I think it is a contradiction that it's impossible to square it. If you want to make takfir of these, you have to make takfir of these. It's true, actually. If you want to do this, you've got to do that. I do agree with that. However, you know, this is our criticism. of modern Salafism, and I think this is a fair-minded criticism. It's a true criticism. It's a correct criticism. However, these people in particular, they disavow extremism, they disavow terrorism, they disavow the takfirists, the ones who kill people.
No, they
I've
don't.
heard
They actually
I have
don't. They
long
actually
debates
are
with
in
them.
favor. They're in favor of massacres against Iranians. They're in favor of these attacks against Iran. Whenever the United States or Israel attack Iran, that's terrorism. They're
No, but
bombing girls'
have they come
schools.
on the record saying that
They're in support. They say that they're neutral on this. They're when a girls' school in Iran is bombed and when
Yeah.
Muslims are being
Yeah,
massacred
but
in
they probably
Iran,
condemn that. They
they
condemn
say
that,
they're
bro.
neutral. No, they don't. When I
No, let's be
specifically
fair.
confront
Let's be
them,
fair.
when I confront Adnan, I say condemn the UAE for backing the RSF genocide in Sudan. He refuses. He refuses to condemn the UAE specifically. He refuses to
Well,
call
look,
them
maybe
massacres.
there's a reason for that, bro. Maybe he's
Why?
got maybe he's got family members there. Maybe he's
In
like
the
it could
UAE?
be
Oh
anything.
yeah, that's true.
No, no, no.
Maybe he's
It's,
getting money. He's getting money from them, and yeah, I
doubt it.
agree.
Akhi, I know the guy.
He
I've been to his house
benefits.
multiple
He
times.
benefits from them. Some kind of benefit from their networks there. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about the reason why. The point is that you
I
can't
don't know about
stand
that.
before the Muslims
I don't
and
think so.
consider yourself a principled. Oh, I'm going to police everyone on
Yeah.
Aqidah. I'm going to police everyone on support for Iran. I'm going to say that Mohammed Hijab is a potential kafir because he says there needs to be unity with Iran. But when it comes to the UAE, I can't speak because of whatever reason. I can't condemn a genocide. I can't condemn building of Hindu temples. I can't condemn allying with Israel in the Abraham Accords. Okay, so don't just be a pragmatist. Shut your Rajit mouth and don't talk in public about politics.
Okay,
It's
so
very
that's
simple. You
a
can't
fair
have it
point
both ways.
without the pejorative, but I agree with the point, right? So the point of if you can't speak about the whole matter, then you shouldn't speak about any of the matter. If you want to start using theological arguments against one of the nations, and then just like making it very specific about, because the thing is, I think it's just to do with the fact that, I mean, the reason why Adnan got involved was because of the 12 Shiite discussion, and I said that the awam of the Shia are not kuffar, and it's a fringe view to believe that they are. He was now responding to that because obviously he does not believe that on the record. He strongly believes in the contrary of that. Even though, like, I presented many different sort of naqulat of Ibn Taymiyyah, and I don't see how anyone can believe that it's not a valid point. But the point I'm making to you is that so I think that's where it started, and then that's where it sort of. So sometimes when you're too polemical against one group, you start thinking about them all the time. You start to become obsessed with them. So it could just be that. It doesn't have to be that he's being paid by anybody. I don't think he is, because I've seen the condition that he lives in. He's not. He's not driving around in a Rolls Royce. I'm sorry to put it that way, and I hope he doesn't take offense, but he's not. Do you know what I mean? He's not that kind of a guy who's walking around in a Rolls Royce and has all the money. I said, no, he's not. So if he's getting paid by these people,
he's not going on yacht tours like Uthman bin Farouk.
He's not doing any of that stuff. I mean, honestly, you have a misconception
in
of him.
Dubai.
I live basically near him, bro. I disagree with him a lot on these issues, but it can't stop us from being fair-minded, bro.
I mean, so he's doing it for free? That's even worse. Like, he's doing it for free. He won't like stand up for his Sudanese brothers and sisters being massacred.
How's that even worse? How's that even worse?
He's doing it for free. He's being a prostitute for free. It's worse, actually.
La, haram. This is haram. But here's what I would say. Yeah. So I mean, look, Daniel. One criticism I have of you is this. Look, I'll be honest with you, and I like being authentic because I like the work you do. I think you're a genuine asset to the ummah. You've got a good synthesis now between the Islamic knowledge and the Harvard knowledge, or the worldly knowledge. You're producing new information for us. You've actually, one of the books we've read is about modernism and stuff. At least some chapters of it. It's actually a knowledge production. Like MuslimSkeptic, you're producing information that people don't have. And I always give credit for the stuff that you do on feminism, some of the stuff you do on feminism, some of the stuff you do on liberalism, some of the stuff that, you know what I mean? It's actually knowledge production. It really is. However, one thing I'll say is I think sometimes when you get mad and you get wild and you get sucked into things, and I'm the same, I'm just the same as you, right? Me and you are similar temperament. Yeah. Sometimes we can become unfair and disproportionate, to put it in Piers Morgan's terms. We can become disproportionate in the way we respond. Now, I'm not saying what was done to you was not disproportionate. I actually believe it was. It was completely disproportionate. Any takfir that's been done on you, calling you a son of mut'a, How can we not condemn that? We all condemn all of that stuff. But we've got to be fair and say that actually, on the other hand, this as well. Okay. And one thing I will say to you, Daniel, is look, if we're talking about uniting with Shia for a common cause, okay, no problem. But now the question would be, what about Yaqeen Institute? I mean, I'm surely it's less of a problem. I mean, now you had all this issue of Yaqeen and Amr Sulaiman. I mean, you can't tell me Amr Sulaiman is more deviant than the 12ers. I mean,
All right,
if we're big,
if
so
you
here's
know,
we
if
have to be.
Israel, if
We've
Israel and the U.S. look, I'll make it very simple for you. If Israel and the U.S. like strike Yaqeen headquarters, I'm gonna stand with Yaqeen. I'm gonna stand with Yaqeen
no,
against
but why does it have to
Zionist
be like
attack.
that?
I have actually stood and
Yeah,
defended Omar Suleiman, Yaqeen, even Jonathan Brown. I've
really.
defended him against
Have you
Zionist
changed? Because
attacks.
now your manhaj has changed, Daniel. Now you've become more of a pragmatist. Now you've become more
No,
of a
actually it's very
uniter of
principled.
people.
It's like
So
very
now,
consistent and
you've.
principled, actually.
It's true,
Because
but
my principle is that they're
yeah.
Muslims. I never takfired Yaqeen. I never takfired these people. Said
But
that
in the
they're wrong
beginning, you
about
started
this,
off
what
as
they're
sort of like a hardliner, right? You started off with the Salafis, and
as
then
we should. No. That has nothing to do with being Salafi, Sufi, Sunni. It has
no, I
nothing
mean
to
like
do with
okay.
that.
So were
If
you
someone,
ever
listen, like, look,
yeah
bro, look,
were you ever a follower of
if
Ibn
you
Abdul
want to
Wahhab?
relitigate, look, no, never, okay,
Really?
never, yeah,
Yeah.
never. I didn't have the same perspective on Ibn Abdul Wahhab in
Yeah.
the past I did today. I thought that, okay, this is
So
someone
when you
in
read
the
more,
18th
you
century.
started realizing.
What was that?
When did you start when did you start like okay reading more and start realizing okay actually
After October 7th. After October 7th.
okay, so this was quite a recent thing then.
Yeah, yeah. People were saying things like people were attacking Ibn Abdul Wahhab, and
Yeah.
they're saying he's this and that. I didn't pay much attention. I said, well, seems to be like liberals. You're just against like conservative
Mm,
Islam, but conservative Islam
mm,
is not limited to just Ibn Abdul Wahhab. This is something
mm,
that you can go read Imam Ghazali. Look at what
mm,
Ghazali
mhm,
says about
mm,
how you should condemn the deviations and wrongdoing and
mhm,
fisq. And look at
mhm,
these, even the so-called Sufi friendly scholars. They're very harsh.
mm,
So I was very consistent on Yaqeen, Omar Sulaiman. I still have the same position that I had in the
mm,
past. Like, if you're an organization
mm.
that is trying to get the Muslims to support a political cause, like they're actually very similar to the Wahhabis in this sense. They were
No
pushing
man,
Muslims.
now this is
Well,
where
no, I mean,
come on.
take a broader perspective. Okay, look at Wahhabism is
He's
theology
freezing.
marshaled for the support of a
Is he
political project, right? You're frozen. Uh, you just have a smile on your face, so I can still hear you, I think.
frozen?
Okay,
Sorry,
no,
can you hear me? Can you? Yeah, yeah.
I can
I
hear you.
think you're being unfair again, bro. Look, Amr Suleiman.
Well,
Essentially, you and him
Let
should
me
have
explain the
you have
position.
the same manager as him now.
Not at all, but I know you're just trolling. But let me just explain.
No, no. How am I trolling? You guys are, wallahi, in the
No,
sense that,
first of all,
in
Omar
the sense that
Sulaiman would
you're,
never in his life criticize Ibn Abdul Wahhab. First of all, okay, he would never do that openly. He's smarter
but
than that.
that's irrelevant.
But number two, number two, their political project, and you saw this very clearly. You interviewed Yasser Qadi when he was promoting Linda Sarsour and Ilhan Omar. Like, why are they pushing these individuals, like these pro-LGBT feminists, and saying Muslims need to rally behind Linda Sarsour and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and all the rest of them? He talked to you explicitly about this, correct? And you were sitting on the couch. And why are they promoting this? They're pushing Muslims to align politically with the left wing. And this is why they publish articles in defense of same-sex marriage, in the defense of gay rights and LGBT rights, and pushing this kind of women's empowerment feminism nonsense that was in service of a political goal within domestic Western politics, whether it's the UK with Labour or with the US with the Democrats. And they were campaigning. Omar
So
Sulaiman
let's
literally was
assume that's all
campaigning for
true,
Bernie
Daniel.
Sanders, presidential campaign, and other presidential candidates. So the
Let's assume,
connection
but let's
between
assume that's
the
all true then.
politics and
Yeah.
a theological position in support of these left-wing values, these gay rights values, it was going hand in hand. In the same way that Wahhabis push takfir of the enemies of Saudis, allies, the enemies of the Saudi-US alliance, whether that be Iran, whether that be Hezbollah, or whatever, Yemen, Ansar Allah in Yemen or whatever other groups. So it's the same thing. Theology in defense of a political program.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. Like, okay, fine.
Oh,
Let's
you're
assume
muted.
everything you said. Am I muted?
Oh, hold on, hold on.
Can you hear me?
I think sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yep. True. Yeah, true. Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. Never had any dispute on it. And in the past, when I was criticizing, at the height of criticizing them, I would never have said. In fact, in that period, I was interviewed by the Middle East Forum. Okay, Middle East Forum. Yeah, I can never. Hold on. Maybe on my side it's muted. Let me just fix this. All right. Yeah, I'm live as well. Okay, now maybe. Hello, hello, hello,
Yeah.
hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I mean these are technical problems. Let me look at this.
Yeah. Oh, can you hear?
All right, it's good now,
Uh,
everyone. Okay.
is it good on his side? Oh, yeah, yeah, I think it's good on your side now. I think the people
Okay.
are saying Zishan's telling me it's good on your side now.
Okay. Alhamdulillah.
So let's put this on the record then. Are you saying that you're more than happy to unify with the likes of Amr Suleiman, grant concessions to them, not be refutational of them?
No, no, no.
To
Concessions. What do you mean concessions? I don't grant the Shia concessions. I don't grant them concessions and say, oh, well, now it's fine to follow the 12 imams and prefer that as if that's part of
no, but
revelation.
then
I never
someone
say
could
that.
argue your tone towards the 12 Shia or the Iranian regime is somewhat conciliatory because of the political climate, whereas your tone with a much closer ally, in this case, Yaqeen and Amr Suleiman and those guys, is much more venomous or much more brutal. And so someone will say that if you're calling to unity and we want mainstream Islam, we've got to include these people here, because if we're talking about unity, I mean, what have they done to really be eliminated from? Because you wouldn't consider them to be mubtada now, would you? Would you consider them to be
No,
mubtada?
some of their positions are fully deviant. You know, it
Sure,
is
but
fully deviant. But
would you do tasnif of them as mubtada, complete mubtada?
I mean, taking particular individuals, I mean, that's a bigger conversation. But we have to like be like comparing apples to apples, because when it comes to the Shia,
Hmm.
the Shia aren't coming to our masajid and posing as traditional Sunnis and teaching Shia doctrine. And that's, but if you look at what Yaqeen does and what these compassionate imams do, they're taking a liberal ideology of feminism, liberalism, secularism. This is the Rand agenda, by the way. This is the Rand agenda. because Rand specifically, that's what we began with. They say we have to support the moderates because the moderates will be seen as more credible. They wear the costume. They have all the trappings of a traditional Sunni Muslim, and they go to the masajid and they teach an ideology that is favorable to us and our empire. And so it's like the enemy
No,
from
but a lot of
within.
these guys
This
on
is
the
not what the
politics,
Shia. This is not what the Shia are doing.
but on
So
the politics, they've been really solid. Like someone like Omar Suleiman, he's been really solid with the, for example, Palestine issue. Even the
I mean, has he called
Israelis
for
put
has look again? Like I,
the
when
Israelis
it
put his
comes
name in the
to,
top 10 most biggest anti-Semites of of the country. He's been quite solid. I have to be honest. He's a Palestinian himself. I don't think I don't think his views are different to ours. Do you know what I mean? I don't, on terms of politics here. I don't think he's trying to.
well, maybe he's changed his
I
views,
think he's yeah. I think he's moved away from
but
the
in terms
left-wing
of
stuff.
his previous stances,
Yeah.
okay, in terms of his previous stances, which is where I was critiquing him the most severely, is he was preaching an quote unquote American Islam.
Fair
American
enough.
Muslims need to be integrated into this establishment political program with the Democratic Party, and that's why you had figures like Linda Sarsour speaking on the highest national levels of democratic politics, and other compassionate imams along with Omar Suleiman. And that was what they were preaching. And that maybe he's seen the light, maybe he's seen and realized that that's actually something that is wrong and shouldn't be done, in which case, great, alhamdulillah.
Yeah,
But in terms of my critique of the overarching problem of compassionate imams that goes beyond just one individual of Omar Suleiman or one organization of Yaqeen, that critique still stands. That critique still stands, and you
some of your
agree.
critiques were absolutely, like, in terms of especially in terms of feminism and how they've just let them overrun the country, basically. And they've appeased them a bit too much in my estimation. And apart from you on a major platform, I don't think any of Yaqeen has never refuted feminism, and that is a huge concern, bro. Like, you have the head of the snake is liberalism and feminism, right? And you got Yaqeen Institute, which have never refuted feminism, and they get a lot of funding, all right? And so how could you be promoting the conservative Islam, and then you've got the major ideologies which people essentially is challenging Islam, which is not being refuted? I agree with you, and I think you were needed at this particular time, and you filled in a fard ayn actually in your country for this thing. But like you said, now we're moving forward, I think, as an ummah together. And I've met Omar Suleiman, I've met yourself, I've met all of these people, and to be honest, I just feel like all of you are good guys. That's how I see it. I've not had. There's been a couple of them which I've met, and I'll be honest, I was very disappointed with them. Yeah, with how they carry themselves and all that, like as individuals. But in terms of
the cordiality and being nice is always there in face-to-face engagements. Like, that's why actually Donald Trump. Why do you think Donald Trump is so insistent that he wants to meet Ayatollah Khamenei face-to-face and meet with him? Because there is a certain kind of influence that you can have over people in face-to-face engagements. But the true character is proven when you have something to lose. When you have something to lose by saying something publicly, taking a stand publicly. Like, I'm sure that if you talk to some of these compassionate imams, in fact, I have had this experience. I talked to these compassionate imams privately, and before I publicly was criticizing them, I was privately talking to them, and they'll say all the right things. They'll say, yeah, Muslim women are too empowered, they're too entitled, they're causing all these problems. Yes, liberalism is an issue. Yes, Wahhabism is an issue. Some of them will say privately. But then publicly, they won't actually say anything when it becomes vital to say something. It becomes vital because, let's be very real about compassionate imams and Wahhabism. They are doing significant damage to the ummah, and they have been doing it for a long time. With Wahhabis, like, if we shift back to that, like, you just go onto a program like Sneeko and you make a very basic point that if we want to survive as an ummah against this onslaught from the Zionists and the United States, we have to come together and have pan-Islamic unity, and we can still have aqidah debates, and we insist that Shiism is bid'ah and etc. However, for political purposes, we have to come together in this existential crisis because we're about to be genocided. This is a very simple point, and you get attacked for that, ruthlessly attacked. They call you the N-word. They attack your family. They want to take you offline. They say you're potentially kafir. This is a disaster, and
Yes.
our enemies, our worst enemies who want to see our blood being spilled in the streets, they are taking advantage of this. So this is not something that we should tolerate. We should not say, oh, this is just about personal beef.
Yeah.
This is about just two
Do you
egos
think there's
fighting.
yeah,
No,
but
we
do you
have
think
we
there's-
have to now more than ever, because this Wahhabi
Yeah.
cancer has spread so far, because it's become kind of like the default. It's become the default where even Muslims who are not particularly religious or particularly well-read, as you described it before, they still have some of these intuitions that have been implanted by years of Wahhabi influence over the religious media, with their TV channels and their radio programs and their cassette tapes, etc., that they've distributed in their networks all across the globe. So they've affected the baseline religious intuitions of Sunnis, and that has to be confronted, because now we see it's untenable. Now we see that it's something that will lead to our demise. That's why I became woke to Ibn Abdul Wahhab after October 7th, because what shocked me, what really opened my eyes, was you saw these Wahhabis, someone like Shamsi going to Hyde Park and saying that we don't support the Palestinians. They deserve what they're getting because they have faulty aqidah. They worship graves. They ally with the Rafidah. And therefore, they deserve to be annihilated. They deserve to be occupied until they correct their aqidah. That is what he said.
He didn't say those exact words, did he?
Not those exact words, but that is the message, not only from Shamsi, but his teacher. That is the message from Al-Albani, actually. That is the message. Al-Albani, you know his position.
I think
Al-Albani says that the Palestinians need to leave.
Yeah,
right?
It's what we would say the entailment of what they say rather than what they say. Them like to be fair here on this. Even though,
I'm not
I'll be
limiting
honest,
it to just Shamsi. Okay,
I'm
talking about all of these. I'm talking about
Madkhalis.
this entire, the entire Wahhabi network. Okay. Yeah, I'm not quoting any specific one verbatim. I've cited them, their videos. I'm not trying to distort their words, but this is their position, not the entailment of their position. Their actual position is that the Palestinians have faulty aqidah, and therefore this is why Allah is punishing them with oppression. And Al-Albani said that the Palestinians need to leave. The Palestinians should not resist.
Yes.
The Zionists, they have to actually leave Palestine and make hijrah. That's his position, which he was opposed for. And many of the other Salafi scholars, like this is the dirty little secret that no one has been talking about, is that many of these Salafi authorities, Wahhabi authorities, if you look historically, even as early as 2005, like Fawzan, the whole don't boycott Israel, like boycotting Israel is haram. Where does someone like Rabbi Ferris get that from? That's coming from Fawzan. Fawzan was the one who had this position that you cannot boycott Israel, and he uses the justification that the Muslims weren't actually boycotting
Did he mention
the Jews
Israel,
of Medina.
Though? Did he mention specifically Israel? I don't think he mentioned Israel though.
He's responding to the calls for boycott.
BDS,
yeah,
maybe in a general sense. But I doubt he mentioned Israel. But I'll be honest. I used to follow these scholars, right? I used to follow a lot of these scholars. What happened with me is I agree with your sort of sentiment of disillusionment with a lot of them, right? And the reason why is because of the following. I mean, I remember very clearly, very, very clearly. I was probably in my mid to late 20s, and I used to follow Sheikh Salah al-Fawzan in my early 20s. I used to follow him. I've got his Sharh of Zad al-Mustaqna at home. He's actually got a very good Sharh of Zad al-Mustaqna. It's nice, it's easy to read, and his fatwas on Hanbali fiqh were not bad. However, I started realizing a couple of things. I used to watch his fatwa programs every day, every other day, right? And there was a point where I just kind of, I'll be honest, became disillusioned. And I'll tell you what happened. The point was, and it was to do with the politics, unfortunately, right? What happened was this. I watched one of his fatwas, and it was at the height of what was going on in Syria at the time. And people know that, at that time, brothers, the Syria thing was as big as the Palestine thing. We were all so emotionally invested in it, especially in West London. The Syrian people were getting massacred. We saw it. I had friends of mine who actually went and joined the Takfiri groups and died in Syria. So there was a lot of commotion in the area, like in West London, etc. So I used to follow Sheikh Salah al-Fawzan, and in the height of the Syrian situation, someone asked him a question, and his answer made me change my whole opinion of him. Okay, and I will remember. Wallahi, I remember exactly this point, and then the second point. I decided that he's not independent. Basically, that was my decision, and then it was actually. I'll be honest. It was a transformative moment for me. The first time was they asked him about Bashar al-Assad. Now, Bashar al-Assad is Alawi, right? So even the Shiites would make takfir. They would make excommunication of Alawi, like Bashar al-Assad. They asked him about Bashar al-Assad. Can we make takfir of him? And then Salah al-Fawzan, Sheikh Saleh, he said, we can't make takfir of. Takfir is a big matter. We can't talk about takfir this easily, etc., etc., blah blah blah. Now, I had a bit of I swear to God, and I'm not just making this up, wallahi. As I heard him say that, and I'm seeing people get killed in Syria and stuff, and whatever, I had something in my heart that was like almost a shock. Do you know when you're told something from someone like, is he actually saying this? Then I said, maybe maybe it's just I'm misinterpreting it. Maybe there's some wisdom in what he was saying. I was making an excuse for him in my mind. Then he was asked about Yemen, bro. Okay. He was asked about Yemen and the Houthis. And then he says, هؤلاء الذين. I remember actually exactly what he said by word, bro. He says, هؤلاء الذين يدعون الإسلام. When he started speaking about the Houthis, who are Zaydis, right? He said, these people who claim to be Muslim. So wait, the Zaydis who are actually way closer to Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Essentially, you might as well call them disbelievers, all right? But then, but then Bashar al-Assad, no, the matters become convoluted. So the point I'm making is that, to be honest with you, bro, I started to realize that they're not independent, and it was a harsh realization for me. And then, because if they're not independent, then why do I need to follow that then? I have to now start looking myself at the evidences, or going to other scholars and seeing other people from all over the world. And that's when I started to look at Sa'id al-Kamli, for example, in Morocco, or Ad-Dado, Shanqiti, for example, in Mauritania. And I started to grow a greater affinity to those scholars because I found that they were speaking, especially in the case of Ad-Dado, they were speaking more truth, and they seemed to not care as much. That was it. They seemed to be more independent, and their knowledge was as good, if not better. And I personally believe it is, sorry to say, much better in terms of certain memorization and stuff like that. So that's it. That's how I transitioned. I mean, in terms of that. But some people will be very upset with this, and I understand where you're coming from. But the fact is, I'm be honest, that's my authentic position. This is something I determined by myself before probably I even became famous. This is something I, determined by myself, and that's what I believe. And so I agree with the sentiment, bro, that the present day scholars, a lot of them, but I have to also say some of them are very good, and some of them I've met their family members, and I find that they are sincere. So, for example, Sheikh Salah al-Munajjid, Sheikh Salah al-Munajjid, who is the mushrif of Islam Q&A. I believe
he's in jail.
I believe this man is sincere. I respect this man. I might not agree with the way he does fiqh and whatever and all that stuff. Wallahi, I respect this man. And he's because of mawaqif. What mawaqif? For example, his son, someone killed his son. I don't know if you know about this situation. Someone killed his son in Saudi Arabia. His own blood son. And guess what he done? He forgave him. He could have gotten him executed as well, but he exercised that forgiveness thing. This shows you, a man of character. And when it came to the Syrian situation, he didn't care about anybody. He was on the TV. I have so much respect for him. So someone like these people, I'm not trying to brand everybody the same, but if you lose your independence, like Aid al-Qadni, for example, who had to basically come on the TV groveling and apologizing, I can't respect this, brother. I can't respect these kind of group of scholars. I'm sorry to say, if you're being controlled by politics, I can't. You want me to follow that? Why should I? This is the question. Why should we? Why should I tell my family members to follow a man who's not independent, or men who are not independent, who are basically beholden to state interests? I have no reason to be beholden to any state interest. So that's number one. So that's how I transitioned. I transitioned to this, still Athari, everything, but at the same time now I realize fiqh is much more wide. I used to think fiqh was about Islam Q&A. When I wanted to know a definitive answer to a fiqh question, what I used to do in the past was go on Islam Q&A. And wallahi, I used to think Islam was what Islam Q&A said, until I started studying elsewhere. And I thought, subhanAllah, these guys, these Malikis here have different perspective, and they are and they're providing evidence, bro. These Hanafis over here, wait a minute, let me hear what they actually have to say. Wallah, let me hear what their evidence is. Even on issues where I'll be honest, even on issues where there's like big difference of opinion, let me hear what they have to say on it. Especially on issues where there's big difference of opinion, where the Hanafis will make life easier for us. Let's hear what they have to say. But no, honestly, I started listening everywhere. And I started like, Islam is much more wide than I initially thought that it was. It has Islam is not Islam Q&A, bro. You know what I mean? It's Islam Q&A. Islam is not. And I met the people who write Islam Q&A, and they were telling me they're surprised at the amount of people that follow it and that think it's the definitive statement. And even we've had communications with them on, like, some of their fatwas on, like, I've met the families of all these mashayikh and stuff like that. And by the way, all these major mashayikh, I've sat and met most of them, the Saudi ones. I've sat and spoke to them. I have some recordings. I've never told anyone this. I had conversations, wallahi, yeah. But the point I'm making is I've come to a conclusion that some of them are not independent. The ones who are independent, we don't hear their voices as much, but they're not independent. So I can't follow somebody like that. However, having said that, I'm not gonna lie to you as well, because I do love all the Muslims, and I love your work, and I love you as an individual, right? I think you're an excellent asset to the Ummah. I've been on Twitter for 2 weeks, going back and forth with the Arab nationalists and the racists. I've never been, I can say this to you, bro. I've never been as disappointed in my life in any community than that. Because wallahi, I was shocked that they can come out with the racism like that. And I know there's a connection between a da'wat al-Najdiyya and nationalism. I'm assured of it. I know that if a scholar in Saudi Arabia had the same view that me and Daniel just had and espoused and said this is the dominant historical view in the East and the West, if they espoused it, they'd be written off by a lot of the communities. Even someone like Hatim al-Auni can't come out and speak like that. And he's very critical of so many different positions. He can't come out and say that. He can't speak about Ibn Abdul Wahhab. He can't do it. So it's a nash. That's why you will not find scholars doing it. There's a tribal element, there's a cultural element, and so on and so forth, akhi. But having said this, what I will say is, one question I have for you is this. So one of the main refutations you've done on Amr Sulaiman, going back to this point, is when he did that libation thing on the floor, blah blah blah, and you said he was doing shirk and blah blah blah. He needs to come out. Okay, but now your views on shirk seem to have become more lenient and changed, if I might be honest with you and tell you that, right? So, for example, I don't know if you were defending him, but there was this guy that was like an extremist, essentially, extreme Sufist. I don't know what he was saying, that Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam basically can control the atoms of the creation, and this. Did you see this? He was saying that he can create another universe or something. I don't know what he was saying, something like this. He can hear everything, he knows everything. I don't know what to make. Either he's mentally ill or that he's not a Muslim. Sorry to say, this is beyond the pale, bro. This is the kind of thing that's too much, bro. So you were kind of giving him courtesy, and I was thinking, okay, well, if you're giving this guy courtesy here, bro,
you're talking about Sheikh Yasser Hanafi?
Yeah, of course I know. No, I'm not talking about Hanafi. I'm not talking about Yasser Hanafi. I'm talking about, there's like a man
clip you're talking about?
I'm talking about a guy who's speaking in Arabic, yeah, and he had like a guy that was translating for him. Do you get it? He had a guy that was translating. I think he might have been Mauritanian. He was wearing a Mauritanian garments. I don't know if we can find this. And he was saying that
you're talking about Sheikh Salek. Sheikh Salek.
This guy was saying that the Prophet Muhammad can create the atoms, or he can do this and he can hear that. And bro, the stuff he was saying was extreme on anybody's anybody's estimation. And if we're gonna pardon Amr Sulaiman for libation, throwing water on the floor, and I agree, he shouldn't have done that, and I totally agree. But that's way worse, akhi. There's no comparison between this one and that one.
Yeah, so Sheikh Saleh, I mean, this is what the Wahhabis will mention, but the position that he was talking about is a respected position, the Shafi school. He was expressing the Shafi position on the kind of fadl that has been given to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam from
Wait.
Allah.
Let's bring what he said. Can we bring what he said? Have you got his video? Can we, because akhi, this guy did not say nothing Shafi, bro. This guy is here.
Did you see the statements? Like, we can bring the statements of the Shafi scholars. I mean, I did an entire long video on this about the statements like of Subki, Ibn Hajar al-Haytami, Imam Suyuti, where they say that the Prophet ﷺ control, owns the entire universe and can do with it as he wishes.
No,
this is a statement of Suyuti. Statement of Suyuti. This is a statement of Ibn Hajar al-Haytami.
He owns the universe.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, we can bring up the statements. Let's bring them up.
Bring out the statement.
Let's bring up so that you can say, you know.
No, but let's assume, like, what are we talking about here? Are we saying that?
Yeah, we'll bring it up. We'll bring up the statement.
The qawl, or should we bring about what this guy said first? No, what this guy said.
Let's bring out. Let me pull up the. Hold on.
The Prophet ﷺ is the owner of the universe. So who's the owner? Allah or the Prophet? Which one is it? Do you know what I mean? Even if Subki said that, I'd reject it, akhi. What's this? Did you know what I mean? Like, that's too much, akhi.
No, but they're talking about the fadl. They're talking about the fadl that has been granted to the Prophet ﷺ. This is similar to what Brailvis believe. Like, the Brailvis also have this kind of belief. Wait. This is found amongst, you know, some of the Sunni schools and some of the scholars of.
So wait, let's get your belief on the table on it. What are we talking about here? Because I don't. Maybe we disagree here. So I don't know if we agree or disagree. So what's your view on this?
Right, I think so. If you believe that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam controls the universe in its entirety and can create like another universe, even if it's dependent on power that Allah has given him, I think that's shirk. Like that's shirk. Yeah. But just because someone has that position doesn't make them a mushrik. I think that this is something wrong. If someone starts teaching this, if someone starts saying that this is something that acceptable,
let me understand the surah.
I would disagree with that.
Wait. Let's be frank. Are we saying that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he owns the universe in the same way that Allah owns it, or a different way?
No, different. Allah is, because his ownership is dependent on Allah granting him that ownership.
Okay, but there's an issue here still, Daniel, which is the following, right? So if we say for the sake of
there's many issues. I agree. This is not my view. Okay, so this is where a lot of people get confused. They say just because I'm describing the views of others, they think that that's my view, or I think that it's acceptable. I'm being an academic. So listen, like, I'm being an academic and I'm being honest. This is what the Wahhabis don't do. The Wahhabis want to take out clips of like Sheikh Saleh saying something or some other like opponent that they have, or you even. They take one of your statements and they clip it out of context. And I want to say that, well, this statement that has been made, this actually has a basis in the Islamic tradition in the sense that there are other authoritative scholars like Subki, Suyuti, Ibn Hajar al-Haytami, who have said this, who have made statements like this that are controversial. And therefore, while we may not accept that statement or think that it's acceptable, we might even think that it is bid'ah, or even we might think that it is kufr, it is still there. So this is an academic description of the Islamic tradition. That doesn't mean that's my personal position. So Sheikh Saleh is not my sheikh.
Yeah, of course.
You know, Sheikh Yasser Hanafi also is not my sheikh, but I highly respect him as well.
Yeah, of course. Now, there's a big difference between Yasser Hanafi on the one hand and this guy. I promise you, what he was saying, I don't know if you reposted him. Yeah, you did actually. So you know what he was saying was very, very severe, bro. I mean, if a child heard what he was saying, they would think that he's describing Allah. They would not think that he was describing the Prophet Muhammad, bro. He's saying that he owns the universe, he this and that, and blah blah blah. Akhi, it's way too much. Just like it's this is and this is where I disagree with even the criticism of, like, you know, some people say istighatha, the reason why there's shirk is istiqlaliyah. I don't believe that that's the only reason. So, for example, look, if someone believes in the following, if someone says the Prophet Muhammad can hear in the same way that Allah can hear, he has the same level of hearing, but that he's dependent on him. For me, that's not only it's illogical, but it's a form of shirk as well. Yes, because it's the same as saying, okay, can Allah create another God? Essentially, can Allah create a God like him? No, he can't. So let's say, can Allah create an entity which is also all powerful, also all knowing, also all hearing, and let's say like 5 attributes, right? But it's the same as Allah's taswiyah. It's exactly the same as Allah's attributes. But they happen to be, that entity happens to be dependent on Allah. I would say, first of all, this is a contradiction in terms, because that entity cannot exist. It's like a squared circle. But also, I would say that that's, now we are dealing with shirk, because you're doing taswiyah. You're essentially saying that this person has the same level of knowledge or the same level of power as Allah. Then you're saying they're the same. At that point, you don't need to say anything else. You're saying that Allah can hear 100%, the Prophet ﷺ can hear 100%, even though one is giving this, like this, it's a form of Trinitarianism. It's the same thing. They say that, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Yeah, one of them is begotten from the. It's the same sort of thing, akhi. We cannot accept that. Do you know what I mean? Even if someone brought some aqwal here and there, even if Subki said something, which I doubt he said this. I mean, I doubt he said that the taswiyah and this Allah can hear, that the Prophet can hear the same as Allah. I doubt he said it. I know he was obviously going back and forth with Ibn Taymiyyah on istighatha, and he disagreed with Ibn Taymiyyah on istighatha. I know obviously As-Suyuti made a case for istighatha. Yeah, and I know
look, I mean, this is what I had a debate on, like the debate that I had with Jake. Okay, this was earlier this year. You will find like these positions. Okay, I accept what you're saying. I completely agree that we shouldn't accept this. Like, this is an extreme belief. They have their argumentation for it. They say, no, it's not the same, because we don't think that the Prophet ﷺ is independent. He is dependent on Allah for this power that we believe that he has, that he can manage the universe and he can even create, etc. Okay, I don't find that compelling. I don't think that is acceptable belief to have. And I will go as far as to say that this is actually shirk. Like, this is a shirk belief. This is going too far, and it falls into shirk. And I've been very consistent in pointing this out.
Yeah.
However, does that mean that we do takfir of this individual? Well, if we're going to do takfir of this individual, we have to make takfir of the Brailvis. We have to make takfir of Subki. We have to takfir Suyuti. And then furthermore, some of the scholars that they promote also have kufr beliefs. So Ibn Taymiyyah, for example, believe that it's permissible to believe that hell is not eternal. The fire, the nar, is not eternal, that it will come to an end. It's acceptable to believe that as a Muslim, in contradiction to the Quran. And many scholars within the time of Ibn Taymiyyah and thereafter said that this is kufr. Like, Ibn Taymiyyah is advocating for kufr. He is advocating and saying that it's acceptable to believe that the hellfire will come to an end. It's not eternal. That's one. Another belief of Ibn Taymiyyah, that creation has always existed. The creation has always existed, and it didn't have a beginning point. It has always been created and recreated constantly, continuously, but there was never a beginning point. It has always existed in the past, and it will always exist into the future. That's also Ibn Taymiyyah's belief. That again,
he doesn't
many
believe that it was
consider
one
to be
universe,
kufr.
Though. He believed that he kept creating perpetually into the
right. But some creation existed continuously. There wasn't a beginning point. This is another belief
not that one creation existed. That he believed that Allah created
some creation, not the same, has existed perpetually. Yeah. This is also considered kufr by many scholars. One could say the majority. And then the other belief, he also says that the Prophet ﷺ committed shirk, or uttered shirk, rather. He uttered shirk. Qissat al-Qaraniq, if you know the story of the cranes and the that whole narration.
Well, I think he makes a life of that. No,
he accepts it. He accepts the narration. The Sunni scholars say, the other Sunni scholars say that this is either fabricated or is very weak. But Ibn Taymiyyah says that no, this is something that actually took place. And so
I
this
doubt
is
that,
a
man.
big
I
thing
have
to
to
say
look
that the
into that one.
Prophet ﷺ uttered shirk. This is a very big claim to make that Ibn Taymiyyah makes. And I don't
Yeah.
think it's acceptable to accuse the Prophet
Well,
ﷺ of
let's
uttering
deal with
shirk.
each one of them at a time. So definitely I do believe that he believed that the hellfire runs out. Yeah, that's Fana'un Nar. And some people will deny that, but that's definitely in the Majmu'at al-Fatawa, and it's also in what's his name, Ibn al-Qayyim's books as well. He has a whole chapter on it in
Yep.
Shifa al-Alil, which is one of his compendious, like, magnum opus works. And interestingly enough, Albani refutes him, refutes Ibn al-Qayyim.
Harshly refutes Ibn
Yeah,
Taymiyyah and
he
Ibn
refutes
al-Qayyim.
both, but yeah, Ibn al-Qayyim has like a whole chapter in it, and Albani is coming at it more from, he's like coming more from a scriptural perspective. He's attacking the hadith. He's saying that this is not the hadith. He's relying upon our weak, etc. He's coming more like that, less than a mantiq sort of perspective. But I mean, to be fair to Ibn Taymiyyah here, right? Ibn Taymiyyah, you can still give him other. Why? Because he actually, when he was explaining, I don't know if you ever saw his explanations for Fana'un Nar, right? He was giving some precedent. Okay, now I'm not saying I agree with his qawl. Obviously, I don't, right? And nor do I agree with the other qawl of the hawadith la, it's called hawadith la awla. There's creations into the past perpetually, right? I don't agree with either of those for scriptural reasons. But Fana'un Nar, like for example, you know in Surah An-Naba where Allah says, "Labithina fiha ahqaba," that they will stay in the ahqab, for ahqab. A lot of the Salaf scholars, and if you look at like some of the really old school tafsir, even Tabari mentions some of them, Muqatil ibn Sulaiman, all these kind of old school scholars, they say ahqab is for like epochs, right? So they're giving an indication. Some of them do give the indication that okay, well, there's going to be an end point. So he makes 2 or 3 different arguments. One of them is a scriptural argument, and he uses the Salaf actually, and these tafsir and these kind of things. Another one is that he uses a mantiq based sort of argument. He says that Allah says that kataba ala nafsi al-rahma, that he's written mercy upon himself, and therefore if his mercy is going to overpower his ghadab, all right, then that eventually means the hellfire has to run out. So he actually makes a couple of good arguments and interesting arguments, even though I disagree with what he's saying, or I disagree with the position. It's not as like kufri as people. He's got lots of different evidence adilla. The one about honestly, I think you may be mistaken about the satanic verses thing. I may be as well. I'll double check it, but I think that he may be mistaken because I think he rejected that. But
He accepted it. I mean, that's one of
certainly
the
after
controversial things about Ibn Taymiyyah is that he accepted it.
we'll look at it.
I
We'll
mean,
look at
yeah,
it together.
that could be in double check it, but
But yeah, so this is
the point is
so,
though
but
that he has these
yeah.
beliefs that other scholars, you could
Yeah,
say
yeah.
in some
So
cases
there has to be other.
unanimously considered to be kufr.
Therefore, that's the excuse making. But what I'll say to you, Daniel, is that if that's true, then so if this guy Sheikh Salik's coming out, you just said now that he's saying things which amount to kufr or shirk, right? No problem. So then Amr Sulaiman, when
No,
he's
if it's
throwing
interpreted, I didn't say that he said
Oh.
things that in a certain interpretation,
Yeah.
because it wasn't clear. Like if from the clip that the Wahhabis were publicizing, like he makes a
Didn't he say
statement
that
about
the Prophet
the
owns the
control
universe?
of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that the tasarruf fil kawn, okay, tasarruf fil kawn, this tasrif al kawn, which you can translate it as management of the universe or control of the universe. There's different ways to translate tasarruf, but depending on how you interpret it, it could be shirk, like pure shirk, or it could be something that is like mainstream Sunnism. Because if tasarruf just means that the Prophet ﷺ has mu'jizat,
Yeah,
that
of course.
then everyone agrees with that. Or if you say
course.
that the Prophet ﷺ, Allah has granted him certain barakah, that he can exercise certain things that normal people can't, then that's mainstream Sunnism. That's in the Quran, that's in Hadith. No one rejects that. So tasarruf, it all falls down on the interpretation. Now these Wahhabis, they take the most uncharitable reading of his statements and they say this is clear-cut shirk, and they distribute this clip
Of who?
in order tasarruf fil kawn, this
Oh,
concept of tasarruf, is Sheikh
of
Saleh.
who? Oh, okay.
They
Maybe,
mass
yeah.
distribute this
No,
clip
but the
of
video
Sheikh
that I
Saleh.
saw seemed really over the top, man. He was like, it's almost as if he was trying to say that if you heard him, you'd think he's speaking about Jesus Christ.
I'm not sure what clip that you're referring to.
I don't know if we can get this clip, Mahi. Well, we bring this clip. He's saying too much stuff, Akhi.
I mean, the kinds of thing that he is saying, okay, is similar to what Suyuti said. Suyuti said that he gives narrations actually of karamat, like certain miraculous things that took place. Says that there was like certain men who were going on Hajj, for example, and they were traveling and they were hungry and they couldn't find any food, and so they went and took a nap. That he went and slept somewhere, and then in his dream he saw the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam bringing him food. Bringing him bread, actually. And then when he woke up, he had the bread and he was able to eat it and he was able to satisfy himself. Like this kind of karamat of the Prophet ﷺ being able to come out of the grave, for example, or to do these miraculous things on the basis of his favor. So you find statements like this, and that's what they're referring to when they say tasarruf, when they say...
absolutely. And that is something Molten Ijma', like, obviously everybody believes the miracles of, the prophets, and like I have tasarruf right now.
Even Ibn Taymiyyah, actually, this is Iqtida Sirat al-Mustaqim, which you've referred to as well, where he talks about those who go to the graves of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, or awliya even, and they make requests. They make requests of the people in the qubur, and those requests are granted.
He didn't consider it to be shirk. It's true.
But he believed that it's something that can be granted. He believes that they have the power, that these people in the graves, the awliya and the anbiya, they actually have power to grant these things.
Not by themselves, right? So obviously, if they believe that these awliya are transmitting that information to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through some kind of intermediary, as intermediaries, rather than them themselves, like, I think that, Iqtidat Salat al-Mustaqim, he makes the argument it's bid'ah. I don't think he ever goes as far as to say shirk, which is another difference between Ibn Taymiyyah and the general Dawah Najdiyah. So the reason why I'm bringing all of this to your attention is just to show that, all right, so we're granting a lot of concessions to some people, but then we have to entertain the idea that maybe then there is some personal grudges that we may have, and because if we're now trying to unify the ummah together, and we're saying that we want mainstream Islam, the free Sunnis want to come together, the centrist Sunnis, whatever you want to call us, mainstream, conservative, orthodox, any word you want to use, right? Mainstream, because we're trying to bring everybody, right? What we're trying to do, because people don't know what we're calling to. What we are calling to is removing the fringes, which I don't know if you would agree with this. The ones who are extreme takfiri, even you do find extreme Sufis as well. Someone who like a peer who thinks he's the bee's knees or something like that, and you have to follow him and you have to give them bay'ah and all these kind of things. And if you don't, then he starts mocking you, or that they have beliefs that are actually extreme as well. Like there are beliefs everywhere that are extreme. All of those have to be alienated, and we have to come to the middle in the center ground. And to be honest, I think on my side of things, on my part of things, because me and you have refuted feminism as well, we have to be careful on the gender issues also. Like we have to be careful not to alienate women. I believe that that's something I've learned recently, because we don't want to alienate anybody now. I think we need to get a broad net of Muslims accepting and making seeing Islam as an easy thing to follow. In the deen yusr, ولا يشاد الدين أحد إلا غلبه, that the deen, the religion, is ease, and no one makes the religion hard for them except that it overwhelms them. There are things like that. So we want to make Islam comprehensive, easy for people. We want to make it a lot of people from all the different backgrounds find it easy. Black people, white people, Arabs, non-Arabs, men, women, everybody. And I think that because me and you refute feminism, people think that we're anti-women or something, right? And this couldn't be far away from the truth. In fact, we're saying to women, we're trying to say to them that feminism is something that will make you will destroy your life. The reason why we're refuting feminism is because we love you. We want you to be part of the ummah and
No,
to be
we're
proud of the
refuting
Islamic identity.
feminism not for the. I refute feminism not for the benefit of women. Okay,
Okay.
that's part of the story, but it's
Sure.
one part. The bigger part is that feminism destroys society. It destroys the human race.
Yeah.
You have a birth rate collapse in Muslim countries, and you
Yeah.
have the destruction of marriages, destruction of family. This is a collapse of Muslim society. If you don't have stable Muslim families, how can you have, a strong Muslim polity? How can you have strong Muslim resistance against genocide and imperialism? So
Mm.
feminism is actually extremely destructive to the entire ummah, to the human race. It's an anti-human
Yeah.
ideology, and it has to be refuted. So I agree with you that we need to have a kind of broad net, and we welcome everyone, but we're not going to compromise. Okay, we're not going to
Yeah.
compromise on core Islamic beliefs. So what are
Yes.
core Islamic beliefs?
Yes.
And of course, we have the 6 pillars of Iman.
Yes.
That is something that can't be compromised. And there are
Yes.
certain values that can't be compromised. Like, no one can come and say, contrary to everything that the Quran and the Sunnah teaches, that patriarchy has no place in Islam, or patriarchy is shirk, for example, which the feminists do. Or come and say that, oh, we have to have secularism in Muslim societies, and we have to. Okay, if you're going to come with that kind of deviation from the Quran and Sunnah and the Islamic tradition, we're going to refute that.
And
If
how
there's
you're defining patriarchy as like in the linguistic sense of like a man being in charge of a household. That's how you're defining it.
man being in charge of a household, his community, society, a nation, the
Yeah.
ummah,
So
like men
the
are
only
in
thing
charge.
is, I agree that obviously that that's what we do, but the only thing with the use of the word patriarchy, which is why I don't like to use it myself personally, right? Especially when I'm treating feminism, is that they associate it with oppression. It's sort of like when you use the word slavery in the Western context, they associate it with racism, like as a connotation. And so if we say okay, we believe in patriarchy, it's almost as if we're saying, a lot of these people misinterpret it as if we're saying we believe in oppression, right? So I mean, I learned these things on the way, but even like saying Nejdi, I've had to be careful of saying that now, because these people think when I say the word Nejdi,
Yeah,
I'm
just say
talking about a
Wahhabi,
race.
bro. Just say Wahhabi.
The thing is, it's Allah's name. There's lots of I don't want to associate it with Allah's name, Al-Wahhab. It's almost a praise it, yani. But the thing is, I'll
Say
say that's like,
Israel, like Israel is the name of a prophet. We still are cursing Israel, like the country. Like,
yeah.
terms have meanings, like beyond what.
And I'll tell you something else about that as well. I'll be honest, right? When I used to be a neo Salafi, when I used to, as I said, listen to Al Fawzan and these kind of scholars and take knowledge from them and all that kind of stuff. If anyone used the word Wahhabi, I would just ignore them. That's how I think. It would just
But this
turn
is
me off.
saying, like, Nejdi is not doing anything different. Like, they also will ignore you if you say Nejdi. Nejdi is not less pejorative. It just
Yeah.
adds the baggage of now you have to keep
Racist.
giving a disclaimer of, oh, I don't mean everyone in Nejd. Like, that's the problem. Like, every time you say Nejdi, you have to give the
It's
caveat.
true, yeah.
You have to the disclaimer. So just say
It's true.
Wahhabi, bro. That's their term for themselves.
It
That's
might
the
be
term for themselves. They called themselves the Wahhabiyun. Al-Wahhabiyun was their preferred term.
Honestly, when I don't know if you ever went through a neo Salafi phase, right? But proper neo Salafi phase. And I used to follow these scholars. And as I said, if someone like from the outside said the word Wahhabi, I would take offense to it. So because I have that background, like I don't know, did you used to take offense? If someone called you Wahhabi 5-10 years ago,
I
would you
just
take
roll my
offense?
eyes.
What do you think of them?
I'd roll my eyes because they're just calling me Wahhabi because I am promoting conservative Islamic positions, the
Yeah,
correct
if you heard
Islamic
someone
position.
like me or you talk about Wahhabism, right?
I just
Would
I
you?
just roll my eyes if it were
Yeah,
just
exactly.
like,
So
I'll
it's
tell
not
you. Look,
what
I'll
it
tell you.
puts
I'll give
them
you my
off.
background. I'll give you my
Yeah,
background. You know
sure.
my connection to this this strain,
Salafi.
you want to say. So I studied Hanbali fiqh and
Sure.
usul al-fiqh. Okay, I studied Zad al-Mustaqni. I went through ibadah and things like that. I studied Hanbali fiqh, and I also really liked the philosophy of language that Ibn Taymiyyah proposed. It was like intellectually very interesting to me, his philosophy of language and how he approached the question of the proof for God's existence, and the critiques that he had of kalam. Because I was also studying philosophy at the time at undergraduate and then graduate school, and in philosophy, like the Western philosophy programs, especially analytic philosophy, you study ordinary language, what's called ordinary language philosophy.
Mm.
It's associated with figures like mainly Ludwig Wittgenstein.
Yeah,
Uh,
Wittgenstein, and then he redone his theory the second time round and stuff like that.
right. So his what's very interesting about this ordinary language philosophy of Wittgenstein and others is that
What's
they
his
say
book
that
called? Tractatus. That's his main
the
book.
Tractatus was his early
Yeah.
philosophy, and then his second work is, or his second strand was philosophical investigations. So
Yeah.
in Tractatus, what he's trying to do initially, what Wittgenstein tries to do initially, is he wants to conceptualize all of logic and philosophy in terms of like set theory and standard propositional logic. That's
Mm.
his goal. Because once we make language almost like mathematics, then
Mm.
every philosophical problem we can solve, because it'll just be like solving equations. And
Yes.
that's the kind of positivist view of language that emerged in the end of the 19th, early 20th century,
That's right.
associated with Wittgenstein, but also like Alfred Whitehead and Bertrand Russell, etc.
Yeah.
So then,
What's the school called? Not positivist school. The something school. Together they were called something, right?
I think they were the logical positivists.
Yeah, positivism. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But yeah.
what Wittgenstein realized is that he was a part of it. His book Tractatus was a part of it. He was trying to do this, but then he came to a realization that actually it's impossible. You cannot put language in terms of set theory, in terms of mathematics, because there's always going to be things that you cannot express in terms of set theory. And
Yeah.
then on this basis, he refutes positivism basically. But this kind of insight about the limits of language and how language itself can become an obstacle to further understanding.
Oh, you're
This
talking about Wittgenstein, because AJ Ayer had a similar journey. I think is that he moved from positing positivism and then realizing it's an untenable notion. This was like in the 20s and 30s, right? That's when
Yep.
all of this. Yeah.
Yeah, so this view, it has a lot of consonance with what Ibn Taymiyyah says, actually. Because Ibn Taymiyyah says that the categories of Greek logic, it might seem like you're able to do a lot and come to a great deal of understanding by using these categories and making these kinds of arguments. But at a certain point, at a certain level of abstraction, your abstraction and these terminologies, these categories become an obstacle to your further understanding. And that actually starts obscuring the issue. And so you might think that you're coming to more certain knowledge of Allah by using the kalam cosmological argument or the contingency argument. But actually, no, you're getting further and further away from understanding Allah. And this is the critique you know of. Because he, as you've pointed out, Ibn Taymiyyah didn't say that therefore the contingency argument becomes haram. He didn't say that. He said that it can still be used. There are still certain situations where someone is really, something needs to help them accept Allah, that we can use the contingency argument. However, the contingency argument is not going to get you closer to certainty in Allah as He is. Allah as revealed in the Quran and Sunnah, because you have to accept certain ideas regarding independence, necessity, etc., that conflict with the revelation. And this is his whole debate between aql and naql, and what comes first, what is prior, what is more fundamental. Is it aql or is it naql? Is it reason or is it revelation? And he had the entire his magnum opus on this, that you've
Mashallah, so
covered
you've
in your
done your
videos.
reading. This is I didn't know that you were interested in this line of this kind of stuff as well.
I mean, this was my attraction to Ibn Taymiyyah. This was my attraction to the Hanbali school, and I still have a lot of respect. And I think, even though I don't agree with a lot
Was
of,
there ever a time where you were like where you were Salafi and then you became non-Salafi, or was there a transition? Like, are you Athari? And what's your thing?
Yeah, I always say that I'm Athari, and I say, look, I explain it. I've been consistently explaining this. I never accepted Salafism in the sense of
Mm-hmm.
rejection of the madhahib, like rejecting a madhab. And I
Yeah, I
always
get.
saw that
Yeah,
as foolish. Like it doesn't really make sense. How can you reject the
yeah,
madhahib? Because
because
you're
they're bringing up
rejecting.
their own sort of madhabs.
Yeah, you're bringing up your own madhab, except it's the madhab of like Fawzan instead of the madhab of
Exactly.
Shafi'i or
Yeah.
Imam Ahmed.
Fawzan was closer to Hanbalism. To be fair, Albani is the one who really, made his own ijtihadat and had his own madhab essentially.
Yeah, I never found that compelling. But
Mm-hmm.
in terms of Ibn Taymiyyah's approach, like his critique of the use of Greek logic and saying, well, there's been too much movement into accepting these categories within Kalam. I thought there was some, he had a point there. Also,
Yeah.
some of these practices when it comes to the graves, some of
Yeah.
these practices when it comes to istighatha, I still think that he has a very valid
Yeah, he
point.
does.
He
He does.
had his what he's looking at is the trajectory, like where things are
Yeah.
going. It's becoming
Yeah.
very bad, and
Yeah.
someone has to make a
Of course.
categorical statement. So
Yeah.
even though I don't necessarily agree with his entire analysis, I think that
Yeah.
some of his
Because
interlocutors had better
see, this is a good
arguments
point, Nandio,
ultimately.
because what it is,
Yeah.
akhi, is a lot of people will confuse ta'sil al-hukm and tanzil al-hukm, right? So ta'sil is the abstraction of the ruling, and tanzil is the implementation of the ruling, right? Now you can have whatever abstract belief you want to have about istighatha, right? I think the bigger question, and they've had so many istighatha debates and all this kind of stuff. The bigger question is not in the abstraction. I think the bigger question is actually in the tanzil, is actually in the implementation. Because I have been around the Muslim world, and wallahi, I ask people that performed a lot of this stuff, and I say, "What do you mean? But what do you think of this?" And I'm surprised and shocked that a lot of them do believe that the Prophet has intrinsic powers that he can give them. Okay, now on anyone's analysis, that is shirk. On anyone's analysis. So the fact is, because a lot of it is the Sufis who don't like Ibn Taymiyyah and they don't like the Atharis and they don't like this, that, and the other, they are reactionary towards it to a point where they blur the lines now. So we don't know what you're endorsing. You're not endorsing someone going to the grave and basically asking the Prophet, and you can think he hears you, and then he thinks that information is going to go to Allah. This guy now who's got this layman in one of these subcontinental areas or in North Africa and anywhere it may be. I met one Moroccan guy. Wallahi, I'll never forget. And I said, after I met this guy and I asked him, what do you think when you're doing this? He said, I believe that the Prophet himself, and he told me clearly, and I had to make sure that he was saying the right thing, that he himself can grant me this X, Y, and Z. He said he can do it himself. So when I realized that, akhi, that has to be tackled as well. That is a problem. If on anyone's analysis, that's shirk. Anyone's analysis. A Subki will tell you that's shirk. A Suyuti will tell you that's shirk. Ibn Taymiyyah will tell you that's shirk. If that is shirk by ijma'. And so that is an issue. And
Yeah, I mean, I would take Ibn Taymiyyah's approach to this. Like, I would take
yeah,
Ibn Taymiyyah's approach, which is to say that, look, there are people who are suffering from ignorance. They need to be educated. They need to be, shown the evidences that this is something unacceptable to believe, that this is shirk.
yes,
And
exactly.
but we don't do takfir of that person, let alone say that, oh, all of
Yeah, of
Morocco
course.
is a mushrik nation, is a mushrik
Yeah,
nation. We have to do
yeah,
jihad against them to bring them tawheed. Like that's the difference between Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So I'm
yeah,
100% in agreement that Ibn Taymiyyah was responding to something that was a real need of the time. And even in the time of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, I'll even concede this much. Even in the
yeah,
time of Ibn
yeah,
Abdul Wahhab, in the
yeah,
18th century,
yes,
there were extreme practices, and that
yes,
those need to be corrected. And there
yes,
were many revivalists who were correcting these things in their
yes,
own context. Even
yes,
Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab, even the brother of Ibn Abdul Wahhab, was against these practices.
yeah.
Shah
Like the
Waliullah in the
divination of
subcontinent.
trees.
Yeah, they
Um,
were against this. They
some
were
of them didn't
condemning
believe
this.
in akhirah.
They didn't do mass takfir. That's the difference. They solved the
That's right.
problem without
That's right.
mass takfir, without declaring jihad, without
Yes,
taking women and children as slaves and
exactly.
war booty. And
Exactly.
so this is a very clear distinction that we have to make between Ibn Taymiyyah and just the Hanbali
Absolutely.
tradition in general, and Wahhabis. Like Wahhabis are a
100%.
deviant movement, and they have to be like their poison has been affected. Like in the past, I would think, even with the Medkhalis, like you might have thought in the past that I was some kind of a Medkhali too. In fact, I had no like connection. I wasn't studying their material. I wasn't even under your definition, like what you were doing, like going to Islam Q&A and thinking that that's what Islam is. I never had that perception because even from my undergraduate years, I was reading fiqh and I was studying fiqh and I was studying with people of different persuasions. I had an Ash'ari Aqidah teacher that I studied with and one that was more on the Salafi side and so I had a variety. I always had that. And I always believed in pan-Islamic unity. However, you know, when I see that people are with October 7th, and I see that, look, they are now doing takfir of the Palestinians, or they're saying that we should leave the Palestinians because they don't have the right aqidah. And anyone who calls for pan-Islamic unity is also a Rafidi, is also a deviant, and is a mushrik. They're calling me a mushrik. Then this, you can see the cancer is like, even if it's a minority from a minority of voices, like this is very impactful. And the Zionists are taking advantage of this. You know, their general, right? One of their spokesmen, actually, for the IDF, General Avache, okay, Adore Avache or something like this, Israeli. He will come and cite Ibn Abdul Wahhab. Compare like what this IDF spokesperson says and what Adnan Rajit says. And it's the same thing. Like they're saying the same thing. Oh, the Shia are forever our enemy and they are the Sunnis can never unite with them. They're a cancer. We have to destroy the Shia. We have to destroy Iran.
You and Adnan will bring it together and maybe some unity can happen there as well.
First, we have to bring you and Adnan together. Let's do first things first. You and Adnan need to come together and make up. Because the last thing I saw was you calling him a shekel collector. So
I didn't call him anything shekel related. Okay, wallahi, I didn't call him anything shekel. But we know you, brother. You're gonna just make things up, akhi. You're the bona fide liar, aren't you?
So we gotta bring you two. We're gonna bring you two. You're gonna make up. You're gonna make up together. Mashallah.
No. Look, honestly, I think he's got really good qualities. He's got really good qualities. He really does, and he cares for the dawah. And he's a sincere he's a man that's
MBZ
sincere
dawah, mashallah. Yeah, he cares. MBZ's
and he's
dawah is
not
going strong.
I promise you, he's not allied. I've seen. Wallahi.
Why can't he condemn UAE? Why can't he say?
There may be a reason. I don't know it myself, but he might have a family member there. Wallahi, there could be a reason for that. But I agree with your sentiment that okay, you know what?
If I were him, then I would just not delve into politics.
Yes, I agree with that.
If he really cares about his family member being held hostage in like the Burj Khalifa, then he shouldn't delve into politics at all.
Why on earth would
he shouldn't open the door to politics at all. Keep away from it because you're going to invite the obvious accusation that you're defending the UAE. So he's actually putting his hostage family members in more danger by talking about Iran and the Shia, calling you a potential kafir. Like this is dangerous for his family members being held hostage in Burj Khalifa.
Adnan Rashid is great qualities. I'm actually regretful that I was disrespectful to him. I was regretful to that, and I wish I had composed myself better. You know, honestly, you know, I shouldn't have responded in that. There's some things I said there were very disrespectful, and I'm glad that they're no longer there on the public record. You know, I said some really disrespectful. I didn't call him a shekel collector, but I was, you know,
called him a coin collector, right?
That.
You said you should stick to just coin collecting and not talk about aqidah, and you said he can't recite Juz Amma from the Mus'haf.
How on earth did you catch all that? How did
Dude, everyone was following. Everyone was following all of this, and I posted it too. Like I posted it on my Telegram. All of these.
I make public Toba. I shouldn't have called them any of that. Well, it's beneath. I apologize.
Were you lying? Like, were you lying about him not being able to read from Juz Amma?
No, my son's fantastic, bro. My son, if you listen to his Juz Amma, it's brilliant, akhi.
Yeah, my son as well. We should have a competition with Adnan on one side and your son and my son, and we'll see. We'll give whoever wins. We'll
No,
give them like a candy
yeah, you
bar.
know what? You know
Candy bar.
you found my weakness, because what you're doing is you're making me laugh, yeah, and you know that you can do that, because if I'm gonna find it funny, but I'm trying to say that I'm trying to say I regret what I said. I should have kept my composure, and
No, you
honestly,
should be proud of what you said, and may it be written in your on your scale of good deeds on Yom Al Akhir, because this is like it's very important to call these people out. Like, yeah, I mean it's important. Like someone who can't even read Juz Amma properly, or he doesn't know, like he didn't even know what the Hanbali school was, a school of Aqidah, bro. He's like trying to interrogate me. I roll out the red carpet for Adnan Rashid, treat him with utmost respect, okay, and even glaze him to a certain extent. And then he starts interrogating me, okay, on a live stream that I thought was going to be friendly. That's what the Wahhabis do. They sabotage you and they ambush you. Then he starts interrogating me, and he doesn't even. I ask him, you know, the Hanbali school. Like, I follow the Hanbali school when it comes to Aqidah. He's like, oh, Hanbali is fiqh. Hanbali is fiqh. I mean, it's also, Hanbali can refer to the school of Aqidah as well. It can
the
refer
best
to
thing to
both.
do
He didn't
maybe
even
is
know that. He doesn't even know the basic things, and he wants to have these. He wants to call you a potential kafir. He wants to call me a mushrik. This is disgusting. He considers himself a respectable da'iyah. This should not be allowed. Like, he should be shamed back into the closet where he belongs.
Well, I mean, honestly, I spoke to him for some time. We squashed everything. I don't have any problem. Look, here's my principle, right? And some people call this ikhwanism, and I don't understand why. I really don't understand why. It's just, they might as well call, yeah, astaghfirullah, but they might as well say what Allah says in the Quran is ikhwanism. When he says, وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. That's ikhwanism, apparently. My principle is, and I genuinely, wallahi, I don't know about you, but I've been trying to do like, I've had a couple of spiritual teachers who have basically, they're from a Sufi background, yeah, but they don't do the bid'ah. They understand what bid'ah is and they understand what's not bid'ah. They get that, right? But they still offered me something I never got when I was, to be honest, I've never gotten that when I was a Salafi, right? Or a neo Salafi, I should say. And it was one of the best things that, I did. But when I was going through it with them is that one of the things that I try to do is, especially when it comes to Muslims, I really try, if the person is capable of peace, or if there's a potential of peace with them, I'll always take that. Option. If there's a potential, even if it's 10%. That's why, like, some people attack me. I don't like, nowadays. I don't even attack them back. With Adnan, I attacked him back because he did it a couple of times. He did it 3 or 4 times. On the 5th time, I said, you know what? And I was already on Twitter getting attacked by the Arab nationalists, calling me all kinds of words, which I actually found offensive, bro. I can't lie. It made me very angry, bro. Because who are they to speak to me like that?
Justified.
Anyway,
Well justified.
yeah,
Well
bro.
justified that those
Yeah,
disgusting apes, using that kind of vile language with you, they're
yeah,
disgusting,
bro.
bro. You're
Bro, I'm not gonna
justified.
lie. I was actually, because usually I'm usually quite disciplined with Twitter. I've been disciplined for the last couple of years, 2-3 years, right? And I understand it's an addictive thing, bro. It's so dangerous. It's so addictive. When you get into it, you get into it. I looked at my screen time. I had hours on Twitter. That's never happened in the last, 2-3 years. The amount of hours I had on my Twitter, and it was because I was going back and forth with these guys in Arabic, yeah, and even some of them are shaykh, and some of their like students of knowledge, doctor kada kada, this and that, and doctor this, and bro, they're all doctor, and they're attacking me, and they're telling me this, and this guy's a student of knowledge, and this guy's a student of knowledge in the Arab world, and it's a new form of attack, so I've never dealt with that, so I'm online like engaging with it, and so obviously on the back of that, I was already angry. So when then Adnan came and tried to attack me, I was defensive. I was like, why you've attacked me 3 or 4 times. I said, I'm not going to do nothing back. On the 5th time, I was like, forget this. Why are you talking now? Like, at the end, you saw me getting humiliated. This guy was calling me the N-word. This guy was calling me this guy was calling me that. These guys are saying that they're better than me, and you've stayed quiet for the whole time. Why are you getting involved now? Why couldn't you say something when they were being racist? That's why I was like angry. But obviously, he might not have been following all of that. He might this and that. He might not have been thinking about all that. I don't know what his situation is, but I felt angry. And then because I know him personally, I broke bread with him. I couldn't keep my composure, and I regret that because at the end of the day, bro, I don't want to be dictated by emotion and addiction to Twitter, and it's embarrassing. So with the spiritualist teacher, we've been trying to control my impulses. Sometimes yeah, I'll be honest, I make mistakes. I could do
I
better.
mean, there's
I could do better.
you
And in
can
that situation, I think I should have kept my composure. I should have just let, sleeping
there's
dogs lie, whatever it
definitely
may be.
there's a spiritual dimension to it. So, for example, if you call someone a coin collector, okay, and your intention is to refute a deviant, okay, and to put a deviant in his place so that he shuts his mouth, and your intention is for the sake of Allah, no, really, really. Come on, bro, Muhammad, let's be serious. Let's be serious. I'm making a serious point about spirituality here. So, did you call him a coin collector for the sake of Allah or for the sake of your nafs? And I agree with you.
I said for my nafs, bro. I'm not. I said it for my nafs. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I said it for my nafs.
So that the way to address that, this is what Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali said, right? He makes the distinction about riyah. Riyah is when you hold back from an important action, like you hold back from a good act or an act of ibadah because you're worried about your nafs or you're worried about showing off. He says that's riyah. This is Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali.
I did it because I was angry, bro. I'm not afraid to admit most of the Twitter beefs that I have, and most of the beefs that I had even with the guys, it starts off intellectual and then just descends from me into personal.
So this is my nasiha to you. Is like, don't change, okay, the style of the attack if it's justified and you make your intention for the sake of Allah. Don't take yourself out of the debate. Don't take yourself out, because this is very important work, what you're advocating. And it's even much before the Sneeko debate or the Sneeko podcast. You're advocating pan-Islamic unity. You're pointing out that the problems with this internal division that's exacerbated by the Wahhabis and the Zionists. You were talking about this for a long time. Continue to do that. And when these apes attack you, they attack your family, they insult you, they takfir you, they say that you're a potential kafir, you respond in the same way. You give them back, okay? And this is part of the sunnah. And we know the great Sahabi, Hassan ibn Thabit. The Quraysh were mocking the Prophet ﷺ and making poetry mocking the Prophet ﷺ. What Hassan did was make poetry mocking them, lampooning them. And when the Prophet ﷺ heard this, he said, continue to attack them, yeah, Hassan. And Jibril, the angel, is with you in your attack. So Hassan is making poetry of mockery, derision, derogatory statements, humiliating the Quraysh, and Jibril is actually going to come and help you. So this is a misconception that spirituality means that you have to just always be meek and modest and nice. That's not the case. You can have Jibril, the archangel Jibril, who brings revelation, be with you as you are mocking, as you're deriding. But your intention, your niyyah has to be for the sake of Allah. So that's my nasiha, is just let's work on our intention. Let's work on the spirituality component. Let's defeat the nafs, the ego. But we have to continue doing this work because it's necessary. These enemies are ruthless. These enemies, they are not going to be satisfied until they see the entire ummah under rubble. Even the Wahhabis.
Here's another approach though as well. Like, do you know who's really underrated scholar? He's not fully underrated, but I think he's so underrated for what he is At-Tabari. Because At-Tabari, I think he died at 324 AH. I can't remember exactly the years, but At-Tabari, he had his own madhab. People don't know. He had Jariri madhab. They called it. He had his own school of thought, which being followed for like 200-300 years after his death. Actually, I don't know if you know the story of Al-Barbahari. Have you heard of what happened in that?
I know they made takfir. Like Tabari was made takfir of by.
No, I don't think they made takfir of him, because the thing is, Tabari was an Athar, right? He even wrote a book called the Tafsirah, and that was talking about, but in a different way. He wasn't like the way, how Ibn Taymiyyah speaks about the Sifat, and he's really polemical against Ash'ar. Yeah. At the time, at Tabari, there were like proto-Mu'tazilites and people that would then become leaders of the Ash'ari school, that kind of thing, right? but he never dealt with them in that sort of way. It was more scholarly. If you look at tafsir and stuff, he brings Ahl al-Ra'i, he brings like their opinions and stuff. Even in Tabsirah, he does refute, but very, very cordially and scholarly, right? It's not if you compare it with Ibn Taymiyyah was very staunch in his written refutations. But what happened was that at the time of Al-Tabari, Al-Barbahari, Al-Barbahari, right? Because he wrote a book. So Tabari wrote a book talking about who the fuqaha of his time were, and he put like obviously the big madhab imams, all right, but he didn't put Imam Ahmad there. So he thought Imam Ahmad was not a faqih, and he didn't put him there as like one of the major fuqaha. He put him there as like a muhaddith, not as a faqih. So what happened is that the Barbahari, he had like a rebel. They were kind of like gang members, frankly, right? And that's why you'll find that people that follow his books and follow his style are ruthless as well, because he writes like that. He had like a squadron of ruffians that were with him trying to exact, vigilante justice. And they went to his house and they smashed his house. They threw stones at his house because because of the fact that he didn't put, he didn't put Imam Ahmad as one of the fuqaha. But they took so much offense to that they got, and they kept doing it to him. They were bullying him basically. The fact is though, like look at Al-Barbahari's contribution and his people, and then look at Tabari's contribution. Tabari has produced the most authoritative and influential tafsir of the Quran in the history of Islam. And these guys who wrote like what do you call it? Some books here and there that some people read, but it's nowhere near the same. So the fact is, like there is a thing about rising above it that which I want to do a bit more of myself. I want to rise above a lot more because actually there's two reasons for it. Okay, I understand there's a time for hijab. I understand there's a time for attack, and I'm not saying there isn't. I mean, I'm like that. You're like that. Our temperaments are quite aligned in that regard. Like we like to attack, but I think it's about picking our battles carefully. So for me, I have to protect my energy. With Muslims, I don't want to have bad feelings about Muslims. Why? Because the Quran says, رَبَّنَا لَا تَجْعَلْ فِي قُلُوبِنَا غِلًّا لِلَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. Allah, do not put anger in our hearts for those who believe. So you know that hadith of, the companion that before he went to sleep, he made sure that he didn't have any anger or hostility towards any Muslim before he went to sleep. And then the Prophet said about him that he was going to Jannah. So there's lots of nusus that if we say that these people are Muslim, إخواننا بغوا علينا, as what do you call it? Ibn Abbas said about the Khawarij. He said that these are our brothers, but they went against us or they rebelled against us. I'm not saying that these guys are Khawarij, but I'm saying that if he can have that attitude with the Khawarij, then surely we can have that attitude with some people that are staunch, some people that are whatever. Yeah, sometimes we need to show our claws. Sometimes, like with racism and some inappropriate and unacceptable things, and qawmiyya and all of that kind of thing, we have to show our claws. But then, I think the prevailing theme has got to be rahmah. I mean, it's got to be mercy with the believers. أشداء مع الكفار ورحماء بينهم. That we should be we've got to be like merciful towards or they were merciful towards the believers, the companions, and that they were staunch with the disbelievers and merciful towards the believers. And
I
there's
mean,
a lot of things in the
that's
Quran
my
like that.
approach. My approach when you have a faction that's coming out, okay, and is telling the Muslims that, hey, these Palestinians are grave worshippers and they are deserving of oppression because of their faulty aqidah.
Yeah.
And they're telling Muslims that we need constant civil war, non-stop civil war, because you don't have the correct aqidah. And this is making it easier for the enemies of Islam to attack and to occupy and to genocide. Then it is a mercy on the believers to refute this group, to refute them and to utterly humiliate them for their dishonesty, for their deviance. That is a mercy to the believers, to actually let them run rampant and to let them go unopposed because you're worried about, oh, they're going to attack me, they're going to say this about me, they're going to come after my family. That's not mercy for the believers. That's mercy for
I agree
yourself.
with that. I think there are some people that are just beyond the pale. Like, for example, like you said, when Najdi Dawah becomes takfirism, and now you want to kill me, no, that's where I draw the line. Do you know what I mean? But I have to have evidence that you are on that sort of level. When you want to make tabdi'ah of me, and you're basically saying that I have to be treated like a fasiq. Okay, I might not hate you, in my heart, but I'm going to deal with you like the way you're dealing with me. Yeah, I agree with that. You know,
I
and
mean, look at
I
what they
think,
did, bro. It's not just with Palestine. Like, look at what they did to Yemen.
mm,
300,000 Yemenis, many of them Sunni, massacred because of the blockade that was imposed 10 years ago by Saudi and like a Gulf coalition against Yemen. 300,000. And it was justified. Again, you cited the fatwa from Fawzan about the Yemenis. Look at what they
mm,
did to Iraq. Look at Ibn Baz's fatwa in 1990 about the U.S. coming and setting up bases to go and attack Iraq in the first Gulf War, and then later in the second Gulf War. They gave a fatwa. They said
yeah,
that
which makes no
the
sense actually. Yeah,
the fatwa was not only that, okay, forget about the Tawalli issue, that you're allying with the US as it goes and attacks Muslims. They
exactly.
gave the fatwa
Yeah,
that the Iraqis, Bin Baz gave this fatwa, the Iraqis are atheists. The Saddam, not
I
only
didn't see that.
Saddam is a
Yeah, send
kafir,
me that. You
not
can,
only is he a mulhid,
yeah,
but
Saddam
also
maybe,
the
but
Iraqis.
I don't know if
So
the
they do
Iraqis. I
mass
didn't see that one.
takfir. They do
I don't,
mass takfir of nations to
mm.
justify a Western invasion and
But Albani, to be
occupation.
fair, he was anti all of that.
Yeah, well, he has exiled out of Saudi as well because of some of
Yeah,
his opposition to this. So,
yeah,
but yeah, you can't, as you made this point, you can't paint them all with the same brush. But
yeah.
it Bin Baz, like, this is on his record. Fawzan, it's on his record. The Wahhabis that are supporting this, it's on their record. Like, they will be seen. It's not just one country that has been destroyed because of this Wahhabi mindset. They justify, and it goes all the way back to Abdulaziz ibn Saud. Okay, let's talk about the second wave of Wahhabism and World War One.
Mm.
It was Abdulaziz ibn Saud, okay, the descendant of the original Ibn Saud from the 18th century, who allied with the British against the Ottomans in World War One. The Ottoman scholars, they declared a defensive jihad against the British who were invading. They were going to destroy the Ottomans, massacred them. It was going to be a genocide. They called for a global jihad of Muslims to come and defend the Ottoman Khilafah. What did the Wahhabis do? They took the fatwa of their Mufti Ibn Sahman, one of their major scholars, Ibn Sahman,
Yeah,
which you cited, who said
yeah,
that no, the Ottomans are actually murtaddin. The Turks are murtaddin. He mass takfir
yeah.
the Ottomans. We actually have to support the British. And anyone who supports the Ottomans
Mm.
is a kafir. We support the British because the British are Ahlul Kitab. Now,
Yeah.
this betrayal, okay, and this treaty, the Treaty of Darin in 1915, the British gave Abdulaziz ibn Saud what? They gave him £20,000. They gave him a salary of £5,000 per month, and they gave him a lot of weapons. And those weapons, what did the Wahhabis use with these weapons? They went and they attacked their neighbors. And they
Mm.
specifically targeted the Rashidi Emirates, the Emirates of Rashid in the north of the Arabian Peninsula. And why did they attack them? Because they were pro-Ottoman. They attacked them from the south. So from Najd, they attacked the north, the Rashidi Emirates, because they were pro-Ottoman. And this was a disaster for the Ottomans. Why? Because the British were going from Egypt, okay? They're going from Egypt through Gaza to attack Quds, to attack Jerusalem. And the Ottomans were counting on the allied Arab tribes, in particular the Rashidis, to come from the eastern side and to basically flank the British offensive into Palestine. And what happened was, because the Rashidis were busy with the Wahhabis on the south, because the British had armed the Wahhabis to specifically attack them, they were preoccupied. They couldn't flank the British coming from Egypt. And this contributed to the British being able to take over Quds, take over Palestine, and through the Balfour Declaration of 1917, give the land of the Palestinians to the Zionist Jews. So the Saudi Wahhabi ideology contributed directly to the creation of the State of Israel. And this is the history that a lot of Muslims don't know, but this was a big part. I'm not saying this was the only factor, okay, that led to
Mm.
the creation of Israel, but this was a major factor, was the Wahhabi betrayal of the Ottomans and collaborating with the British. And it's all documented. These British officials are saying that Abdulaziz ibn Saud is so compliant. He loves us. He thinks that we're people of the book. He says that he'll marry his daughters to us because we're Ahlul Kitab, but he won't marry his daughters to the Ottomans because the Ottomans are mushriks. Literally, this is in their books, the British
Mhm.
books that have been documented about this betrayal. This is coming from the founder of what eventually became Saudi Arabia, Abdulaziz ibn Saud. And it was all on the basis of the Wahhabi ideology. So this has to be something that we stamp out. And we've been put in a position, alhamdulillah, with social media. We can
Yeah,
speak out. We know these facts. We know better.
yeah.
So this is not a waste of our time, Akhi. This is not something that's beneath us, that we have higher pursuits. This is something that has shaped the Middle East and the Muslim world today. As we speak, it's
Mm,
shaping our lives.
mm.
It's shaping
Yeah,
the
and
future
Akhi,
of
like
our
I'm not gonna
children.
lie. So this is a good point, and I'll be honest. Some of them were saying to me, so the more educated ones, I had conversation with a couple of them. They won't deny any of this, by the way. Yeah, they may say with this last thing that you said that, well, we don't have anything from the Nejd. They didn't actually write any of this down. The chroniclers didn't write anything down. This is more from British sources, and they say, well, in جاءكم فاسق بنبأ فتبين, or they use this kind of hujjah, right? But the fair-minded ones will be honest about the takfir and about what they done with the Ottomans, etc., right? But what one thing they say as a rebuttal is, oh well, we look at what the muwahhids. It's not just that you had like extremist Asharis, for example, muwahhidun, the in the Moroccan sort of empire, Ibn Tumart. You had Ismailis. You had extremists. Even now, they say that Twelverism contributes to the genocide, which I think is not true. I think whatever Iran decided to do in teaming up with Bashar al-Assad is not because of 12 Shiism, it's because of state interests. I think it's nonsense analysis anyway. But the fact is this is um, that's usually the response. And my response to that response is that you don't really have these groups operating on an international level and changing the world. When I grew up and I saw what's happening in Syria, bro, my own friends in my own school were slaughtered in a foreign country because they were duped by propaganda that had its roots in this ideology, bro. So I'm sorry, but in that regard, there's no other equivalent of things that I need to speak about. There's no wahidun today, yeah, that are trying to destroy nations. There are no like Ismailis that are doing killing people like the assassins used to do. So it's mostly this strand which then permeates into a form of Najdim and Takfirism, which is one of the problems of the Ummah because it's one of the main ways in which disunity happens. Takfir is one of the main ways in which disunity happens. And it actually starts with this idea. And if you listen to the Takfiris, they make a compelling argument using this material. They actually make a compelling argument. They say, look, this is what they did with the Ottomans. Imagine they make the same argument as I'm making, bro. And that's what I told them. If these guys were here alive today, transport them. Would they not be making takfir of modern states? The answer is yes, they would be. So the fact is, if you know that, then what are you meant to do? Takfiri says to them, the thing that you're meant to do is you're meant to kill these innocents. They're not even innocents. They consider them to be part of the problem. And then you're meant to go here and you're meant to go there and you're meant to do this and you're meant to do that. Okay, so then it actually has an impact. And look at Syria, bro. Yes, we talk about Bashar al-Assad. Bashar al-Assad, he was a butcher. He killed hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, he's a very bad man. Yes, Iran it involved itself in that, and they did it for state interest. But you also had the Takfiri groups that were CIA groups. But then you had those individuals, as we saw now, the Epstein files. But these individuals that were called in from, from Morocco and from Algeria and from the West and from Pakistan and from Egypt and from Libya, all these kind of sort of countries, they came in and they filled in the gaps, and then they caused death and destruction for a whole nation like Syria. And now Syria, look at it now, look at the people. Wallahi, I feel so sorry for the people there and what they had to go through. It's as bad as what the Palestinians had to go through. It's as bad, honestly. And they're the same as the Palestinians for me. They're the same irq, the same, they look the same, they're the same people, they're Levantian, Shami individuals. There's no fadl over them, over the Palestinians, or the Palestinians over them. Their cause is one for me. I have no differentiation, and I don't forget what happened in Syria, and I haven't forgotten it just because of what's going on in Palestine now, and we will call that out all the time. And we have, Akhi, and if someone looks at my record or goes on AI and say Mohammed Hijab stance on Syria and like how consistent has he been, there's not going to be a question about how that happens. One of the things that people criticize you for, Daniel, and I'll let you answer this because I don't know whether to agree or disagree with this one yet, is that they say that but basically that you soften your tone with Iran, but then when it comes to all these other groups and all these other nations, you're very harsh. So they're accusing you of what you're accusing them of, but in reverse. How would you respond to that?
Who am I soft with? Which country am I soft with? The
So
countries that are
a lot of
allied
them
with
say that
Israel, the
Iran, like,
countries that are
yeah,
so
they say
no,
that
who
you're
I'm
so
harsh.
soft with
I'm
Iran.
like I'm
Yeah.
harsh on some of these countries because they're allied with Israel and the United
Mm,
States. Like it's
mm.
very simple to understand. It has nothing to do with
You're being
Shiism.
accused of being Shiite, or
It makes
something
no
like that.
sense. Like you can't even say it
Yeah.
with a straight face because it's so ridiculous. Like, look,
No, but it's worth mentioning.
Azerbaijan is a Shi'i country. Azerbaijan is
Mm,
Shi'i. They're
mm,
allied with Israel. You think I'm soft on Azerbaijan, country that is soft on or is allied with Israel? No way.
mm.
The issue is that the same reason that I support the Palestinians, and we talked about this, and
Yeah.
I talked about it with Rajit as well, Adnan Rajit. I said that, look, if you have a problem with my position, okay, if you have a problem with my position with with Iran, then you should also have a problem with the Palestinians because the Palestinians themselves, their leaders, are calling for pan-Islamic unity. They want unity of the Muslims because they recognize that this is the only way to stop the genocide and to
Yeah.
save Palestine and Syria and the Muslims is a unity that goes beyond sect. So if you have a problem with my position, that's where my position is from, actually. That's what
Mm,
inspired my position, is to
mm,
hear what the Palestinians themselves said. And I said
mm,
to
mm.
Adnan, I challenged him, do you think that the Palestinians are fools? And he said, yes, I think that the Palestinians are fools. He said this.
Yeah,
And it
well,
went
that's the
viral,
sort
like
of,
this
yeah.
kind of statement.
I mean, that's, yeah. No, I mean, no. If I don't see that, but if he did say that, I mean, that's a preposterous thing. But
Yeah,
what I was
he
saying,
said it and he doubled down on it. Like
yeah,
this is the
yeah,
kind of person that we're dealing with. These are the
mm,
objections that they bring. It's complete hypocrisy. Someone is saying, "Oh, you're soft on Iran." Meanwhile, he can't condemn the UAE for this collaboration on the Abraham Accords, for the backing of the RSF and the Sudanese genocide, for the building of Hindu temples. So you are discredited. You are completely discredited. You're a hypocrite. You're going
no,
online. He's
and that's
going
look,
online and saying we need alliance with the Hindus. We need
and what I
unity,
don't
Muslim
understand
Hindu
is what I don't
unity.
understand is this, Daniel, is
Yeah,
if someone believes, I'm not necessarily speaking about Adnan, although it may apply to what he thinks, right?
yeah.
If someone believes that Ibn Abdul Wahhab and his followers made takfir of the Ottomans, and that takfir was somehow justified. Okay, Ibn Abdul Wahhab, you won't find him talking about the Ottomans in that. I don't know. I don't think you'll find like a mass takfir from him of the Ottomans. I've tried to find that. I don't find it, but definitely certainly his followers, right, and those who ally with them, etc. You bring them and you ask them, okay, we have a Muslim nation over here, and the political elites, they've got a temple here over here, and it's a Hindu temple, and they're going inside doing gestures of a shirky nature, like putting their hands together and stuff. What's the status of this? Now, if you speak to a modern day Salafist and they say, well, we think that they would make Azr Jahil or anything like that, they're either Jahil themselves. I don't see other two ways. Wallahi, either you're Jahil, you don't know what you're talking about, or you're lying to yourself and you're trying to whitewash it. You think we're dumb. You think everyone's dumb. Everyone's stupid. Yeah, yeah. Yani everyone doesn't understand that if you so istighatha, which you've had people make arguments for and against in Islamic history, Asyuti, Subki, you mentioned, and the Adhr Jahil was made by Ibn Taymiyyah and everyone. That one, we killed the people, according to you. But that one over there, which is actually Hindu temple, this one over here, no. This one is what do you call it? The
Ma'bur.
Jahal. No chance, man. So this is why I've always said, and I put this quite bluntly, and I believe in this, bro. Either they are lying to themselves that this da'wah, this Najdi da'wah, would not make takfir, or they believe they should make takfir, and the reason the between them and the takfiri group is this distance. And I'm not saying that applies to any of the brothers, because I know they don't like the takfiri groups and they're very anti-extremism and they hate them. I'm saying that generally this could be the only two things. The third thing is that they disagree with the Najdi Dawa in those areas, but they don't want to admit it for some reason. Maybe it's because of a national history, maybe because it's politically incorrect in their country, maybe it's because they'll be denied access to certain countries. Whatever it may be, that's the third possibility. But
And that's
all I'm trying
kitman.
to say,
That's
yeah,
kitman. They're hiding the
yeah.
truth
So
for the sake
these are
of.
the
So
these are
this is
the
a major sin. You know, this is hiding the truth for whatever reason. Like if you're a daya and
no.
you're a political preacher,
If they hid the truth, I'll be honest. If they hid the, like, if someone hides the truth, but someone else is speaking the truth, it's fardu kifaya. Like for me, I don't mind that. But the issue lies with what you said before, is if you're gonna start condemning this nation over here on theological grounds, which is Iran, condemn based on theology on Najdi Dawa principles. Tayyib, let's bring the Najdi Dawa principles and let's apply it across the board. What would they be saying? And that's what my issue is. That's why I called it the Najdi fork. It's a dilemma for them, because why is it a dilemma? Either you condemn everybody, or you don't speak about the issue at all.
no,
Either
look,
if
like
you,
look at the inconsistency, bro. Look at this
yeah,
inconsistency. So there are multiple clips of this guy, okay, coin collector. He's saying that we need Muslim Hindu unity, okay, Muslim Hindu unity. Listen to this. And then when you press him on it, that how can we have Muslim Hindu unity, but we can't have Sunni Shia unity? He says that no. When it comes to the Shia, they kill Sunnis. Therefore, we cannot unify with them. So you see the shift. He shifts from a theological issue to a political issue. Oh, Shia have killed Sunnis. But haven't Hindus been killing Muslims? Like, where have you been living? Where have you
yeah,
been?
I'm sorry,
Haven't
but
Hindus?
I have to agree. I have to agree with that. That's BS, bro. That's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's what
And
he says.
yeah, no, it's ridiculous, bro.
And this is his
It's
statement.
so
Then he,
pathetic. No, I have to say this is unbelievable, bro. There's no other way of putting it. So wait a minute. On the one hand, you can have unity with Hindus on a cause, but on the other hand, you can't have unity with
Shia.
Iran. If that's what you're telling me, brother, I'm sorry. What Salafism is this?
Yeah,
Who
this
said
is
that?
exactly. He wants
Who
to
said
say
this?
that Adnan Rajit.
Oh no. Unbelievable stuff for Allah. No. Now I have to. Now that you've said his name, I have to check if he said this.
Yeah, let's have Zishan, brother Zishan, bring
No
it up.
way, no way, bro.
Yeah,
Can we?
look at the response. Look at the response. We'll go through
No,
it
no.
so
Can
that
you put it
you.
on your screen? Because now we have to double check. Now that you've mentioned his name, he
All
didn't
right, you
mention
want
anything
me to
about
bring
me
it up
here,
on my
bro. He
screen?
did
All right, let
Hindus,
me
bro.
bring
That's
it
a
up.
big claim, akhi.
Let me bring
It's
it
a
up.
big claim.
This is gonna shock you. Okay.
I think maybe because sometimes you're very uncharitable.
We're gonna look at this and we're gonna analyze it very.
No, but uncharitable sometimes. So you have to be honest. Sometimes.
Give me just 1 second. But I don't know if you'll be able to see it. You want me
Oh,
to
bro,
read
then
it,
you
or
start making excuses already.
you want me to send it to you?
Yes, please. Yeah, send the link. Yeah.
I'll send it to you and I'll display it.
I thought you said that.
Wait, can I share my screen on the StreamYard?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is it? What is it, bro? No, 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 akhi, this is no, no, akhi, you can't show this, akhi. This is haram, bro. Wallah,
I'm just
I don't
looking for the tweet. I'm gonna show you exactly here. This is in the thread. Look. Okay. Can you see this?
that's haram, akhi. Yeah, okay, let's see.
Okay, let me just
I can't hear.
forward it.
I can only see, but I can't hear a thing.
Let me just get it online.
I don't think he's gonna say that, akhi, man. No way, man. He's probably talking about some historical thing, bro. Come on, Daniel, akhi. You know, sometimes, bro.
Wait. Well, let's wait. Let's wait.
Yeah,
Okay, but don't speak too soon.
fine. He looks like he's explaining history, bro.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
If
he's
you
there.
could
Look,
have the ears of the leadership of different Indian Muslim communities, whether it be ulama, whether it be political leaders, if you had their ears for 5 minutes, what advice would you give them?
I would tell them immediately unite. Unite without delay, and
he's talking about the Muslims, just the
do
Muslims,
not
right?
stop your movement, and unite with the non-Muslims, because there are many non-Muslims in India who are very moral, ethical, they're very upright in their politics, and they are the ones who are defending the Muslims now. The British divided Muslims and Hindus on communal lines to be able to govern India. Okay, they couldn't afford the Hindus and Muslims uniting against the British rule, and when they did, lo and behold, we had independence.
Yeah.
Okay, even in the Indian Mutiny 1857,
It was Hindus and Muslims.
Hindus and Muslims fought against the British
Yeah.
to gain independence. So the British, more than anyone else, understood that Hindus and Muslims have to be divided. They have to divide for them to be able to govern India for longer, because there were Hindus in the armies. This was not a purely Muslim establishment. The Delhi Sultanate
Had Hindus
had
within it?
Hindu generals fighting side. The same with the Mughals. The Mughals had Hindu Rajput and Jat at times, generals fighting side by side with the Mughals against the enemies. Aurangzeb did not have a policy to force Islam upon anyone. He did impose jizya, okay, which in my opinion was not pragmatic for him to do that. Okay, that caused problems.
Did you see
he
that?
didn't want to convert.
Implementing the jizya is not pragmatic. Okay, so
well,
this is what kind of statement is that for the Wahhabis? Okay, what kind of statements is that? Like according to the Wahhabi standard?
Adnan's more refined. He's a very refined individual. He's not gonna, you know what I mean? He's pragmatic, akhi.
Convert the Hindus to Islam.
But he did have an. But he did
He
have an
actually
agenda.
funded temples. If you Google Aurangzeb funding temples, you'll go to a website where you will see Persian documents, original documents, where he funded the repair or the restoration of temples. And he did not. I mean, when people say he was out to demolish temples, again, this is another lie, a misrepresentation of history.
Okay, so I mean, you saw that, right? And there's more
I
to the
saw that.
story.
So where I agree is that, you know, he probably means unity in a obviously theological sense. He means the sort of unity that you'd have, like I was talking about in the beginning of the stream. Like if you have a Christian neighbor and you're both doing some work together for charity, this is the sort of thing he's talking about, definitely.
Yeah, so then why is that not applicable to the Shia?
Well, definitely, it should be.
If you could have.
No, I mean, that's why I disagree with them. That's why I disagree. I think it should be absolutely applicable to Shia. That's the point.
Yeah, that's the point. That he's completely incoherent and inconsistent. No, but he doubles down. Like, so let's watch the rest of it because he has a response. There's more. Okay, so then he
I don't
responds.
disagree with what you're saying. You can unite on a good cause, and
yeah, unless it's Shia, unless it's Iran, you can
that's
unite
what-
with. Okay, so his
I don't
logic
understand.
originally was what? we can't unite with the Shia for a theological reason, because they have this view of the Sahaba and he accuses them of committing shirk. Therefore, they're a different religion. Therefore, we cannot unite with them. That's his reasoning, right? But but Hindus apparently are closer to Islam than the Shia somehow. Like Hindus don't have a different religion. How does this make any sense? Okay, and let's not belittle the fact that he says that the jizya is not practical. Okay, applying the jizya. This is a shocking statement of kufr, actually, if you interpret it a certain way. That this is a kind of kufr statement.
That far. I think he's it's not kufr. No, it's not.
He's defending the building of Hindu temples, and he disagrees with the jizya.
I don't think he ever defended the Hindus temples. No way.
Okay, I mean, people heard the clip, so they can interpret it. So this is what he said. This is his response. He doubles down. Okay, he doubles down. He says, "Enjoy. I advocate for a strategic alliance with any entity that does not kill Muslims." Okay, just like the Prophet ﷺ did with Banu Qurayza. In this clip, I'm talking about pro-Muslim secular Hindus, not BJP, anti-Muslim gangs. Rafidah have committed genocides against Muslims. Okay, and then in this clip, he talks about it.
So in that case, then on that basis, maybe he doesn't mean Yemen then. So if, like, for example, Yemen also Shia, well, not all of them, but there's, I mean, the ruling party now there is, and there's a good number. And so then on that analysis, what genocide? I mean, do you know what I mean? You could, I don't know, like, there's lots of Shia in the world that have not done anything.
No, but how is he he's mass takfiring the Shia? He says that no alliance with Rafidah is allowed. Did all the Rafidah do massacres against Sunnis?
Not all of them, of course, not every single one of them. No,
okay, so what is he talking about? And even with governments, if you want to boycott governments that commit genocides against Muslims, then you should boycott the UAE. You should boycott Saudi. You should boycott Jordan. You should boycott all of these countries that have participated with the United States against Muslims in Iraq, against Muslims in Yemen, against Muslims in Sudan.
Yes.
But he's not consistent on that. He's not consistent. He's blatantly. So my position is consistent. My position is that, yes, you have these governments who have committed atrocities, and they should be held accountable for those atrocities. But it's not just Iran. Why are you limiting it just to Iran? Why are you not looking at these other countries? These,
absolutely.
Quote unquote, like the governments are not Sunni. They're not Ahlul Sunnah.
No, but I don't know if I saw it from you or somebody else, but there was a point that one of you made on Twitter, which is, I don't know if you were mentioning Saddam Hussein or something, or whatever it was. And you said that, you know, he's, let's say for the sake of argument, when America was attacking Iraq, I don't know if it was you that wrote this, but no one was saying, okay, we're going to side against Iraq and with America just because Saddam Hussein was a butcher and he killed his people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no one said that.
You're absolutely right. I think that at the end of the day, bro, it's about consistency, and I don't agree with this approach, and I think it's everyone can see, bro. Every lay person, the whole Muslim world knows the answer to the questions that we're answering, and they all agree with us. By the way, 95% of the Muslim world agrees with what me and you are talking about right now, and they know what we're saying. And we're free men. We don't need to, like, as I said, we're not beholden to any state interests. We're free men. We're free Sunnis. We don't need to care about that, all of that. But I do think that to end this, stream, we should talk about unity now, because we spoke about some of the problems, some of the inconsistencies, and I agree. But what I want to see, Daniel, and I want to be part of this, and I want you to be part of this. I want to see a great unity happen between the du'at in the English-speaking world. Great unity, collegiality, respect, love, concession. I feel like that's the way forward. And look, now you have a, dare I say, you have a mainstream. You have a very mainstream approach, pragmatic approach to dealing with unity, right? There's no question about that. You're talking about doing it with the 12ers or whatever in context, and I agree that you can do it with anybody. And I agree with Adnan as well, by the way. They can even do it with Hindus if they don't kill us, and it's a good cause like charity or something, whatever maybe. I agree with all that. However, as Muslims, we need to have a special kind of unity. And I think us in the Dawah space, we can start creating unity by granting concession to one another, allowing a lot to slide. Yes, if people are too extreme, we have to refute that. If they're just disunity merchants, and because I was saying in the beginning of the stream, if they continue, they're gonna kill us off, bro. In the last 100 years, how many Muslim countries have been destroyed? Iraq's been destroyed. Libya's been destroyed. Syria's been destroyed. Palestine's been destroyed. Sudan has been destroyed. But there's so many Muslim countries, but the Uyghurs, the Rohingya, there's too many of us that are suffering, bro. Somalia, there's so many people that have suffered around the Muslim world. You know what I mean? And so many other Muslim countries I haven't mentioned. Afghanistan, obviously, a huge example of that. Even Pakistan, you know, lots of countries suffering, bro. Lots of hard times. Okay, Lebanon. Look at Lebanon. We were raising money for Lebanon. But I've just counted 10 countries. How many millions of people died? And the reason why millions of people are dying is one of the main reasons is because we're disunited. As much as we don't want to say it, it's the truth. So imagine now if we remain on this, the next 100 years is going to be even more death and more destruction and more humiliation. So that's all well known. So what we're calling to is not uniformity. Kashmir is another one, by the way, but that I didn't mention. It's a very important one. But yani, there's lots of them. But obviously Bosnia, Chechnya. There's lots of countries that I've not mentioned. Kosovo, bro, Albania. Yani, I can't think of everything now. I apologize if I haven't mentioned any of the, countries like Sudan or Congo. Many of those countries, right? We're Muslims. But what I'm saying is, like, what I'm trying to say is, if we continue on this trajectory of disunity, more of us are going to die. We're not going to have the luxury to speak about these things. The Greater Israel Project is going to increase more and more. We're going to get hurt. This is going to cause death. This is a health and safety issue, bro. This is a security issue. This is a survival issue, bro. And these guys, they don't realize this. And I'm trying to say to them, that's why we need. Algeria is another one, bro. This is another one. I forgot. Yeah, but and obviously that was a bit before. But what I'm saying is, there's so many of them, akhi. I can't even. We're going to keep getting hurt. We'll keep getting hurt, akhi. So unity starts with what we can control. What we can control, like me and you, Daniel, I think what I'd love to see, like on a real practical level. And do you know who else has been oppressed, bro? The Kurds, bro. That's the Kurdish people, the good Kurdish people, bro. They've been harmed, akhi. Look what happened to them. So I keep mentioning so many people, but I forget some other people. Anyway. Iran, bro. Of course you're gonna say that. No, I'm checking. Okay, bro, the Kurdish people. Well, I've got many Kurdish people in my family now. My sister's married a Kurd, my niece is married a Kurd, and I love these people. I think they're very honourable individuals. They're fantastic humans. We've got Tariq Kurd as well in the Sapiens, bro. They're great people, man.
Yeah, mashallah,
anyway,
he's a good brother. Shout out to brother Tariq.
Yeah, you know him.
Yeah, I remember him from my trip in the UK. He's really generous brother, mashallah.
Oh, bro, he's the best. I mentioned Libya. Someone mentioned Libya. I said Libya before, but I say it again, Libya. What happened there was very diabolical. I've mentioned many countries. I have probably left out many countries. Now I apologize if I've missed out the countries. Kashmir I've mentioned already, yeah. But I'll mention again Kashmir. Yeah, so as I said, akhi, if we don't unite, I'm not saying uniformity. I'm not saying we all have to have the same beliefs. I'm saying unity. There is a difference between unity and uniformity. Unity is where we all have the same aqeedah and the same fiqh. I'm saying uniformity is that, uniformity is when we have everything is the same. I'm saying unity in the sense that we can agree to disagree on certain issues, right? However, also another thing I didn't mention is Nigeria. They went through a lot of difficulty as well. Anyway,
Somalia. Did you mention Somalia?
I did mention Somalia, but I mentioned again Somalia.
Djibouti.
Northern Somalia, Hargeisa, all of these areas. I know there's been specific issues in the north as well. I know specific issues in the south as well, and specific issues everywhere. Ethiopia, bro. There's lots of Muslims there. Obviously there was a civil war, in Ethiopia. Unbelievable. That wasn't religious. That was a tribal thing. Did we mention Yemen? Yemen, bro. Come on. How could we not mention Yemen? Subhanallah. I mentioned Rohingya. I went and saw the people in Rohingya myself. But anyway, I'm saying if we don't do this, also Eritrea, bro. Bro, it's incredible how many countries with a huge Muslim population have been disturbed, and we're still talking about this stuff, We're going to get destroyed. We're going to get annihilated, man. I'm telling you, we have to start. And that's why what I think we need to do, Mali, bro. I forgot to Mali. Anyway, and look what the French did. No, North Korea. But bro, even the non-Muslim countries, but that would defeat the object of what I'm trying to say. So, what I'm saying is like, akhi, what we want to do is want to create unity. Yeah, I want to create unity. I want to create unity between everyone. So what I want to do is I want to bring Daniel Haqiqatjou. I want to bring Omar Suleiman. I want to bring Adnan Rashid. Bro,
Do it.
I want to bring all of these
Do it.
guys together, and I want them all to hug each other. And I
Yeah,
want
I
to
want
say,
to bring.
bygones
I want to
be
bring
bygones,
as well.
bro, to get this. We know there's a bigger call. Imagine if we do that. We get this one, that one, even Shamsi, bro. I saw him the other day. Akhi, Shamsi, do you know when I see Shamsi, the madkhalis, I see him, bro, it's like we're brothers, bro. In the street, I see him. Oh, how you doing? It's like nothing's happening. Why? Because I think there's something we've got. Like, I don't care. It's whatever. So the point is, let's create unity, not uniformity. We're not saying let's bring the aqidas and mix them. No one is saying mix aqidas, brother. We're not saying mix aqidah. I'm saying let's agree to lay our arms down and focus on issues that mean that Muslims are not going to get destroyed for the next 100 years and they're not going to get killed for the next 100 years. And that's why I say we should start with the dawah scene.
I mean, when someone like bring someone like Adnan, like I'm not gonna hug someone who calls the Palestinian fools as they're going through a genocide. I don't want to hug someone like that. Like that's a despicable person who's carrying water for like Hindus and Zionists. Like this is disgusting.
Fine. Maybe not.
So he apologizes for that. He apologizes for his pro-Hindu comments and. You know, then I'll put differences aside, but other than that, like this is disgusting behavior.
If he said that, he probably said it. Yani, maybe it's been misinterpreted, but I'm sure he'd be happy to say, "Yani, apologize for that." If he said that, but what I'm saying is, bring everyone together. You know what I mean? We got Omar Suleiman, he's such a good guy, such a nice guy. What about him, bro? Let's be honest. I expected him to be like, you know, because he's a famous guy and head of institutions. So he was a humble guy, man. I'm not gonna lie. I liked him. And when I speak to him on WhatsApp, I'm not gonna lie. I have a soft spot for him now. He told.
Do you know how easy it is? Do you know how easy it is to honey trap you, bro? You know how easy it is?
I'm telling you. But do you know
how easy it is to honey trap you, bro? Well, anyone who flatters you, you're gonna say he's a nice guy. Like, come on, bro. Don't be so easy.
If it's Muslim, you'll see the least resistance in me if someone's nice to me, bro.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad because some people can use that to manipulate you. They can manipulate you and they can, but I'm telling you, it's not what they do in private. It's what they do in public. Are they willing to stick their necks out, especially when you're under attack, when you're being called the N-word or when these disgusting Zionists are attacking you?
I'm not gonna lie.
Are they gonna stick their neck out for you, bro? Are they gonna say that, oh, I stand with my friend? Yeah, over WhatsApp, anyone can blow smoke up your rear end and say, oh, wonderful things, and oh, you're so amazing, you're so brave, your muscles, mashallah, look at those burly and the muscle shirt. Yeah, anyone can sweet talk you, bro, on WhatsApp. Don't be so easily manipulatable, bro. This is easy. You don't want to be a victim of a honey trap because you know they do that, right? You know that the Zionists send their agents. So you know, nice. I don't know what you like, but Bosnian, maybe.
Oh, you talking about women? No, trust me, Akhi, the honey trap thing will never work on me or the women. There's no way, bro. Akhi, they've already tried that. Well, I go to different countries. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna sound really racist. Should I say this? Okay, let me say this, bro. So one time, listen. One time I did this thing. I done this thing where I was like, took my shirt off outside the Chinese embassy. Yeah. Are you with me? And then all of a sudden I get this person. I don't know how they got my number even. Well, but it's noticeably like Chinese woman, bro. And she started telling me this and that and blah blah whatever and this and that. Let's talk. Bro, there's no way I could be so, what do you call it? In the akhafullah, bro. There's nothing there. There was no honey trap. Didn't even get temptation. I saw the picture. I saw the body very small. This and that. I said, "There's nothing there, bro. I'm sorry to say. What are you talking about? You sent the wrong. You profiled me in the wrong way. You sent the wrong person. You sent the wrong one, akhi. You send me a Chinese. Bloody. If you send me something else, akhi, that's. I'm sorry to say, Adi.
Don't give them tips, bro. Don't give them tips. Throw them
I've
off the
never-
trail. Throw
Okay,
them off the trail
what-
to protect yourself.
when I went to, this is gonna sound even worse, bro. But when I went to Japan, yeah, my wife had no concerns. She said she was like, I know this guy's gonna have taqwa. He's gonna this guy. I was walking around. I had no problem. Akhi. I had absolutely, because it's just not. Yeah. Anyway, the point is, the honey trap thing is no chance, bro. No chance. Akhi.
Well, you just admitted that there is a chance. It just can't be from a certain
no,
race.
But it won't work, Akhi, because you know what is those ones there. If a woman comes to me like that in that manner, I know that she's a trap. That's 100%, million. Like, it's so obvious. It's such a telegraph punch that I'd be crazy. You think I'm answering my Instagram messages and speaking to people and stuff like that? You think I'm at the level where I'm doing that? Akhi, there's these women here that send me. You can get. I literally, if I go on my Instagram now, I might have like 100,000 women saying things to me, and with no response, bro. Maybe not 100,000, but maybe 1,000 or something. I don't know. Whatever. It could be like 1,000. Akhi, no way, bro. I'm not gonna answer that. It's so obvious. It's a telegraph punch.
Okay, it's so obvious. Then why are you falling for it when it's a man doing it?
Say again?
If it's so telegraphed, why are you falling for it when it's a man doing it?
Oh yeah, it's a man doing it. No, with men, bro. If a man speaks to me nicely and is a Muslim, I find it hard to be rude to them, bro. Even if people are nice to me, I find it so hard to be rude.
I mean, this is their trick, bro. This is their trick. This is a strategy that's used to just butter you up. They do it with me too. You think I've been buttered up by none other than Rabbi Ferris. Rabbi Ferris himself has tried to butter me up, telling me nice things, and through WhatsApp as well. Yeah, this is something that's well known, bro. They butter you up and they want you to play ball. Oh, okay, we can agree to disagree, but privately with adab and akhlaq, and they just want to silence
is
you.
why none of them have given me a real offer that I can't refuse. That's what this guy's here. Why you give me an offer I can't refuse? Why all this sweet talk? Give me some money, brother. I'm bankrupt. Come on now. I can talk about any country you like. The great state of, and then fill in the blanks. No problem. No one's given me a decent proposition. If me and Daniel get the right pay, maybe we'll be on a different different trajectory altogether. I'm sure that if certain check sent to our house, especially Daniel, bro, he's already received a check from the great state of Iran. He hasn't hooked me up yet. Khamenei is giving him this. Khamenei is giving him the paycheck. He hasn't given me the paycheck yet. Where's this?
Inshallah. Inshallah, you'll get.
I don't want no money for that.
We got a 300 billion MOU signed, so by Trump himself. You saw that he signed it in Versailles. He signed this MOU with Iran in Versailles. So
unbelievable. But Akhi, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Inshallah, we'll do it again, and we'll create a bigger unity between the Muslims, not uniformity, but unity. But that means that we have to eliminate all excesses. Excesses in. Bro, some of the grave practices are too much, as we discussed as well, bro. Some of them
who's doing them? Who's doing them?
Bro, people are doing them all over the Muslim world. Okay? Some people are. I told you, I spoke to a guy. He said that I believe the Prophet is. He's actually hearing me, and he's actually gonna give me a baby himself. Okay? Intrinsic practice. This is a concern. The Salafis have a point here. Neo Salafis have a point on this. They do, bro, but they go obviously too far. Some of them go way too far. Yeah, I mean,
what percentage of the Muslims are even praying? What percentage of the Muslims even know anything about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? What percentage of the Muslims even know anything about the Quran? Like, we're talking about a fraction of a fraction of a fraction who might have extreme Sufi practices. So,
that's right.
On the other side, look at Twitter. Like, even if Twitter is a representation of like the Muslim,
I think honestly, I think it's more in the villages and stuff. Because
the
you know why?
Okay. So
yeah, maybe I don't know
who is actually active on. Do you know how many people? Let's compare the number of Wahhabis on Twitter who have takfired you on the one hand, and the number of Wahhabis who or the number of Sufis who believe that the Prophet ﷺ has intrinsic power. Like, which one is more? The ones who have takfired you by name and have made your blood halal is way more than the extreme Sufis.
That's no question. Yeah, but maybe they're just on villages. They're not online. Maybe they're just like a lot of these ones.
Hey, when those villages get online, inshallah, we'll be able to address them. until then, like you go to villages, mashallah, but it's
And
hard
I
to
don't
go
even
to
go to
villages.
villages. But I think it is a
Okay.
village thing, you know. They've got some
Yeah. So,
mad stuff going on in villages, bro.
I mean, we're talking about the Wahhabi dawah that is being funded or has been funded with millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. Like this is a bigger
Yeah.
threat. It's something that is needs to be addressed. Yeah, I agree with you
All of
ultimately, and I
it needs,
appreciate.
like, we're trying to create central, like, mainstream Sunnism. Bring
Yeah,
people
we can
from
do
the
that.
where we can disagree with, like, certain fiqh and certain things we do other for each other. The ones on the fringes, we need to get rid of them because they don't want unity and they can't have it. Therefore,
Look at
the
the
ones who are extreme, that's it. Yeah.
like.
But
Look at the. Sorry. Look at the Ibadis. Look at Oman. The Ibadis,
they're
their
very nice people, bro.
aqidah is from the Khawarij. You know that, right?
Yeah, but they're so nice, bro. They're some of the most honorable people you meet.
Yeah, so imagine a future where the Wahhabis become like the Ibadis, or they're like like Oman. They are fine with
Mm.
being unified and working with other Muslims, but their aqidah is a specific aqidah. No problem. You know, if you want to have this aqidah, be like the Ibadis, be like the Zaydis, whatever. That's
Yeah,
fine for you. Like we don't have to agree and unify
exactly.
on those specific
Wallah,
aqidah.
that's a great way of putting it,
So
actually.
I
I
would be
never thought of that.
happy
Yeah.
if Wahhabis were like that. But unfortunately, the Wahhabis are a tool. Like they're a biomass that is a bioweapon against the rest of the ummah. And they've been weaponized by the Zionists, by the Americans, and they're causing chaos. And that's why we have to refute them and we have to discredit this entire ideology. And so I agree 100% with you on the need for unity. Obviously, that's been my message, pan-Islamic unity.
Yes, you
And
have.
it's
Yeah.
a matter of survival, bro. This is
Yes, it
not
is.
like a
Absolutely.
joke. This is a matter of survival.
Absolutely.
You listed all of the countries that are suffering because of some of these issues. So I'm 100% on board with you on that. And, you know, I'm very happy to see that you're coming out now, alhamdulillah. You're making these strong statements. You're equating some of this Wahhabi ideology with terrorism. There's no doubt about that. There's no one who's disagreeing about that, whether it's academics or even the great scholars like Ibn Abidin or As-Sanani or whoever. So we just continue that, inshallah. We continue that, and we put out material. We produce material because there's so much. Like that fatwa from Ibn Sahman, like I didn't know about that fatwa. Like that's not like that's a primary source that is hidden in the archives of like one of these Saudi universities that someone found and that we published it because it was unpublished manuscript of Ibn Sahman's fatwa calling the Ottomans murtaddin and we have to ally with the British in World War I. This is a lot of research that needs to be done because it's been propagandized. A lot of the Wahhabi propaganda that has whitewashed the history of Saudi Arabia and Ibn Saud and the first Najdi movement and the second Saudi movement. We have to do some knowledge production because a lot of damage has been done on the basis of this ideology, and you can greatly contribute to that, inshallah. I know. Did you finish your PhD yet on the contingency argument? I've seen some videos that you put
I did.
out on it.
I finished it, but I want to redo a couple of chapters before I completely submit it. Maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah, do that, inshallah. And then, you know, I don't know what your next intellectual project is going to be, but I think there's a lot of potential research in this area specifically. Because, bro, this has formed the modern world as we know it, the Muslim world as we know it, is what happened at the end of the 19th century, early 20th century, prior to, you know, during the World War I period, the founding of Israel, the founding of Saudi Arabia. This has shaped our world today, and many of the problems that we have is because of historical things that happened at that moment and philosophies that developed at that moment. I think you would be great in terms of your understanding of, you know, the Kalam debates and Aqidah, to delve into these discussions and these theological debates that had a political influence on the course of history. This could be a very big, important project for you.
Well, send me any ideas you may have. What I want to do next, after I've done like God's existence and oneness of God, I want to go into like Revelation. I want to go into like some of the mu'jizat of the Prophet. And because basically my whole life, what I'm trying to do, intellectually contribute to proving Islam is true. So that starts with God's existence, the oneness of God, then Revelation, the Quran, how do we prove that's true? And then the prophets, why are they the truthful ones? So the next part of my life is going to be, so this, after I'm done with all of this, and I'm very happy with like what I've produced, because I feel like I need to revise a lot of the stuff in the thesis. Once I'm really like happy with everything I've written and I've submitted it and I feel it's perfect, then I'll move on to what do you call it, the revelation, and going into like, there's, I don't know if you've heard of Fadl Samarai and the Mu'jizat, and I like that stuff. I wanna go into more like the miracles of the Quran, the word choices of the Quran, stuff like that. That's for me, that's the interesting thing. And obviously I'll continue doing debates with different people from different religions and stuff like that as well. But that's going to be my contribution. But as I'm going along with everything, people have to bear with me, because there's going to be things that a lot of people are not going to agree with. The more I research, the more I'm going to offend people, because I'm going to come to realize things that I was told that are common notions in certain circles, which are not true or are academically untrue, as we've discussed today. And that's it. It bursts a lot of people's bubbles, but that's the fact of it, and that's the pain of it as well. And to be honest, bro, I didn't get anything out of this. Like, you know, going after the Dawah Najdiyah, I got nothing out of it. I got absolutely nothing. I got no new. Actually lost followers from Saudi Arabia on Twitter. I, you know what I mean? Like, I saw it on they were coming. I was getting attacked, racially abused, and I had a good following. By the way, I've got a good Arabic following. Like, a lot of people, you know, follow me in the Arab world, especially in Saudi and Egypt and different countries in Morocco. These are my top 3 Arabic demographics. And so actually Saudi Arabia was #1 more than Egypt, you know. Now it's neck and neck. I mean, it's still there. I mean, what I'm trying to say is I got nothing out of it. Honestly, I just try to speak to people what I've researched, whatever. And, you know, I love everyone who's a Muslim, and I want unity for everybody who's a Muslim, and I want goodness for everybody who's a Muslim. And Akhi, there's a beautiful hadith which I'll end with, which is that whoever seeks forgiveness for the al-mu'minina wal-mu'minat, for the believers and the Muslim male believers and the female believers, then Allah will write for them a reward for all the forgiveness that they've done. So we seek forgiveness for our own shortcomings towards our brothers and our sisters. And genuinely, I might have said things to offend people today. I don't know. I've tried not to. I would love unity with all the brothers. I love all the brothers. I respect all the brothers. Daniel Haqiqatjou, I respect it. I respect him immensely. Adnan Rashid, I know him personally. He's an excellent guy. You know, I like him. I've seen so many good qualities of his. He's sincere to the dawah. You know, Ali Dawah, he's my brother. You know, I love the brother. Zishan Ali, everybody, you know, from my inner circle to my outer circle. Amr Suleiman, Mufti Menk. I like them all, bro. I've met them all. I like them. Orthodox Muslim, Farid Bahraini. He's brilliant when it comes to hadith, bro. Akhi, people can disagree and say he's not an extremist. He's not any of this stuff. Akhi, I tell you, he's a great man. And he's done a refutation of Shadi Hikmat. Bro, if that was put into a peer-reviewed paper, it would be an outstanding one. Akhi, I've never, and this was before GPT, he was going into the footnotes and catching out a guy, a Yale University professor, bro. Brilliant attention to detail. It's a great guy. Jake, wallahi, with all my disappointment of what he's been doing, he's a talent that needs to be appreciated when it comes to the Trinity. Yes, and inshallah he'll come to his senses and come back to the mainstream, because he'll be an incredible asset when he does come. And Hamza Zoltzis, bro, I don't think I've met a man more integrous in terms of the dawah. I tell you, Hamza Zoltzis is #1, bro. If I have to say this, Hamza Zoltzis, there's no man I've met in the entire dawah that is more honorable than Mr. Hamza Zoltzis. Wallahi, I tell you, he's a brave man.
So yeah,
he's
I mean,
a passionate man, and he loves the unity of the. And I tell you, I've seen him so much. Like, he's always protected everyone. He's put everyone before himself. He is, for me, one of the people I respect the most in my entire life.
Yeah, okay.
And,
so let me give you an alternative perspective on this. You know, this love fest.
No, Akhi, let's leave it on a good note.
No. Let me give you an alternative perspective on this love fest. You know, you want to talk about the compassionate imams like Omar Suleiman, Mufti Menk, constantly filling up. Like, literally, their classes are on the basis of depicting Muslim women as queens that have to be served. Okay, and I pointed out, like, their advertisements for their classes. Like, if you go on Facebook or social media, Instagram, like, you are a queen, you're amazing, you have so much potential, just gassing up the Muslim women. So you might have a lot of
We
love
need
because
that
they
though,
send
bro.
you.
Well,
No, let me finish. So
Yeah.
they might be saying nice things to you on WhatsApp,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
in public, this is what they're promoting. And then that is what's causing the average Muslim woman to go on TikTok, and follow some of these hijabis, quote unquote hijabis with the nose job and the makeup, talking about hadith is fake and we don't trust male scholars. Like that whole phenomenon of female TikTok influencers who are now questioning hadith, who are slamming, like they're promoting LGBT, they're promoting feminism. Where do you think that they came from? They are the students of the Mufti Menks and the Omar Suleimans. They're the students, and they're doing untold
Yeah,
amounts
everyone's
of
a
damage.
student, yeah. He's bloody.
These are the rotten fruits,
watched
right?
by millions of people, hundreds of millions. But
These
actually,
are
he's
the
good guy.
these are the rotten fruits, or the marriage. Okay, the marriage. When
Honestly,
people
man.
say, when people come and attack, and they say, "Oh, you are getting married to a second wife, but did you get permission from your first wife?" This is a disgrace, and they come and attack you and they smear you. They are coming. They're learning this material.
I saw Mufti Menk, what do you call it, on Instagram. He was asked about this, bro. Actually, he was staunch when it comes to polygamy, bro. I was very impressed with him, bro. Did you see
Bro,
that?
I'm talking about an entire network of classes and seminars and courses, and this is what they are putting out. Look, I'm looking into this. I'm studying this because I'm researching Rand. Okay, and so it's a very
as well.
clear.
I forgot to mention Sabot. He was a great guy as well. Of course, yeah. Of course, I forget.
So the point is, they're doing serious damage to the ummah. Okay, people are getting divorces on the rise. Look at the divorce rates in the Muslim community. It's shocking levels of divorce, unfortunately, and it's caused by this wave of feminism that has been ushered in by the compassionate imams. When it comes to the Wahhabis, okay, someone like Farid, someone like Adnan Rajit or whoever, like they are spreading takfir. They're spreading takfir specifically to cause infighting for a political purpose. This is causing damage to the Palestinian cause. This is doing damage to the future of the Middle East because of the Greater Israel Project. We have Israel that's now knocking down the doors. They're going to annex Gaza. They're going to annex the West Bank. They're going to annex southern Lebanon. They're going to annex southern Syria. They're annexing southern Syria. This is going to be a disaster, and the people who are promoting it, that's nice that you have a nice conception, like friendly relationship with them, bro. But they are contributing to the destruction of the ummah, like in a very tangible way. So I don't have a soft spot for that. Even if they're nice to me personally and they say, "Oh, Daniel, we love you. Your hair is so nice." Whatever, like you're still contributing to something that is a disaster. It's deviant. It's contrary to the principles of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. You're a charlatan. You're a fraud for presenting yourself as a da'iyah. This is a humiliation of our principles. So we have to be calling that out in no uncertain terms.
And I think you've done a lot of that, and I think a lot of it has been very successful. And you've filled in a fard ayn, or you could say a fard in your country, actually, fard kifaya in your country, that people, there's no mainstream dai that was talking about feminism, akhi. But then, having said that, I feel like there is a strategic benefit in the likes of Mufti Menk and Omar Suleiman having a majority female audience, which I think they do have.
There's a disaster. What's the benefit of that? What's the benefit of that?
The woman going to listen to? What they're going to listen to?
Anything other than that? Literally anything.
They ain't listening to
like that's like
you,
saying
they need a guy like they need a person that's like, you know what I mean, like
Zishan. Why aren't they listening to Zishan? There you go. Smile to Jannah.
70 to 80% male audiences. I don't know what your one's. Probably 100% male. What is it? Tell me what your male audience is.
I haven't checked it recently, but the last time I checked, it was like 75%.
What, really?
Yeah. No, there are a lot. Look at the comments. There are a lot of good Muslimat that love anti-feminist talk. Yeah.
Fair enough. That's not bad, actually. I think 25% of them are females. Yeah. That's incredible, actually.
Yeah, no, bro, this is the worst disaster. I would rather them, because for example, these Muslimat were listening to, I don't know, some soap opera. That would be better than listening to Omar Suleiman and Mufti Menk and these compassionate imams. Why? Because the compassionate imams...
No,
it would. It would, bro.
That is not right.
It would. Like, It would be
Akhi,
better for them to
Amor
watch
Sulaiman
Netflix.
has-
It
no,
would be
no,
better for
no,
them to
no.
watch Netflix than to watch this
La,
goy
la,
slop.
la, 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 la.
Really, bro? Why? Let me explain
La,
it.
la, la.
Because when they
Bro,
watch
Amor
this
Sulaiman
goy
has a-
slop,
have you heard his Sahabi series, bro? Akhi, I watched some of those videos with my son. He liked it. I liked it, bro.
there are many
Those
places
videos
that
are
you
nice.
can get
They
stories
had
of the
to have videos of Khalid
Sahaba. You
ibn
can
Walid.
listen to many. But the
Akhi,
point is
no,
that
he has a
they're
good-
they're
he's a good-
taking
he's great at
feminists.
storytelling, Akhi.
Yeah, storytelling. The
And
storytellers
he
have
does it in a
always
way
been
that you can
famous
imagine
in
my kid
in Islamic
liked it.
history. If you look at Islamic history, the storytellers were always famous. And actually the ulama were worried about the danger of this, and they criticized the storytellers because what the storytellers do is they attract the big audience by just giving stories that appeal to the masses. And that's the danger of taking a storyteller as an imam, taking a storyteller and mistaking the storyteller for a sheikh or a da'ya. This is extremely dangerous because then you take the feminism and the liberalism and the positive psychology slop and you elevate it as, okay, this is religious, this is Islamic
No, but
instruction,
I'll be
this is
honest,
ilm.
okay, when I was watching that Khalid ibn Walid series of Amr Sulaiman, I didn't hear anything like that, bro.
Bro, I think we're starting to find out the source of your misguidance.
No. Honestly, it's a fantastic. He's got great storytelling capabilities. You know, he's a really nice guy. I think you guys can be friends, honestly, and I think it'll be better for the Muslim.
You know, I was working for him. You know,
create
that,
an
right?
alliance.
You know, you know that I was working with him. You know that I was part of his organization. You think I don't know Omar Sulaiman? I was in his office, bro. My desk was like right across
Really?
from his desk. Yeah, my desk
So
was right across.
This is the reason, then. This is the reason. You're a disgruntled ex-employee, aren't you? What was
Yeah,
it?
that's it.
I knew it was something. Go on, tell me more about that. So, who left? Was it you or them or him?
Yeah, no, I can tell you all about it because they, you know, they recruited me to teach or to lead research at Yaqeen, at Yaqeen Institute when they're founded in 2016. And I wanted to, because I was living in California, they said, no, you have to move to Dallas. Omar Sulaiman personally, okay? So Omar Sulaiman DM'd me and said that we have an offer for you. Can we speak on the phone? So I spoke to him on the phone. And he told me, like, we're starting this new institute, Yaqeen Institute. They weren't sure if they wanted to call it Yaqeen. They were thinking about calling it, like, the Muhammad Ali Institute, because that was around the time that Muhammad Ali, the boxer, had passed away. So they said, yeah, we're starting this institute, and we want you to be the lead researcher, okay? Because we know that there are all of these doubts that are called shubuhat by secularism and liberalism and feminism, and we want you to address it, okay? So we want you to come and be our head of research for Yaqeen Institute, and you'll have a team. We'll give you a lecturer position at the local university.
Wow,
like all these
So they took
perks.
care of you, bro.
Well, it was all words. Okay,
Oh.
listen, like wait till the story
Okay.
finishes. So I was in the corporate world at that time. I was doing dawah on the side, but you know, he offered me this position. I said, like, look, I don't know. I'm in California, and my family
So were you
is
guys
here.
friends?
Huh?
Well, you got like good friends and stuff.
No, not at the time. I didn't know them. He just
Oh.
contacted me.
Yeah.
So then he offered me this position, and I said, "Look, I'm worried. I'm concerned that because you know I have this certain views. I'm very vocal about certain views I have on feminism, etc. And I feel there's gonna be backlash. And when there's backlash, I'm afraid that you're going to throw me under the bus. Like you're not going to have my back, basically." And he said, no, don't worry. We have lawyers and any kind of right-wing Islamophobe that attacks, we have a solution for that. I said, no. I'm not worried about the right-wing Islamophobes, okay? I'm worried about the left-wing, the liberal Muslims. They're the ones that are going to attack you because that's your primary audience. And they're not going to tolerate, basically, me being associated with you. He said, well, and this was his response on the phone. I remember it very clearly, because it should have been a huge red flag. But he said that, well, you know, we're not necessarily going to support everything that you say, but we're not going to throw you under the bus either. Okay. So that should have been a red flag. I should have been like, okay, this guy is not fully on board. Like he doesn't fully have my back. He's not fully with the program that I have, which is anti-feminism, anti-liberalism. In my mind, I thought, okay, well, I just need to talk to him privately. Like when he is here, like doing event with Linda Sarsour, or he's associating with these leftist groups. Like, he doesn't understand the danger of feminism and LGBT and liberalism. When I go to Dallas, I'll be able to influence him positively and influence the organization positively, especially since I have this position as a lead researcher, the head of research for Yaqeen Institute. So I make the move. I move my entire family. At that time, I had 3 kids. We moved to Dallas, okay, from LA. And I start working there. I have an office there, at same room as Omar Suleiman, okay? And the organization gets launched, it gets advertised, it's billed as a think tank to address shubuhat, to address these kinds of doubts in Islam. And the first paper that I contributed to was they had interviewed about 34 imams and shuyukh and other community activists, and they had asked them, what are the main doubts in Islam that is affecting the Muslim community?
Yeah, I actually saw that paper. It's a good paper.
Yeah, what was interesting, what people didn't know, is that they actually also, they had hired out a third party to do that research, like the interviewing and to collect all the data. And that third party was extremely left-wing. They were Muslims, but they were left-wing.
The research was Yusuf something, right?
ISPU is ISPU, Institute of Social Policy and Understanding.
Sure.
So they actually, among the 34 imams, one of the imams that they interviewed was a guy named Abdullah Daya or something like that. Sure. The first openly gay imam. That was one of their data points. I'm like, why did you interview a gay imam for this study? Like, who cares about this imam? He's gay and disgusting. And you're interviewing him, and they said, well, this is what they required. This is what the third party that we hired, they said, we're going to do this project for you, but we have to interview the gay imam. That didn't match, like, that didn't make sense to me. Like, you're hiring them. You're paying this third party to do the research.
But
who
by the way,
cares what they demand?
But just to pause on that, because one of the conclusions of that study, if I remember correctly, was that one of the main reasons why Muslims have doubts is sectarianism, which is what we've been talking about today.
That wasn't one of the main reasons that was highlighted in that.
If you go in the study now, we can look at it together, because maybe we're talking about two different. Are you talking about the doubts one?
It was like one of the first things that they publised in 2016.
The one I'm talking about, they published one about doubts, about why
Muslims
have doubts.
It has an infographic, like a bubble chart.
Yeah, from what I remember, one of the things that they said was that sectarianism between Muslims.
Maybe it was. Yeah. Maybe it was one of the things, but the other things
morality
were like
was the
feminism.
big one. They mentioned like moral questions, basically. But that was what I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, evolution was another one. Evolutionary theory, different aspects of the seerah, slavery was another one. The age of Aisha radiallahu anha, like those kinds of things. Yeah. Anyway, the point was that the point of Yaqeen was to address these doubts systematically, one by one. Anyway, so I'm with Yaqeen, and they start isolating me at the organization. They start like, because what I was doing at the time, there were these feminist groups that were posting their material. Like, one of them was Heart Women and Girls. Heart Women and Girls were
Indonesia.
The which one?
It's not. Oh, that's not the one in Indonesia. Sorry.
No, it's America. It's American.
Okay, yeah.
And they were promoting like LGBT and feminism, and they're getting invited to masajid to give like sex education seminars in masajid. And I was saying that this is like a Trojan horse. Like, they're coming on a health-related topic. Oh, we're going to talk about health and sex education. In reality, this is an activist group. And they explicitly say this, that we are going to get our feet in the masajid so that we can spread our leftist ideology, pro-LGBT, feminism, etc. Like, these women that they either wore no hijab or like a scarf, and they were going to preach in the masajid. And the doors were being opened for them by the likes of like Mohammed Majid, if you know. He's one of the imams of one of the biggest masjid networks in the United States. And Omar Suleiman as well. Like, so I was criticizing this group, and I get a call from Omar Suleiman saying basically that, is it really necessary for you to critique them? I'll set up a call. Like, you can talk to the director of this organization and you can resolve your differences. So he had this kind of approach that might be similar to yours, actually. Like, let's have a private conversation and settle this. And I said, well, okay, well, let's see what she says. Let's see. So it was like a three-way call between me, Omar Suleiman, and this head of this feminist organization, Heart Women and Girls. Name was Summer Kokab. And as you can imagine, it immediately gets hostile because she's getting extremely angry. I'm questioning her, like, do you think that homosexuality is acceptable in Islam? Like, do you think transgenderism is acceptable in Islam? So it's getting really hostile, and Omar Suleiman is just quiet on the other end, not saying anything. And yeah, so it just blew up. Anyway, so things like this keep happening. And then there was another incident that was really stuck in my mind is I had Omar Suleiman and some of the Yaqeen directors, board of directors, at my house in Dallas. It was supposed to be like a nice dinner party or whatever. And he's sitting there on the couch, literally like 5 feet, 6 feet away from me. And then he's on his phone. And then Omar Suleiman.
Oh.
And then his face just drops. Like, his face, like, he becomes like dark in a way. Like, his mood just changes. And he just slumps. And he looks at me and he says, "Did you really tweet at Linda? Did you really tweet at Linda?" This is what he says. I said, so what had happened, Linda Sarsour, I had tweeted at her because she was interviewed. And this is like December, I think. This is December or end of November in 2016. Yes. Donald Trump had won the election, surprised everyone. Omar Suleiman and the entire Compassionate Imam Network were having emergency seminars that we're about to be thrown into concentration camps by Donald Trump. Okay, this level of fear-mongering. And then Linda Sarsour was planning a march, like a women's march for the inauguration in Washington. And she was allying with these LGBT groups. And she was being interviewed by the Washington Post, I believe, or the New York Times, one of those major national outlets. And the interviewer asked Linda Sarsour, like, you have pro-life groups that are anti-abortion. They're Christian pro-life. And they want to march with you because they're also opposed to Donald Trump. Will you accept them? And in the interview, Linda Sarsour is reported to have said, no, I will not. I don't ally with those who reject reproductive rights, basically. And I tweeted just like one sentence, basically, one or two sentences that how can you, and it was not rude. It was just, how can you as a Muslim have this position that's like a pro-abortion position? That was the tweet.
Wait. So she said, won't ally with Yaqeen, but basically because of you.
No, let me finish. That wasn't in the picture. Like, this was just a message that she had sent, or presumably. She messaged Omar Suleiman that, look, Daniel is criticizing me publicly. He's criticizing me publicly. Then Omar Suleiman is like, is disturbed by this. Like, Daniel is criticizing my friend. And then this became an issue. Like, this became an issue that as long as Daniel is with Yaqeen Institute, we're not going to collaborate with Yaqeen Institute. These liberals, these feminists, like the worst kind of pro-LGBT feminists, we're not going to ally with Yaqeen Institute. We're not going to work with Omar Suleiman as long as Daniel is there. This was exactly what I had gotten the guarantee from Omar Suleiman.
Yeah, so that's how I get it. Now I understand your frustration with it, bro, man.
Yeah, so then, I mean, what happened was that they made some excuse. So then, like, they brought me to the office and they said, look, we have to put you on probation. We have to put you on probation. This was in December. I was like, for what? They're like, you're just saying things that are you're too hostile. You're being too hostile. And I said, look, before I joined Yaqeen, I said that what I do outside of Yaqeen is my business, and you have no right to tell me what I can or can't say. And these are things that I have said before. Like, it's not like I suddenly changed. Like, you brought me on and I suddenly changed. Anyway, they put me on probation for 90 days. So whatever. And then after 90 days, and then actually in that conversation, they said another thing that was very notable. Omar Sulaiman said this. I said that, look, I'm just criticizing these groups in the same way that I was doing before. Nothing has changed. And another thing that they had a big problem with was I was criticizing Khizr Khan. Do you remember Khizr Khan? He was the South Asian American whose son had been killed in Iraq. So the Democratic Party, Hillary Clinton, was bringing them on like, oh, the model American family. He's a Muslim and American, and his son died in Iraq. And he was being promoted by the Democratic Party. And I was saying that how can we promote this family whose only claim to fame is that their son was in Iraq killing Muslims? Like, we're celebrating that as a Muslim community, and Omar Sulaiman and the compassionate imams are like promoting this. So I was criticizing not Omar Sulaiman, but I was criticizing this promotion of Khizr Khan. That was a big problem. So then I pointed this out to Omar Sulaiman, and in that conversation he said that, you know, that was before Daniel. That was before. There's a circle, okay? There's a circle, and before you were outside the circle criticizing those who are inside the circle. But now we brought you inside the circle, and insiders do not criticize each other. This was what he said. And I was just shocked by that. So like, and from his perspective, like he's saying like, you play along to get along. Even though if you know something is wrong, you keep silent. And this is not Islam. Islam is not keeping silent for the sake of your relationships, professionally or otherwise. This is not Islam. This is this disgrace, especially if something is being promoted that is damaging the ummah, that is distorting Islam. How can we stay silent? Anyway, 90 days pass. Another meeting they have, again, with Omar Sulaiman and the board. I say that, look, you know, I came to Yaqeen with the understanding that these shubuhat need to be addressed. When are we going to have a paper? Because the organization has been around now since it was launched in October, of 2016. September or October. When are we going to address feminism? When are we going to address LGBT? When are we going to address these issues? This was the response. They said that, look, we had the plan to address these issues, but Donald Trump won the election. Donald Trump won the election, and now is politically not right or not convenient for us to address these issues. Now it's not politically viable for us to talk about these issues. And I was shocked by that. I said, well, you're doing this on the basis of politics and what is politically correct and incorrect and the Democratic Party and whatever. But what if, like, tomorrow the Democratic Party says, like, starts opposing Sharia as a whole and starts denouncing the Sharia as a whole? Are you then not going to talk about the Sharia for the sake of political correctness? Are you going to then reduce the scope of what you discuss on that basis? And then this is what one of these board members said. His name is Ashraf. He said, yes, we will do that. Yes, we will. For the sake of what? For the sake of preserving the organization. That is what he said. Okay? And I swear that is what he said. I swear by Allah that is what he said. This is their ideology. And then I looked at Omar Sulaiman. I said that, look, you're going to have this position, because they said the whole purpose of the meeting was that, Daniel, you know, we have to take off you from our organization. We'll give you some role, like some marketing role, but you can't be on our website. You can't be known. Said, look, I moved my entire family from California, to Dallas, and you insisted on this. Okay, you insisted on this, and now I knew at that point why, because they wanted to influence me. Okay, they wanted me to get on board with their program, and Omar Sulaiman explicitly said this. I said that, didn't you know that I'm against feminism? I'm against all of these things. And you promised me that you wouldn't throw me under the bus when the pushback from the liberals came. You said that you wouldn't necessarily endorse everything that I said, but you wouldn't throw me under the bus. And do you know what his response to me was? We thought you would change. We thought you would change. So their whole mindset was, we're going to bring Daniel to Yaqeen. We're going to basically wine and dine him. We're going to influence him. We're going to give him this position. We're going to give him this kind of visibility. And he's going to get the picture. Like, he's going to get it that you don't talk about certain things. You're not going to push certain ideas. You're just going to get on the bandwagon. And they didn't realize that I was basically kind of like an autistic person. And I wasn't getting the message because I was gung-ho 100% on these issues consistently. Feminism, liberalism, LGBT.
Have you ever been diagnosed with autism?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
But
I thought that was meant as a statement of fact. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, so so they said, yeah, we'll give you this position. I said, that's okay. Yeah, I don't need your dinky position. And I said, I'm out.
Okay, so here's my commentary on that. So I think that it all depends on what the nature of the agreement before you started working with them, right? So if in the contract that you had with them, they had some right to the last say of what you have on your social media, and obviously there's some level of discussion that they were within their right to do whatever they
there
want.
there was no such clause, there was no such agreement.
If there was no
verbally
such clause,
verbally the opposite. Like verbally it was opposite.
Yeah, if there was no such
my
clause,
naivete was that I took them at face value. Like I thought, okay, they're a good Muslim organization, they're not going to stab me under the back. And a lot of Muslims that talked to me, they said, like, you should have had a severance clause. Like, if they don't retain you and they don't continue to pay you for a certain amount of time, like 2 years, then like they should be penalized for that. Like that should be explicit.
If that's the case, bro, if that's actually true, and obviously we haven't heard their side of it, but I mean,
but that's the thing. Like I have challenged them to let's bring mediators, let's bring impartial mediators.
So what would you want to see to resolve this thing?
No, like I there's no result that I want. Like they go and I don't know how much they've done.
How much are we talking? How much would we? How much is this for your troubles, bro?
Yeah, if I was gonna be paid off, I would have gotten paid off like back in 2016 when I was in Dallas in their office. But I invited them, like, and the still open invitation, by the way. Let's have a mediation panel. And I'll present my case. You present your case. It'll be very transparent and open. And let's see what the mediators, like these, let's have some scholarly mediators to determine like who's in the right or wrong. Because privately, they go and they sabotage my appearances. They go and push for me to be canceled from events. When I came to the UK in 2023, they were calling people, okay, like some of these individuals that you know, and they're saying you can't have Daniel come to the country and you can't platform him. They had a big problem. Remember we did that.
So is your main thing because of feminism then? Is that the reason why they had a problem with you? Feminism and liberalism?
Yeah, feminism and liberalism. Those are the main issues.
Okay, so do you know what? I have to say then, I mean, because what does check out is the fact that that institute, for the fact that it's trying to, it's got a lot of funding. Okay, I mean, Sapiens Institute, where we've got like 7 or 8 full-time employees.
It's outrageous the kind of funding they have. It's completely outrageous, and some of it, who knows where it's coming from. Their budget, like all of it, is transparently available because they have to file as a nonprofit. They have to file.
How much they have?
They will pull in a revenue of 10 million per year.
Unbelievable.
10 million. They have so much money that they have an independent, like their operating costs aren't even on the basis of donations. They've taken the millions and they've created like a trust, and on the base that trust is generating their operating costs. So the salaries,
whatever they're doing, we need to start doing whatever they're doing, bro.
Just sell out. Just sell out. Like start promoting feminism. It's very easy. Like go work for the Democratic Party. Huh?
Who to get it? You think you're telling me who to get the money from?
I think that they have wealthy donors. They have wealthy donors internationally. Okay, that's a fact. But it's not just that. They get a lot of wealthy donors because it's an attractive message. They are preaching Islam that's compatible with the dominant political ideology of liberalism. And left-wing liberalism with literally the Democratic Party. I'm telling you, on the national convention, they're speaking. Yeah, it's a big problem because the TikTok feminists that you see, they're downstream. They're downstream from these big players that are operating on the level of national politics.
No, you're absolutely right. Actually, when it comes to liberalism, you can't have an institute that's in the tens of millions of pounds. That's how much you're getting, bro. Sapiens, we're surviving on scraps. Like, we've got 7 or 8 different people. Hamza Zortzis is the one who's in charge of all the finances. Literally, we're nowhere near anything close to what you've just described in terms of the figures. And
anyone can go to the IRS page and go nonprofit search. Okay, just Google.
No, I don't doubt you. I mean, if you
need to see it to believe it, because it also has the salaries. Okay, mentioned. This is all public record, and you can see what people are actually making in terms of money and salary, how much money they're getting. Go search with the IRS site, and it's all there. The record is available.
You can show it on your website, on your site, because Zishan just went.
Okay, here, I'll pull it up.
I mean, to be fair, bro, like, my criticism of Yaqeen in that case would be that they can't do this because they know that in America, liberalism and feminism is causing apostasy. Their own study showed that, bro. Their own study showed that it's the moral issues that cause apostasy in their country of Muslims and doubts. So if that's what's causing apostasy and doubts, then surely I do agree with you, bro. I have to say that on this point, although I can't verify everything you said because, they have whether to defend themselves, but it checks out with the public record that they've never, ever refuted Western feminism in their entire history, which makes no sense because it's one of the biggest fitan in the country and one of the biggest reasons why shubuhat are there for Muslim women. And now it's getting worse and worse, akhi. And yes, I do believe that some of it is strategic, but there's levels of where strategic behavior becomes detrimental, bro. And I agree that, there needs to be more done on this. And if they treated you in that way, and that is an if, because obviously they're not here to defend themselves, but if they did treat you in that way and they'd dealt with you, if they didn't have any clause of, as I mentioned, then that's what they did was wrong, bro. And I can understand it's not just wrong. I can understand that the bad frustration and anger that you must have for this organization and for the people.
No, it's not personal. Look, it's not personal. I didn't start publicly criticizing them until 2019 because I saw that they were getting worse and worse. They're like starting to promote gay marriage, on their site. And I started criticizing them on that basis, not because of a personal grievance. I mean, they want to present it as that. They want to say that I'm a disgruntled ex-employee, that I have some personal beef. But, it's not personal. It's just look at the content that they have been putting out and the overall. They've gotten better. Like, I want to be fair to Yaqeen. Actually.
Yeah, you have to be fair.
I want to be fair to them because if you make a statement like they've never said anything against feminism, that's not true. They have spoken against some of the aspects of feminism. I don't think that they've gone nearly far enough, and I still think that they smuggle some of the inherent...
Have they got dedicated papers on feminism? Like they do with other things?
I can't recall a paper dedicated to feminism off the
top
of my
I promise
head.
You, bro.
But I know that they've said stuff
put them on
against
AI.
feminism.
Like, no. All of these American guys, every single one of them, except for you, put their name and put feminism on AI generator. Every single big player. Noman Ali Khan, Amr Suleiman, Yasser Qadi, put their name, put feminism on an AI, ask AI, have these people ever criticized Western feminism? The answer is no, they haven't, bro. They have not. And the reason why is because they've got female followers who are inclined to that, and they're trying to appease that. And that's a fact, and I can't deny that. And in this case, they have to change that because this is the enemy. Western feminism is what's causing people, women now, to apostate. Is becoming, because you've allowed the crack on the windscreen to develop, it's actually now causing apostasy and TikTok generation and this and that, and our daughters are going to be in trouble because you couldn't take a firm stance. And that's genuinely, bro, that's why I agree wholeheartedly with your approach. Like, if you didn't do what you did, then there would be nobody in America that had filled this gap. And I think that this is something they all need to change. And I'm 100% sure they're all listening to this. All of them have never mentioned feminism before and criticized it. None of them. And if they did, it was a sporadic comment here or there. You can go on AI now and say,
I
ask
mean,
Grok,
look at the issue
ask
that
Grok, ask Grok. Has this person ever criticized feminism formally? No. But how can you be in the Dawah space for this? This is the main, like, do you know what it's like? Bro, it's like living in communist Russia and not refuting communism as a Muslim. Do you know what I mean? It's like living in it's like living in, I don't know, the Safavid, or let's say you're living in Iran as a Sunni and you've never refuted Shiism, and it's
yeah.
everywhere. Wallah, the fact that if you're telling me
And the shocking thing is
you're getting tens of millions of pounds to essentially stop people's doubts, tens of millions of dollars, bro. We've got 8 employees, they're getting scraps. We got some employees living in the office, bro. I have to tell you the truth. Yeah, they live in office, akhi. One of them was sleeping inside the office, bro. I have to say the truth. So at the end of the day, we're living on we're living on scraps. People think we're making big money, and then this organization here has got 10 million coming in every year. And then, bro, come on, just bring one guy. If you can't do it yourself, bring some woman. You got lots of women that are. Bring some woman to just like tear feminism apart, bro. Tear it apart.
Bro, remember when we were in that podcast together on the Muslim Father Support Forum? We did that podcast, and you have brothers who. Yeah. The brother who was with us is telling there are so many divorce cases, shocking, where these women are taking the children from their fathers in the divorce cases for custody battle. Like, this is such a rampant problem. They're being empowered by feminism.
One of the worst problems, bro.
Yeah, it's like destroying Muslim families, but you won't actually find any statement about this from these compassionate imams.
Yeah, and that's what I agree with that, bro. It's off-putting. I don't agree with this at all, akhi. None of these guys, for some reason, because they want to maintain family audience or whatever, you got to take a stance, akhi. This is the fitna of our day. Liberalism, feminism, these are the fitnas of our day. These are the heads of the snake. You cannot be saying that you're dealing with shubuhat. That's your remit, dealing with shubuhat, attacking, deconstructing the false ideologies, reconstructing Islamic beliefs. And you're not dealing with the biggest ideological threats to Muslims that you acknowledge, because you produced a doubt survey that showed that it's all moral based, and the morality that underpins all of these doubts is feminism and liberalism, and you're getting millions of pounds. Akhi, I'm sorry, but you're absolutely right on this point. And
here, look at this. Look at the form. Like, I've shared it.
I haven't seen this. Akhi, I'll go back to the point. It's like, imagine living in Soviet Union, and you're a Muslim, and you've got like people spouting communist, Marxist beliefs and infiltrating Muslims with those beliefs, and you don't have a refutation of Marxism. It's not even illegal. You've got constitution in America. You've got the best freedom of rights. Well, you can easily come out and say that, man.
Look, when it comes to the biggest spenders, when it comes to Muslim charity organizations, Muslim Dawah organizations, who are the biggest spenders, do you think? It's middle-aged Muslim women. Middle-aged Muslim women, they have a lot of money from their husbands, or they have a lot of money from divorce, and they've taken like a lot of wealth, and they're middle-aged, and they give money to these organizations. So if you have an organization or a speaker that's going to call you a queen, that's going to say, yeah, your husband was a dirtbag, yeah, he didn't treat you correctly, like, oh, you're amazing, like just giving you all this sense of entitlement, then you're going to be more likely to spend money on that organization and write a check. And a lot of that 10 million per year that they're raking in, it's coming from these women. It's coming from women who are just happy with that kind of
honestly, do you know what they should
message.
Do? The Yaqeen Institute should actually give us a couple millions, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, you know what? Now that you said that, no, do you know what? Yaqeen Institute, if they're getting tens of millions, bro, and they can't speak about feminism, they should fund us. We won't say anything. We'll stay quiet. Since we're doing it, give us the money. We need a couple millions here. Me and you. Send it to Daniel. Yeah, he'll keep his mouth shut. He won't do any more reputations. Okay, we can have a non-disclosure agreement. It's done, bro. Send them money, man. If you got 10 millions, you got a lot of money. You put this man for a lot of hell. Yeah, Okay, you might have put them through a lot of hell as well. You might have been so difficult. And let's be honest, you've been a bit harsh on Amr Suleiman too much as well. Let's be honest. Allah, some of the reputations are too much. Okay. So there's been.
Come on, bro. What was too much? What
No,
Imam
but,
Sandwich? Imam Sandwich is too much.
I can't remember that one, but Gary. But I'm saying this. Okay, you had
Imam Sandwich. You don't know Imam Sandwich, bro? This is his nickname, Imam Sandwich.
I don't know anything about Imam Sandwich. Okay. What's that mean?
Because he has so many pictures, more than any other Imam that I know or have known, where he is sandwiched between two women posing for a picture.
He's a bad man. That's right. That's how it should be. Now we're talking. I'm gonna say, man, brother, not joking. Not joking.
So yeah, that's why I call it Imam Sandwich. I mean, people like even that itself, like just promoting like that level of ikhtilat, like that level of mixing of the genders. Like
I can't lie, bro. I'm very lenient with that stuff too. You know?
I haven't seen many pictures. I haven't seen many pictures of you, bro. I haven't seen many pictures of you sandwiched there between two women.
Whoa, you haven't seen anything
May
yet.
Allah protect that.
No, I'm only kidding. No, honestly, I'll be honest. I think there's a resolution, but you know, if you make a couple 10 millions, I think Yaqeen Institute should send, some millions here, or a couple 100,000s, or maybe 500,000, just 500,000 to the Sapiens Institute, maybe to MuslimSkeptic, this and that. That might be the thing to do for them. That if they can't speak about it, at least fund the people who can. This is a fair deal, I think. If not, then it's a problem, akhi. But if it's not anything below 500,000, otherwise, I don't think anyone's going to be interested in this. Otherwise, Daniel's going to continue. And listen, if we don't get the money, Daniel's continuing, bro. We got Imam Sandwich video coming next. Oh, we need the money, bro. Hey, Daniel, if the money doesn't come through yet, you got a couple videos coming out about Yaqeen. Yeah, and I'm gonna be in the videos with you. Yeah, this guy's making 10 million. Me and you gonna be in the video together. Forget about all this, akhi. Guys sleeping in the office in Sapiens, and these guys getting 10 million. How many people I want to get in every year? What's the salary up in here? Subhanallah, man. No. We can't accept this anymore, brother. This is ridiculous.
Bro, like, what do you think? Like, when you have an imam who is being platformed by Bernie Sanders, like one of the major presidential candidates in the United States, and he's like giving a speech at their campaign rally, and he's being invited to give like the opening prayer for like a memorial service in Congress, standing in front of like Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Biden. Like, do you think that opens up opportunities financially, like not only from Muslims in America, but also internationally? Because you can say that, look, this is an example of an imam who can recite Quran, mention the Prophet ﷺ, and he's giving the prayers in Congress. He's standing in front of presidents. He's on the presidential campaign giving speeches. Like, don't you think that kind of political access opens financial doors where you become very
How come I've
attractive?
never seen any of those financial doors myself? Where have we been? What's been happening?
Yeah, you have to sell out, bro. You have to sell out. That's the point. You have to
We're not interested,
you have to sell out.
Independence is the best thing you can have, to be honest. Independence is the best thing you can have.
Look at the Islamic history. The imams who sold out to the ruling regime and they compromised on Islam, they're forgotten. Like they got what they wanted, right? They got the access, they got the praise, they got the notoriety in their time, but then they were forgotten, and then what awaits for them in the akhirah, only Allah knows. So we just worry about ourselves. But I mean, it's a clear pattern of behavior, and it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning, that this is theology in service of politics and ultimately money and power. They don't speak about certain things theologically, even though it's of theological relevance, namely the iman, like if there's shubuhat on the basis of feminism or LGBT or liberalism, and you're not addressing it, then you're not addressing a theological issue for the sake of your pocket and for the sake of political access. And they were very explicit about that to me privately. But even if you don't believe me and what I say, look at the public record. Look at what they have said, what they haven't said, who are they associating with, what they're promoting. It's a very clear pattern. And I don't have any personal beef or problem with Omar Suleiman, even though his organization and his associates did go after me and blocked me from speaking in certain venues. They have attacked me behind closed doors because they want to have a squeaky clean image. They want to pretend like Daniel is just so aggressive, Daniel is so harsh, and we're just little angels sitting here innocently. When in reality, they're behind the scenes trying to cancel me, trying to get me closed off from different venues, not speaking to Muslims, trying to discredit me. So I'm just saying everything here with the understanding that I'm more than willing to sit in front of a panel of judges or mediators and bring all the receipts, bring all the evidence, and make my claim.
I'll be the. Do you know a story, Achi? Bro, do you know this? No one knows the story, bro.
Yeah.
You know who I was a judge for one time? So someone called me as a judge. You will never believe who called me. You will never. The Madkhalis, bro. They called me as a judge. I'm not going to mention who it was.
Madkhalis?
No,
for what, marriage?
No. What it was is this, yeah. Basically, this guy, he punched another guy. Yeah. One of the Madkhali guys, he punched the other guy. Yeah. He was like Shamsi's associate. Yeah. And then the other guy called the police. The police, the UK police. Yeah. So then I had the witnesses with me because I had my friends there. They were like the witnesses and stuff. Yeah. Oh, they weren't even my friends. They were just people that were there, but they were looking to me for guidance. And they said, "What should we do?" So the Madkhali saw it as a pragmatic win. They said, "Listen, let Mohammed Hijab be the judge, rather than go to the police. They don't want him to get arrested, innit?" So they got me in the middle. So I said, I hereby, I'm gonna tell you the judgment, yeah. And I said, my judgment is that he punches him back. Yeah, I said my judgment is he punches him back. And then the guy said, "I don't want to get punched back. It's fine. I forgive him, and I'm not going to tell the police." And then that's how it went. So there has been a time where that's happened. But the point is, yeah, I think that, you know what? Let's make unity happen now, because you're mainstream Sunni orientated. Omar Suleiman, Yaqeen Institute and stuff, for all of their negatives, they're still Sunni Muslims, and whatever they've done to you and whatever they do in general is not worse than 12 Shia. It's going to always be like that. They don't believe in
12 Shia are not promoting their ideology in our masajid. So 12 Shia are not wearing the costumes of Sunni traditionalists and pushing this stuff.
Don't matter. We can still unify. We can still unify for the common cause. But I understand that you may need your compensation. That might be the judge who, you know what I mean, who gets the judge to get this, may have to rule. If they're getting 10 millions, they may be, come on, bro. I mean, they got to think about their reputation as well. They got to think about the squeaky clean image. They got to think about all that. Actually, to be honest, I think this can be dealt with by compensation. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that could be. Is
compensation going to erase all the pro-feminist slop that they put out?
Two things. Number one, compensation for your troubles, and number two, that they have to be vocal about feminism.
They never actually retracted the pro-gay marriage article. They never retracted that. The one that you talked about with Jonathan Brana on your stream.
So, he wasn't saying that. He was saying that we can vote for that in order to. It was nonsense what he was saying, but nevertheless.
Yeah, but they never retracted that article. They archived it.
They removed it.
Archived it. They removed it, but they said, "Oh, we just archived it because it's not relevant anymore." But they didn't retract it. They never said that, "Oh, we were wrong for pushing gay marriage." That's how brazen they are. They're so brazen and unapologetic. Yeah. And there are some people who are associated with Yaqeen that I don't think are so bad. Like Imam Tom. You've seen Imam Tom, right? I think he's a nice guy. He's a very nice guy, and he's done some good work, mashallah.
Well, I think
the problem is much deeper. The problem is the pushing of a Islam that is politicized by liberalism and left-wing politics. And this is a disaster. We're seeing the rotten fruits of that on TikTok today. But the rotten TikTok women that we see today, and some of these simps as well, they were trained 10 years ago by these compassionate imams.
Really?
They were trained. They're watching these YouTube videos from the
My
likes of
God.
Omar Sayan, Yasser Qadi, and that's what made them think that feminism is actually the Sunnah. Feminism is actually the Quran. They've been emboldened by that message,
Well,
that political message.
Yeah, then I'm
And
sorry
now we're
that-
suffering.
yeah.
Now we have to deal with this trash.
We have
Like
to
we
deal
have
with
to,
it. Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
yeah.
to deal.
No, they
So
have
this
to, they have
is.
to pull up their socks for this, man. I'm sorry to say. He's right.
They
Wallah,
won't. They won't, because that endangers the 10 million per year, bro. That
Well, do you know
endangers
what-
the 10
what-
million per year.
It's better to have a clean reputation than to endanger. Get a woman to do it. Get a woman to do it, man. Get a couple. They can get a woman to do it. They should. In fact, the woman should do it. It should be a woman that does it. Comes
The
out
women are in
strong as-
charge. The women are in charge of Yes Queen Simstitute. The women are in charge.
So if
and
they're in
they don't know.
charge, then they should be leading the charge as well. They should be leading the charge in that case. You get a couple women.
No, they're
Loud-
feminists. They don't agree.
Yeah,
they
let-
think
sit
that me
down-
and
sit down
they
and
think
say,
that me and you are
that's
just
Wahhabi
red
or
pill
Muslim.
Dawa bros. We're just red
Oh,
pill
yeah.
Dawa bro trash. Right. They think that we're Nazis,
Yeah.
basically.
This is where it's come from. It's come from the fact that you've got this other group of people here that are not speaking. They want to disassociate with us in a sense. So what they're doing is they are not tackling feminism, but that's going to come at a very heavy price because people are going to see.
Like, look
You
at
guys are
what
getting
Mufti
10 million
Menk said.
pounds.
Mufti
No,
Menk
this is,
goes
ridiculous.
on his on a lecture and says that, whatever my wife wants, I do. If she tells me to quack like a duck, I'll quack. If
No
she tells
chance,
me
bro.
to
He
move,
didn't say that, man.
he said that. He said that, bro. It went
No
viral.
way.
This is a few years ago. This is a few years.
He
This was the
wouldn't
most
do that,
controversial.
I promise you, bro. This guy would no way.
Bring
would
up the
quack
clip.
bro.
Zishan, bro. Bring up the clip. If my wife says quack like a duck, Mufti Menk, go ahead. Play the clip.
No way, man.
Where have
man.
you been, bro? Where have you been?
Man, Mufti Menk, I saw him the other day. He was talking about polygamy, man.
Where's the clip? Show the clip, bro. Show the clip. Okay.
Quack.
Yes. My wife tells me to quack like a duck, I'll quack. Or move like a chicken, I'll move like a chicken. Something like this.
No way, bro.
Yeah, and you accuse me of embellishing and lying and being kadhab. Let's play the clip. Every time you've challenged me, I've been proven right, bro. Oh, wow, look who's the interviewer. That's...
I really wouldn't mind. I really wouldn't mind. If my wife were to phone me now and tell me, move to the left, I'd move to the left, even if there's no place. Out of love, that's it. So what? If that makes her happy, it makes her happy. People might say this guy is a chicken. I don't mind being called a chicken. I'll even quack quack for you a little bit, so long as she's happy. MashaAllah. Yeah, if that's what makes your marriage, let it be.
There you go.
Not that bad. It's not that bad, man.
It's not that bad? Okay, yeah. Look at all the feminists in the comments. Look at all the TikTok feminists in the comments going like, yeah, we love you, Mufti Menk. Yes. That's the standard that they take to their marriages, bro. This affects them either consciously or subconsciously. And they're destroying these marriages because they feel like their husbands don't meet the standard that Mufti Menk is saying is what is religiously required. Mufti Menk is saying that this is religiously
What
required.
video about Mufti Menk
Make her
polygamy?
happy. Make her happy.
Polygamy. Mufti Menk polygamy. I saw a video. Watch it. Let's put it. Yeah. He even talks about his divorce online. I don't know. Which one is the best one that shows what he's bro, show Mufti Menk skydiving, bro. There's a video of Mufti Menk skydiving, akhi. No, let me show you.
No, you know comments that he made about homosexuality, right?
That's Mufti Menk there, bro. Look. Subhanallah, bro. Put this on. Akhi, put this on. One sec. This is Mufti Menk, bro. Trust me, this ain't an easy thing to do. Look, watch it. Subhanallah, bro. Wallah, look at that. Akhi, look, he's jumping in the sky, man. Subhanallah, man. He's
What? Is that him?
That's it. It takes bravery to jump like that, subhanallah.
Oh,
It does. Do you think that's easy? You're going on top of a plane, jumping off a plane. Akhi,
yeah, in Dubai. Yeah, in Dubai. Yeah.
It's
So what
scary
was the
anyway.
controversy?
Don't matter. Get the
What was the
police, man.
controversy about Mufti Menk? 2 years he couldn't say one word against Israel. 2 years he couldn't say one word against Israel. Is it not the case? Then
Maybe
he
he
gets
had some political
slammed.
pressure,
Even Dan Bilzerian came and shamed Mufti Menk.
Look.
Like Dan Bilzerian comes and shames Mufti Menk and ratios him. Why haven't you said
Yeah,
a
look.
single thing against Israel?
Watch this one. Watch this one. Look.
It is not wrong to want to have nice things in this world.
Yes.
I want to have good clothing. I want to have a good car. I want to have a good house. I want to have good children. I want to have good spouse, you know, and so on. And, you know, be careful because some people here, someone told me, can you speak about polygamy? Can you speak about what?
What?
About what?
What?
Polygamy. I want to tell you, my brothers and sisters,
say it. Go on. Say it. Go on. Put. No.
it is not wrong.
What? Oh. No, bring another one. Bring another one. I think he says something. Yes. Here we go. Watch it. Watch it. Go.
Only sunnah that the men actually talk about, or a lot of them talk about, is don't pretend like you don't know, guys. Subhanallah. Second wife, it's a sunnah. Wow. Second is a sunnah. What sunnah? Start off with these things. Correct it is. I'm not denying it, but I'm saying
Great job, Zishan. Mashallah. You got it. Great clip. Yeah.
even lived as a husband yet.
Thank you, Zishan. There you go. There you go.
You compassionate, man.
Gotcha there. Gotcha. There you go. There you go. What sunnah? What sunnah, bro? What sunnah? There you go. What more proof do you need, bro? What more proof? He has thousands, thousands of statements like this, bro. Thousands of statements from all of them. Even if now maybe some of them will say, yeah, we practice polygyny. Even if they will say that, we accept that. It's always caveated. They always give 1,000 disclaimers. They say, oh, but you have to have the permission of your first wife. You have to make sure that they're exactly equivalent in what you provide for them. Even though we know that there's difference of opinion on what does that exactly mean. You know this. You know the fiqh. They insist that, oh, but if it's not allowed in your country, you should never do it. Like all these 1,000 disclaimers. They say, oh, but are you praying Fajr in the masjid? If you're not praying Fajr in the masjid, don't even think about getting a second wife. Like these are the simp disclaimers that they use to discount or to counter message polygyny. There you go. Alhamdulillah, you know. Allah exposed the truth. Allah exposed the truth of this compassionate imam.
I mean,
so yeah, this is what I'm saying, bro. Like you're not maybe the thing about me and you, like I know exactly the issue, bro. Because you are doing a PhD, you're in the books, you're reading these texts, right? You're doing deep research. You don't have time to watch Mufti Menk clips or to watch Omar Suleiman goy slop. You don't have time for that. So you just assume that what they're putting out is a traditional Orthodox Sunni Islam.
No,
but in reality,
Wallahi, I watch his what do you call it? His Ramadan series very good. Companion series very good. Another one. But they're very good, man. I can't lie.
You want to bring up his statements on polygyny? You want to bring up Omar Suleiman, what he says about polygyny?
What does he say, bro?
I'll send.
No way! Don't make me turn on him. then, tell me what he says, Akhi. No, show me now. Sorry to say, what?
He's like talking to like a Christian woman.
I watched all these series. Not all of them, but some of them. The Ramadan ones. We used to watch it with our family when we were eating food. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect thing to watch when you're eating
here's
food.
here's what he here. I'll send it on the chat. Just play it on because it messes up my screen if I share my screen. So just you share it.
If we do a comment al Hajj on them guys, it's done. It's finished.
Now we know. Now I know exactly the lever to use with hijab. I know exactly the lever to use. Did the link open?
No way, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they're just never they never present Islam that where Islam conflicts with feminism or liberalism in an unapologetic way. It's always apologetic with caveats, with disclaimers, and after a certain point that becomes very destructive. It distorts the understanding of Islam by the common people and even non-Muslims. Because you have non-Muslims who convert into Islam thinking that Islam is like a liberal feminist religion. Then they read some ayat of the Quran, they read some hadith, and they're shocked, and then they leave Islam. So a lot of the people that actually come to Islam from the compassionate imams, it's a problem.
What about multiple marriages? Is that common? Is that part of the Islamic faith? Is that in your faith, or is that a cultural situation?
Polygamy, more precisely polygyny, right, where you have a man marrying more than one woman. Obviously, this is something that's found in biblical scriptures as well, right? Every prophet between Adam and Jesus, peace be upon them, pretty much was a polygamist, starting from Abraham all the way to David,
well, that's a good answer.
to Moses. So polygamy is not something that was new to Islam, not theologically nor culturally. In the Arab world in the 7th century, there was unrestricted polygamy. There are people that had 20, 30 wives and so on and so forth. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, himself, for the majority of his life, up until the age of 53 years old, he only had one wife. He was sort of the outcast in that sense, because there are very few people that were actually married to only one woman at the time. And realize that this is a pretty modern phenomenon, that polygamy is looked at in the way that it's looked at. So it did exist at the time in the 7th century. Islam was the first religion to actually restrict it, or not in the Arab world in particular. Christianity obviously did restrict it, but Islam restricted it to a man marrying 4 women. However, the reasons for that, if you look at again, taking the Quran as a whole, with the situation of war, there were lots of widows and things of that sort. So it was left to 4, it was restricted to 4, so that a man could take care of the families that were being left over as a result of war and so on and so forth. So to solve a societal problem, right, it was legislated for that purpose. Even in the chronological order in that chapter in the Quran, it comes after a section of widows and divorcees and things of that sort. So it was to solve that problem of widows and orphans and so on and so forth. Now, what does that translate into now? There's not a single verse in the Quran or a tradition of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that praises polygamy. Meaning there's no virtue to marrying more than one woman. There never has
been. There really isn't, I can tell you that.
So, it's never been mentioned as a praiseworthy attribute. There was praise towards people that would take in families. So it was considered praiseworthy to marry another woman if you were marrying a widow or so on and so forth, and taking her in. And that was, again, culturally acceptable. For many centuries, in fact, it was, and it was a part of the faith. However, it says in the Quran, if you can't do justice with more than one, then you have to stick to one. So it was actually the first religious scripture that said you have to marry one if you're afraid of not being able to do justice. So there are a lot of laws governing it. It did exist. It's a part of the faith. When it comes to that entire realm of how we view marriage, how we view sexuality as a whole, these things are ever evolving, and they are more so than probably anything else dictated by our cultural lenses. And so we are biased no matter what, whether we like it or not. The way we view things today, 20 years ago, for example, in America, it was a very different America. We can't expect any other part of the world to view these things the way that we view it. That's in present times. And we especially can't expect religions and peoples that existed over 1,000 years ago to view marriage in the same way that we did. So that would just be unjust historically and disingenuous. So
Oh, thank you.
It's
Shukran.
not common though.
It's a fine answer. What's
Shukran.
wrong with that, bro? What did he say that was wrong there?
What did he say that was wrong?
Yeah,
Let's count them. Let's count them.
go
So
on.
I
yeah.
mean, the thing about a lot of these imams, okay, is that they'll say something that if you just have a casual listening of it, it might sound fine. But look again what he said. He said it was legislated, like marrying multiple women was legislated for the purpose of there are widows in war.
Okay.
Who says this? Where is this found in Islam? That the reason that you're allowed to marry multiple women is because of this. This is the illah. Is this the illah of?
Yeah, that's fine. You're right, but that's a
polygyny?
minor
That's a
issue.
big. No, but bro,
He
look,
owned
this
it,
is
though.
listen. No. First, let me finish my analysis of what he said.
Yeah.
Okay, because this is very significant. This is a perfect example of smuggling in feminism. Okay, first of all, he denies male sexuality. Okay, because he says that this is just a charity case. Marrying multiple women is a charity case. There are widows and they need a husband. So the whole purpose of polygyny is for the service of women. Okay, this is a feminist message. Okay, this is a feminist message to say that Islam is just for the purpose of serving women's interests and providing for them. This is not actually Islam. Islam does not say that, Allah has only allowed polygyny, marrying multiple women, because of widows in war. Okay? So the fact that he has said that this is the reason for it, the people who are listening to that, who are already inclined to find one man with multiple wives as disturbing and morally problematic, they're going to understand what he's saying is that that's the purpose. So in a situation today where we don't have widows from war, then it would be immoral and it would be un-Islamic actually for a man to have a wife who is not a widow from a war, to have a second wife or a third wife.
That's stretching
That
it,
is
though,
the message that they're getting. And if you
That's a
notice
bit
his
stretch.
language, he characterizes this as a practice from the past. He literally says it was a part of religion.
He said
1,000 years ago. He said 1,000 years ago. He distances this practice from today. He says our conception.
But he also said it's a part of the faith. Let's take a look at that bit because he said it's a part of the faith as well.
Yeah, for widows, it's a part of the faith for widows.
That is what you're being uncharitable, man. Honestly, this one here, I don't think he's saying it's only for widows. He says it's a part of the faith.
Again, like if you want me to find you a clip of Omar Sulaiman saying that polygyny is wrong, polygyny is actually it's haram. No, the way that they are counter-signaling Islam and turning Islam into a feminist simp religion is this distortion. Where did he say? Like, how can he claim? Be fair and tell me where in Islam it has been written or said by any scholar. If there's no nas on it, then find me a scholar who has said that polygyny is for war. It's for widows in war.
No,
so did he invent something? Did he invent something in the deen by saying that?
No, I thought what you were going to show me here was something
he invented something, right? And it serves a feminist agenda. It serves a feminist narrative.
I think maybe you can make a link because you know the ayah in the Quran that he's talking about in Surah An-Nisa, right? So is this? He's if you fear that you will not be just with the orphans, right? So it's talking about orphans. So maybe he's saying war because of so they've become orphans because of war. That's maybe the link, right? And so therefore he's saying that so this was legislated. The Asbab al-Nuzul was originally for war, but then it was generalized because at the end of it he did say something to the effect of it's part of the faith. He said something else, it's part of the faith. So look, I understand where you're coming from, but with this one I think it's an overreach, a little bit of an overreach, bro, a little bit of an uncharitable one.
No, bro.
I mean, to be fair, the one that we found
the whole point is what is communicated by implication to an audience that is already liberalized and is already feminist. What is communicated to them by what he's saying. You've already acknowledged that what he said has no basis. Okay, to say that this was legislated for the purpose of taking care of orphans. You've already admitted that. That is a huge problem in and of itself. But the other bigger issue is that he's signaling to an audience something that is very destructive in their understanding of Islam, and it's actually causing destruction in marriages. Because this whole phenomenon,
examples in this one. Like, I mean,
I
if
mean, I
you
didn't
wanted to,
prepare to have a whole. I didn't have
yeah,
a.
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't prepare for
I
that
mean,
for
you
this
can probably
live
find.
stream.
I don't disagree with your sentiment, but I think this is a bad example. Like, this one here is not the. He didn't say, like, if I listen to that, I didn't hear anything too egregious here, if I'm honest. But do I agree with the overarching point that they could confront feminism in a stronger way? Yeah, I agree with the overarching point, and I think that omission is as good sometimes as speech. And the fact that they haven't spoken about Western feminism for I don't know how long Yaqeen's been around for, that's the point to be made. And
Almost 10 years. 10 years.
yeah, it's
Decade.
too much, and I agree with that, bro. And I think they are appeasing the feminist women in their country. I do agree with that, bro. And these bits you'll find me agreeing with you, but
It's like
maybe
international. Like this slop is affecting Muslims across the world because it gets translated. You have now automatic translation. 50% of their audience is in the East. Like this is a cancer that is not
in
limited
the
to
East,
the West. Yeah, this being they
like
watch
where,
this
like
stuff in
Malaysia.
Malaysia, Bangladesh, Pakistan. They watch it in Egypt. They watch it in Saudi. They watch it in all over the Muslim world, unfortunately. And again, like I refer you to the Rand agenda. I refer you to Rand and the idea of propping up certain Western moderates, Muslim moderates, as role models for the rest of the Muslim world in order to secularize them and liberalize them. And this
Yeah.
plan has been executed with such efficiency and precision. It's actually amazing. It's actually shocking the level that they have been able to shift the attitudes of Muslims in the Muslim world over the past 10 to 20 years, since 9/11, actually. And you'd be shocked how much some of these compassionate imams work with the United States government. They work with the United States government with counterintelligence, with counter radicalism, actually going to their meetings, going to their conferences, speaking as a Salafi Muslim or as a former extremist. Okay, and these are respected imams. And one person that I'll tell you, Yasser Qadi, since you know him, Yasser Qadi has a long history. And if you want to get a piece of that, a small piece of that, go to the New York Times article. Yasser Qadi wants to speak about jihad. Go and read that article carefully and look at how much it reveals about Yasser Qadi's interaction with the U.S. government and his relationship with the U.S. government, specifically on the topic of counter-extremism and counter-radicalism, which became the PREVENT program. In the UK, it became PREVENT. In the U.S., it's called CVE, Countering Violent Extremism. So
what does the article say exactly?
It says that he was working with these government officials. He was working with these government officials.
In what capacity?
Advising them on what extremism is, and working with the people who, some of them Rand, like there are Rand officials that promote him. There are Rand officials that promote him. And the article has all these details about because the interviewer spent a lot of time with Yasser Qadi when he was at Yale. And it's kind of like this profile of, a peek into the life of a Muslim cleric, an American Muslim cleric who went from Islamic University of Medina in the thick of fundamentalism and extremism, and now he's doing his PhD at Yale. And he has this problem because his past is catching up with him. And this was at the time of ISIS. It was the rise in the tide of with ISIS, and specifically there was one of the Al-Maghrib students who was the underwear bomber. He tried to blow up a plane with putting explosives into his underwear. So he had attended some of Yasser Qadi's classes, Al-Maghrib classes. So the US government descended on Al-Maghrib Institute and interrogated all the students, contrary to their constitutional rights. And the Al-Maghrib instructors cooperated with authorities and basically opened the door to the U.S. government to come and tell them basically what is what, and violated their constitutional rights. They didn't put up apparently any kind of resistance, and the article describes all of this. And you'll notice in the kind of teaching of Al-Maghrib Institute, there's a big shift in what kind of topics they address, like what kind of positions they have on the feminist issue. Like they became extremely left-wing on many issues compared to what they were in the past. And it coincides with this intervention by the FBI and the US government. And this is only one aspect of Yasser Qadi's involvement with CVE and counter extremism. That's a big example. You can read about
I
it.
mean, to be fair, if that's on the public record, then we can all look at that and see the extent of that. But I mean, to be fair,
Yeah,
look,
pull it up. New York Times.
keep it up now. What's the name of it?
Yasser Qadi wants to talk about jihad. It might
What-
be behind a paywall. I can send you the link.
We got it. We got it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's behind a paywall. If you want the be able to actually see it, I'll
There's
send
a
you
way
the
of,
link.
we've got this. One second. We've got this paywall.
Bro, like if you wanted to stream on this issue, like we could talk for hours. It's like very fascinating.
Yeah, but we have to look at, because they're not here to defend themselves, so we have to be on it and be fair as much as possible. We can't see the.
I sent you the link that you can see it.
You can see. I can see it. You sent it to me. Oh, okay. Okay. So what are you referring me to here now? What exactly?
It's a long article. Yeah, maybe you can like control FBI, for example.
FBI. There's not there.
Or it might be f.b.i.
Yeah. So what should we look at here? In 21 American, FBI agents
were demanding interviews with Qadi students.
Yeah.
FBI agents were demanding these interviews, and Qadi was urging them to cooperate.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It's very bad. Like the number one thing that they teach you,
What's
the number one thing, like maybe this is not the case in the UK, but in the United States.
If an FBI agent comes, like, have you got a choice in the matter?
Not me personally, but
no, I mean, like, he was urging them to cooperate, but what's the alternative? Like, it's the FBI. If you don't cooperate, what's going to happen?
You have the right in America. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to plead the fifth. You do. It's a constitutional right, actually, and what every lawyer, every experienced person, who is especially like if you're a sheikh,
cooperate doesn't necessarily mean that.
It means cooperate in interviews. Cooperate in interviews with the feds. Like, this is a disaster because anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Like, if that's not scandalous to you, I mean, this is my.
I can see a ta'wil of it. Like, for example, if like here we've got an issue with the UK as well, right? So
we can't hear you, bro. The mic is too.
Sorry,
poor.
if a police officer stops you, and asks you questions, and you don't cooperate, the FBI, bro, is a powerful agency. You know, I know that you have
to look at the laws in America, bro. The laws in America.
This doesn't.
Is that you should not? It actually you should. It's actually a disaster, and this is a message that I give to anyone who's listening, who's in America. Never talk to the police. Never talk to the FBI. If they come knock on your door, it's a standard protocol. Go to a non-Muslim lawyer; they'll tell you the same thing.
Yeah, don't make any
comments. You tell them that, look, I'm not answering questions. Talk to my lawyer and leave it at that. They have no right to question. What these FBI agents want to do is they are fishing for any statement that they can use to incriminate you or to incriminate your organization or your masjid.
Right.
And the worst disaster, the worst, because look, someone like Yasser Qadi is working with CARE. Okay, CARE, Council of American Islamic Relations. What is the advice of CARE? CARE gives the same advice. Never talk, never cooperate in these interviews because they're just fishing for information.
Cooperate here, man, because
go to the article. It says interviews. They're interviewing the students, and this is what the students said no, and Yasser Qadi urged them to do it.
Okay,
to
so
cooperate in that.
that's for me. That's not a smoking gun just yet. Is there anything else?
Yeah,
in
there's
this?
plenty. It's a long article, and I haven't memorized it, but there's many examples of
Yeah.
him working with these agencies
It,
that are
it
at
doesn't look like
conferences.
anything too like pernicious here. If I'm honest, bro, I'm not. That here asking to cooperate with the FBI agent.
Wait,
Okay, he might be under
would
the
it be
impression that
would
he might
it
be under the
be
impression that if they don't, they'll be in trouble or something like that.
no? He is someone who knows enough about American law to know that you have the right to remain silent. He works with CARE. That is, had a long history working with CARE, and that's their number one advice. Do not speak to these authorities, especially if you're just a random Al Maghrib student. Like this is very irresponsible. And but the bigger point is that you've opened your door to the influence of these agencies. But I'll ask you, like, is it pernicious if there is a gathering, okay, like a national security gathering, where you have representatives from these agencies, these government agencies, and they're trying to determine a policy for extremism, counter extremism, fighting, this kind of these Salafi or these Islamist, political Islamic interpretations, a gathering, and a Muslim cleric, like an imam, joins that. Okay, joins that and is participating in CVE, in Prevent, okay, in the UK context for Prevent, and participates in that. Do you think that is pernicious? Do you think that is a smoking gun? Yes, it is. Okay, so Yasser Qadi has participated in that, and I'll bring you the receipts if you want.
Is that definitely confirmed?
Yes.
On the public record, yeah.
Yes. Give me 1 minute to pull it up.
By the way, I haven't prayed Maghrib or Isha yet either.
Yeah, go do that, and I'm
gonna do both together now. Because I actually pray Maghrib and Isha together. Oh yeah. So guys, I pray Maghrib and Isha together.
Taking the Shia position?
Not the Shia position, but because in the in England, yeah, in England we don't really have Isha time. Okay, so Shafaq al-Ahmar is not there. So the scholars in this period of time, a lot of them, they join Maghrib and Isha together. So you can do the same if you want. A lot of masjids are doing it now. Actually, a lot of masjids in the UK are doing it now. You can consult your local scholars. I'm just going to pray both of them, if that's all right. Or should we end it here? I mean, you want to
No. I have to show you the evidence. Because you made
once you do that, I'm
qat'i statement. You made a qat'i statement that this is something that's pernicious and disqualifying. So I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah, because the thing is, the 18 degrees Fajr time is 1 o'clock. So we've got 50 minutes. Yeah, another thing
pray.
is...
Just go pray. Or here, look, I'll show you. Just go on that same... Go to the same article on New York Times and just search May 2008. May 2008. On the same New York Times article.
Sure. But, New York Times is not a reliable Islamic source, really, is it?
Islamic source?
Yeah, they could be talking rubbish. They could be lying. But let's look at it anyway.
No, there's many sources, but this is just one.
I can't read that, Can you read it out for me?
In late 2008, Qadi received an invitation from the Clinton Weeks and analyst for a government agency that was hosting a conference on counter-radicalization. Wicks was recently named the senior director at the National Security Council. In attendance were British and American intelligence officials, including the Director of Homeland Security at the time, Michael Chertoff.
Okay.
Keep going.
During a break, Qadi stopped a Houston acquaintance who happened to work for Chertoff. I said, don't you think it's ironic that on one hand you're reaching out for my expertise and wanting my help, and on the other hand you're harassing and intimidating me as if I'm a potential terrorist? In the West...
Yeah, that's good. That's
Okay,
good.
so
But so he's at attendance at the National Security Council, or a conference with the National Security Council. He was invited. The director of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff, he's a Jewish Zionist, is there, and they're consulting Yasser Qadi for his expertise, and he's being quoted. Qadi was there at a break. It was happening in Houston, or there was a Houston acquaintance who happened to work for Chertoff, and says, "Don't you think it's ironic that you're reaching out to me, Yasser Qadi, for my experience, but you also harassing me?" So the harassing part that he's talking about is when he comes from international flights, he goes through secondary screening at the airport. Something that happens to many Muslims. So he's saying that this is harassment, but you're also asking me for my expertise. So he's being consulted by Department of Homeland Security. He's being consulted by National Security Council. These organizations. Well, in 2008, as they're developing the policy that became CVE. And again, there are many other documents that I can show you of Qadi's involvement.
well, I mean, if we were to be charitable to him, maybe he's trying to educate them as to what truth extremism is. Okay. No, maybe.
Okay, bro. So now you're going back. You're going back. You said on camera that was disqualifying. It's pernicious, clear cut, and now you're making excuses. So I mean, it's clear.
Well, I don't know.
Come on, bro. Like this is, you gotta get your
We're telling
personal.
the truth.
This is
If
what I'm
New
saying.
York
Like,
Times is a far right organization. You have to find out what's going on.
Yasser Qadi has shared this article many times. Like he promotes this article.
way.
He's proud. He's proud that the New York Times has an article dedicated, like a long form. It's a very long article that he was being interviewed by I believe it's Andrea Elliott. Andrea Elliott, the New York Times reporter, was following him and talking to him over an extended period of time. He agreed to the interview for over months. The interviewer was going to him at his Yale classes on campus. This interviewer was going to him in his Al-Maghrib classes. Like, it's an in-depth profile of Yasser Qadi. And yeah, I mean, if you're going to disqualify it, he should disqualify it and say that, yeah, this is all fabricated and the interviewer didn't actually spend months of time with me. They have pictures of him in his home. Like, go to the picture of him in his home in the article. Go, Zishan, just scroll down a little bit in that article. You can see him in his library. They're taking pictures at his desk. He has this huge library that he's sitting in Memphis, Tennessee. Okay, this is where the millions are going, by the way. The millions are going. Look at his library at his personal residence. So this is not representative. Huh?
There is. That's not even that. It's like, I thought I was gonna see a palace, bro. This little room, bro. Looks like
let's let the people decide. Show the screen. Show the screen.
Show the screen. I thought I was gonna see Taj Mahal, bro. I saw this. I thought I was gonna see Taj Mahal.
That's a shack. You're right. That's a shack. This Yasser Qadi, we need to donate. We need a fundraiser for Yasser Qadi. He's living in a shack. Look at that. This is in the New York Times, okay? This is the New York Times. So apparently he's inviting the New York Times to his house, in his library. He's looking very serious at the computer, maybe writing an email to Michael Chertoff. Writing an email to DHS about, the extreme beliefs of these, radical Muslims. So come on, bro. Give me a break. This is,
maybe he's
I'm trying
money
to
from legitimate means, bro. Maybe he's a businessman. You don't know.
Yeah, he's making money from these the millions in donations that they're getting.
No, you don't know that.
The millions in donations that they're getting. So do you think like he's a baker on the side? Do you think Yasser Qadi is baking halal cakes, or he's like a butcher?
Works in college. He works as a lecturer, bro.
No, he did. How much do you think a lecturer makes, bro? In the US,
know, you can get that house with it. I don't
no.
See a big... That's a shack, bro. That's nothing. That's
with a lecturer's salary, bro. Okay, I can't tell if you're being facetious or not. Like a lecturer.
I don't know about this. I don't know, man. It's not even that, man. Let him live his life, akhi. You live like you live in a nice house yourself, bro. How big is your house?
No, I'm not gonna let him live his life. I'm not gonna let someone who is like working with the feds, working with the Zionists against the Muslims, to live their life and not say anything. And it's in our face. It's like brazenly in our face. Like this is being outed by the New York Times. It's not me like going through his secret files and like doing some kind of tajassus. No, it's being blasted on the New York Times, and people just don't read it.
Okay.
So how
But we can
stupid
still
are we?
unify
How
with everyone,
stupid?
bro.
How stupid are the Muslims? Unfortunately, that their main, like these celebrity imams, are advertising that they're working with the feds, and then Muslims are still praising them and making excuses and shoveling money, like shoveling millions of dollars into their coffers as they're sitting there and doing their research in their grand library. Like, give me a break, bro. This is a disgrace. This is a scandal. This is a scandal of epic proportions. Like earlier, you were more mad. You were mad hearing about Yaqeen and their 10 million per year revenue. Like this is equally disturbing, bro. This is a scandal. They have been robbing the wealth of the Muslims to push liberalism, feminism, this goy slop onto the ummah. This is unacceptable.
So how can we now, with all these mistakes that people make, should we think of ways to create great unity between us? Because although you make some excellent points,
I'm not gonna unify. Are you gonna unify by what's this guy, Rabbi Ferris, or with Tawhidi? Remember Tawhidi?
Tawhidi.
You're gonna unify with Tawhidi?
Is he a Muslim? I don't think he's a Muslim.
No, he says he's a Muslim. He says he's an imam. He says he's an imam. So are you gonna unify with Tawhidi?
No chance.
Who's like working with Israel?
No chance, bro.
Like,
no chance.
No chance. Like what you described perfectly earlier in the stream, that what disqualified someone like Fawzan is that he's not independent. He is not independent. His positions are on the basis of a political motive. And that, in your eyes, was disqualifying. And I completely agree with you. That's why I disqualify a lot of these Wahhabis. And this is why I disqualify a lot of these compassionate imams. Because what they say and what they preach is politically determined. And sometimes their ties with the government is very clear, cut, and undeniable, like Yasser Qadi. And sometimes it's not as direct, like with Omar Sulaiman. Omar Sulaiman wasn't on any kind of prevent councils like Yasser Qadi was, CVE councils like Yasser Qadi was, but he was campaigning for the likes of Bernie Sanders, other Democrats. He's like,
that's different. He might think it's politically like something. I don't know.
Yeah, but like I said, like you said, he doesn't talk about feminism. He doesn't talk about these issues. So it's not independence. So I prefer that my imams, the people who I follow and listen to for religious guidance, that they don't have strings attached. And I think that's a standard that we can all agree with.
Yeah, and inshallah one day what will happen is we'll find the resolution. Everyone will be happy. There'll be great unity that will happen. And you've aired your grievance today. You've exposed some great truth. And
this shouldn't be my grievance. Yeah. I think everyone that's watched now has a grievance. I think everyone who has watched this and they see the $10 million, they see the statements, they see the quack like a duck. Everyone everyone should have a grievance. Like I shouldn't be the only disgruntled one. We should all be extremely disgruntled. Inshallah.
This is all disgruntled. All right, man. It's been a pleasure having you on, and it's been a long one, but we've covered a lot of ground. And I don't know how many people are watching your side, but I think it's going to be a fantastic. You just keep this on public, yeah, it'll be amazing.
Yeah, don't private it, bro. Don't private it.
This one, because it's a special one, we'll make it public. This one, because usually we don't put the whole thing up. We usually put like 20 minutes up or something, but today we'll put the whole thing up. Amazing. It's been a pleasure, and inshallah we'll do it again soon. Yeah.
Okay, bro. Jazakallah khair. Really appreciate it.
Anytime, Habibi. Take care, man. Assalamu alaikum.
You too. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thanks, Daniel.
Hold on. Let me turn off the stream. Hold on 1 second. I just have to say to everyone, thank you for tuning in on my channel as well. Make sure to subscribe to Brother Hijab's channel and leave a comment and everything.